This is the most comprehensive video on YouTube on how to write and submit your paper to a Q1 journal. It's based on over 8 years of my own personal experience, having published papers in Q1 journals, in top 1% journals, and having worked with over 800 other PhD students and researchers, to the point where just last year our clients published 86 papers. Now, a word of warning though, this video is very long. It's 9.5 hours long. But if you can't sit through 9 hours of content that shows you exactly how to publish papers in Q1 journals, then I hate to break it to you, but you're not going to publish papers in Q1 journals. So you might as well click off this video and continue watching shorts on YouTube or on Instagram. But if you are a determined, driven researcher who really wants to publish papers in top journals in the field, then follow this video, do all the worksheets, follow it step by step, take notes, and you will publish your paper in a Q1 journals. I guarantee that. I'm going to talk about setting goals and planning. It's really important at this stage, before you actually sit down to work, that we set clear goals and that you plan your time, because you're probably a very busy person, and if you don't plan things, then those other busy activities that you've got in your busy life and your busy schedule will take over things, and you will never write anything. So even the best tips that I'm going to give you in the following weeks for writing papers are not going to change anything if you don't set goals and if you don't plan. That's why this video is crucial, and really please do it. Put it into action, because I promise you that if you don't put it into action, what's going to happen over the next 5 or 6 weeks is that your work and your life are going to take over, and you will never write anything. That's just the truth. So that's why you really need to put your goals on paper, plan things, and get it done, right? And I'm going to show you how to do this today, right? So what are we going to cover? First of all, we're going to look at why most people fail. And this has nothing to do with people's talent or intelligence, as a lot of people might think, but it's actually got something to do with planning and goals. And then I'll show you how to set smart goals that will help you to, that will be achievable, right? And that you can stick to. And then we're going to define your North Star and your number one priority, because a lot of people are kind of confused about it, and I get it, because there's lots of different things that you have to be doing, so it's easy to forget what's the number one thing that I'm here on this planet, in my job, in my field, to do. And then I'm going to show you how to chunk your goals and make them achievable, right? Because sometimes we set lofty goals, but they are daunting, they're so daunting that we don't even know where to start, and this paralyzes us, and then we don't move forward. So chunking will be very important. And then we're going to also talk about the science of goal pursuit. So we're all researchers here. We like research evidence. So I'll show you some research evidence for how to actually pursue your goals, maintain motivation, and get things done. And then I'm also going to talk about owning your time, right? So this is a very important concept, because if you don't become the owner of your time, then other people will own it, like your boss, your colleagues, and nothing will ever get done, because people will just book meetings with you, and your papers won't get written. All right, so let's get started. Sorry that I'm starting on a negative note, but I think it's really important to to understand why most people, well, not most people, but why some people fail at achieving their goals, even when they have clear goals, right? So the first main reason is that, people don't have a clear goal, right? And you'd be surprised how many people, if you ask them, and you can try it yourself with your colleagues, ask your colleague, over a coffee, what is your goal? What do you want to achieve? And they will be most likely flabbergasted by it. They won't know how to answer it. A lot of people don't have any clear long-term goal. Another reason is like confusion, right? So over time, we set a goal, but over time we get confused and we start focusing on other things, on the wrong things, and we forget about our goal, basically, right? So we get our priorities mixed up. The third reason why people fail is that they have no plan, right? So they set a goal and they are clear on what that goal is, but there is no plan to achieve that goal. So they just kind of do stuff, and they're really busy, right? The work schedule is just full of stuff, right? And they're doing this stuff, but there is no plan, there is no purpose to it, right? And that's why they don't achieve their goal. And also some people don't have any control of the time, right? And by that, a lot of people will say, well, but I don't have control over my time because, I have to teach students and I have to supervise students and I have to attend meetings and I'm also on the board of this thing and then I'm also participating in this project and then I have life, right? But, we have to acknowledge that really, it's your decision to be doing all of these things, right? Everybody is the owner of their own time and we choose to do whatever it is that we choose to do. We can't just blame it on other people that they took control of our schedule. You let that happen over time, slowly. You kind of start saying yes to more and more things, and and those other things, other people's goals, they basically hijack your time, right? And then you end up working 60 hours a week, but you're not actually moving towards your goal at all, right? So these are the main reasons why people fail. It's got nothing to do with talent or intelligence or anything like it. It's just, lack of clear goal, confusion, no plan, and no control of their time. That's how most people fail, actually. And it's also really important to, to distinguish, because we're going to talk about goals and we want to distinguish them from urges, right? So urges, are usually these things that have a pleasant short-term consequences and are easy to do, right? Because they give us this dopamine kick, right? And our brain loves dopamine. Our brain is completely addicted to dopamine, right? And it loves those kind of easy things that we can do to get dopamine. And if you can get it instantly, then our brain loves it, right? But usually those things have negative or useless long-term effects, right? So to give you an example, the kind of these non-essential easy work urges, right? So sometimes, you will feel like, oh, I need to do some work, and you'll start answering emails immediately because it's an easy thing to do, and you answer a couple of emails and your brain gets dopamine and you're kind of like, okay, I've done something productive, but actually you haven't really been productive, right? And there's also kind of pleasant but useless distractions that give us, a lot of dopamine. And these are typically social media, right? You just open your phone and you put on YouTube, right? It's kind of an urge and it gives you dopamine. And, the consequence of that usually in the long term is either negative or useless. Now, we have goals on the other hand, and goals are often difficult to do, right? And they don't give you any immediate pleasure, right? But crucially, they have positive second, third order consequences. That's the main difference, right? They're not easy to do like urges. You don't get that immediate dopamine that you get with urges. And, they usually, but on the other hand, you will have very positive consequences in the long term, right? And that's why really, our brain avoids, or we as people avoid pursuing goals because, our brain is just wired to prefer things that give it, an immediate dopamine hit. Like you can think of our brain as a drug addict, and it just wants more dopamine, right? So, and goals are difficult, right? That sometimes they're painful. And that's why we give up, right? And it's important to understand this because if you start understanding how your brain works and why you fall for all of these urges rather than pursue your goals, it'll be easier to stop yourself, I think. How do we kind of move forward to something more positive, and how do we set smart goals and what smart goals are? So SMART goals, it's a common acronym. There are other acronyms as well that I use to define goals. I chose this one because it's one of the most commonly used and I think it's very useful. So first of all, a goal has to be specific, right? So research shows us that goals that are precise are 3 times as likely to be achieved, right? In one study, it was 62 versus 22% of participants, right, that achieved specific goals, right? So it makes a lot of sense to set a very specific goal, right? And again, this is based on peer-reviewed research. Goals also should be measurable, right? So there's got to be a way of measuring that goal for you to kind of measure your progress, right? And the goal has to be achievable, right? Again, kind of research shows that the goal should be, the best goals are the ones that are slightly beyond your current capabilities so that they are motivating, but they can't be so difficult that it's impossible to achieve, right? So if you set yourself a goal, like, if your current situation is that, you're able to write 1 paper a year, and you set yourself a goal that I want to write 10 papers this year, you're going to fail 100%, right? Because the goal is just too difficult, right? You want to make it more achievable, like write 3 papers this year, right? That's perfectly achievable from your current situation. Now, if you're already writing, 5 papers, well, then you can aim to try and do 7 or 8, right? And the goals, of course, have to be relevant, right? They need to move your boat forward rather than just merely, keep it stay afloat. And they've got to be time bound. So there has to be a specific deadline to the goal, right? So this is in theory. How does it work in practice? Let me give you an example. So this is a non-smart goal. I want to write a couple of papers, right? It's not specific, it's not measurable, it's not time bound, right? And it's kind of not achievable because we don't know what we're trying to achieve here. What would a SMART goal look like? Well, this could be a SMART goal. I will write 3 experimental papers and 1 systematic review in the next 12 months and submit them to Q1 journals in my field. That's extra specific. We know exactly what we're doing. It's measurable, right? We've got 3 experimental and 1 systematic review, right? It's kind of achievable, right? Well, not kind of, it is achievable, right? In my current situation, for example, right? And it's relevant. It's going to move my boat forward as well. And it's time bound. I've got 12 months to do this, right? Let's take some action. What I'd like you to do basically is write your SMART goal for the next 12 months and share it with us in the community. All right. So I'd like you just to head to our community here and post it either in the feed or post it as a new discussion. And you can entitle that new discussion my goal for the next 12 months and just write it out here for us, right? What is your goal? And it's really important that you do that right now to clarify things for yourself. So pause the video and write your goal in the community. The next thing that I want to talk about is your North Star. So your number 1 priority. And this is really, really important as well for your success. How does it work? Well, your North Star is basically, the number 1 priority you want to achieve in the long term. Think about it like, like in the past when people on ships, boats, were navigating the seas, they didn't have all that fancy equipment that we have now. Like the only thing they had was like maybe a simple compass or maybe not even that. And they were just looking at the sky, right? And the North Star could tell them where the north was, so they could navigate and get back home or get to the destination wherever they were going, right? And this is the same with us. We need to know what our North Star is, because otherwise you might be just going, you might even be heading backwards, right? Rather than forwards. You might be going in the completely wrong direction, and you might even kill yourself if you were going on a boat and just going into a random place, right? So we really need to define that. And also, whenever you're kind of lost at sea, right, and you've become confused, you can look at the North Star and know what you want to do, right? And what is it? What is my priority? And remind yourself of it to get back on course, right? And you want to think in long time frames, right? So by long time frames, I really mean something like 3 to 5 years. Like, where do I want to be in 3 to 5 years? What is it that I want to achieve? Because this will give you a much longer perspective to work with, and that's how you can beat a lot of people who just think kind of in very short terms. Or let alone those people who don't have any goals whatsoever, right? But that's how you will beat everybody, by having a clear North Star and thinking in long time frames. And you want to commit it to paper, because writing your goals down can be a powerful tool for helping you to achieve them. Again, that's been proven by research, right? There's a lot of peer-reviewed research on goal pursuit, and that's why I got you to write that goal in the community for us as well. And we're going to further work on your North Star. And we're going to use the research paper planner that's in the materials section right above this video. And I'm going to open it for you on the screen. It's called Research Paper Calendar. So let me pull that on the screen and just change it here to calendar. Right, and this is what it looks like. So the first thing that you're going to do is write your North Star here. Like, where are you going? What is your destination, right? And this has got to be something big, because remember, we're thinking in at least 3, 5 years, or maybe even more. So it could be something like, becoming a tenured professor at a specific university, by a specific date or something like this. So having a publication in this specific top journal in my field or something like this, right? Or, getting grants, stuff like that, right? And then you want to write again your 2022 goal in here. You know, you should kind of have it from, you know, from the previous section, but you just want to copy and paste it in here, right? And this goal should be in sync with your North Star, right? So you can go ahead and do that now, just your North Star and your goal, and then we'll dig into the details in a second. All right, so once you have that big goal that you want to achieve, you know, it can be daunting because it's very big, right? And you kind of like, well, what do I do next? Like, how do I actually achieve that goal? Well, and this is when chunking comes into place. And chunking is just like dividing your goal and the time frame into chunks, into smaller chunks, which are achievable, right? And which help us move forward towards your goal, like kind of this little staircase in here, right? How does it work? So, you know, we divide the long-term goal into smaller intermediate goals, right? And we start by setting yearly goals, right, which we've already done, and then divide those goals into semesters or quarters, whatever makes more sense for you. I think probably, you know, semesters might make more sense, right, in your situation. And then you want to define specific actions. So decide what actions you need to take to achieve your intermediate goals. So to give you an example, let's say, you know, my goal is to write 3 experimental papers by the end of 2022, right? So in order to achieve this goal, one of my intermediate goals would be to, depending on my current situation, but let's assume I'm starting from 0, would be to find 3 research topics that haven't been researched. Now, that's an intermediate goal. Well, what actions do I need to carry out? Well, I need to read at least 10 papers, right? And I need to find the research gap, right? And I need to kind of as well analyze the papers and stuff like this, right? So these would be specific actions that you need to take and you can do on a weekly or daily basis. And then you want to commit stuff to a calendar. So unless you actually put the actions in your calendar, you will never do them, right? Believe me, I've learned that the hard way. You know, we need to put it on a calendar, otherwise we don't do stuff. And then, you know, you also want to have a daily planner, and I'm going to show that to you in a second. So basically at the end of each day, you want to plan what you will do tomorrow, right? Using the intermediate goals and specific actions so that you know exactly what you need to do, right? And you don't get confused or sidetracked. So first, let's look at the research paper planner or calendar, right? That we've already looked at. And let's now define intermediate goals. So you've got your 2022 goal, right? And I've divided the year into 3 semesters. So like, you know, we've got the fall semester and then the spring semester, and then you kind of have the summer, right? Which would be, you know, the 3rd semester theoretically, right? So that's kind of how I divided the year. And you can put the dates in here, right? So if you're starting this program, for example, you know, in the middle of the year, then, you know, you can take it into the following year as well. So whenever you're starting, you know, that can be your semester 1. So if I was starting it in July 2022, my semester 1 would be, you know, the summer kind of semester, the summer free of classes, right? What is your goal? What is your overall goal kind of for that year or that semester? And what are the intermediate goals, right, that you need to achieve in order to achieve that goal, right? So maybe if your overall goal for 2022 is to write 3 papers, well, maybe your goal for semester 1 is to write 1 paper. Well, what do you need to do to write that 1 paper? But this will depend on the stage which you're at, right? Maybe you need to analyze your data. Maybe you need to start writing, actually. You need to structure it, those kind of things, right? What are the specific actions that you will be taking in order to write that paper? And put that down in here, right? Intermediate goals and specific actions, right? Write it out and really take the time to do this, you know? If it takes an hour, fine. But this will save you so much time in the long term, and it will really give you clarity on what you're supposed to be doing. And then, as I said, you know, we need to commit it to, you know, to the time, right? So, you know, this is a monthly view of your calendar, right? And in here, you know, I put July 2022, but if you're starting at a different month, right? Let's say if you're starting in November, then you would just put start month and you'd put 11 here and everything is going to change, right? And if you're starting in 2023, then you can just change it to 2023 and put it here, right? And basically what you want to do is divide your month you know, into kind of colors and activities, right? So, you know, you might have family time, right? You might have reading the literature time. You might have some teaching duties. You might have, you know, lab work. Maybe you've got some supervision work, you know, writing papers. Put things into buckets, like big buckets, and just put them on the calendar like this, right? So let's say, you know, if we put red will be, you know, for example, lab work, right? And I'm just gonna put it, you know, let's say I do it on like Monday and Tuesday, always in the morning, right? And I'm just gonna put it here like that. What we're trying to achieve here is that, you know, you have blocks of time devoted to a particular activity, right? So you don't want to be, for example, you know, supervise, let's say Orange is supervising students. The worst thing that you can do, you know, is to kind of supervise students like all the time, right? So like the worst thing that can happen to you is if you put like Orange here, right? And then Orange here, right? And here, and maybe here, right? It's just, it's mad. It's really ineffective. Like what you want to do is just set a specific time. And depending on your situation, this can be weekly, or maybe it doesn't have to be weekly, you know, but set a specific time. Like, you know, what I do on Research Paper Mastery is that, you know, we have collaboration calls, right? And that's my kind of supervision time. That's when I help you. And notice that they are set at specific times and specific days. And that's it, right? Because if I don't, then things just get out of control, right? And that's what you want to have. So you want to set it at specific times, you know. And initially, this might not be possible. It might be difficult because you have, you know, an existing schedule that you need to work with, right? But you need to aim to do that long term, right? So I'd really like you to sit down and think about it long term. Think about your schedule and try to divide your schedule based on, you know, your goals, right? And then, you know, when we've done that and when you've got the actions and you know kind of what you need to do next week, then we want to open the research paper daily planner, right? And it's in the materials section as well. It's called Daily Research Paper Planner, right? And basically, you know, in here, what you want to do is just follow the instructions here, but you put the date on the top and then put your tasks for today that you've identified, right? And your goals for today. And you want to do this the day before. So I like to do this at the end of the day. I'll spend like 10 minutes planning my day tomorrow, right? And this is really useful because then when I wake up and I go to my desk, then, well, I don't go to my desk after I wake up immediately, but you get what I'm saying, right? When I get to my desk, I look at the task and I look at my schedule. All this is filled in. I know what I'm doing. Well, I know exactly what I should be doing, right? And then I just get started. I'm not tempted to check emails or do whatever other unnecessary thing I should be doing. I'm just focusing on what I defined here and the actions that I should be doing, right? And then at the end of the day, you want to evaluate yourself, right? So did you achieve your goals? Yes or no? Right? What did you do well today? Like, for example, did you focus well today? Did your writing flow? Did you link your ideas well? What can you do better tomorrow, right? So, for example, can you focus better tomorrow? Can you, you know, can you avoid distractions better tomorrow? What is it that you can do better tomorrow? And then you can put some metrics here, like, you know, if you had a reading day, how many articles did you read? You know, how many words did you write? Hours of focus. And by focus, you know, I'm going to dive into it in the next week specifically, but I really mean focused work when you weren't distracted, right? So here, if you can put like 3 hours of focused work, like you're a ninja, you're an absolute ninja. Like most people can't even do 40 minutes a day of focused work because we're constantly distracted by other things, right? And then, you know, did you do any training, like, for example, these videos? And did you work on your mindset? And I will explain what I mean by that in the following week, so you don't have to worry about that right now. Okay? And you can either do it, you know, online, or you can just print it. Like, sometimes it's nice to have a printed journal like this, you know? You can add more pages to it and print it and have it on your desk, right? So that's the daily research planner. Now, you know, it's all well and good to have clear goals,
and know exactly what you need to do. The problem is actually doing it, right? And a lot of people fail at the actual doing and pursuing your goals. Because why? Well, it's our brain's desire for dopamine, right? And if you remember, like, most of our goals are difficult. They're not pleasurable in the short term. It's much more pleasant to to open your email or to check Facebook or to watch a YouTube video. Like, it's much more pleasant, right? So that's why pursuing goals can be difficult, right? So that's why in here I want to discuss like some research-based tools that will help you to pursue your goals, right? And I want to stress that like all of it is really based on peer-reviewed research, and and it's also based on practice. These are actually things that I've tried out over the last couple of years and I found work really, really well for me, but it's also evidence-based. So the first technique that you might have heard about is visualization, right? So you want to vividly imagine a future state, right? And picture like how you feel, what you see, how you look, where you are, and stuff like this, right? And we're gonna do that a little bit more when you design your new self in one of the following videos. But I want to introduce that concept here because it is really powerful, positive visualization. But it's only powerful if you actually take the time to really imagine that future state, right? If you just kind of think about it for 1 second and make it very vague, it's not going to work. You have to put some effort to it, but it's very, very helpful. And why do you want to do that? Well, really, it helps us to kind of anchor our goals, right? And we're not just thinking about them, but we actually see our goals, right? We see ourselves having achieved, our goals, right? And that's really helpful. Now, there are two types of visualization. There's positive visualization, right? And that's kind of like imagining the end goal, you've achieved it, and this is really effective when it comes to getting started to pursue your goals. But funnily enough, research shows that it's not very effective for long-term pursuing of the goal, right? What do I mean by that? Well, you should do some positive visualization if right now you're feeling stuck and you've just started and you've set your big goal and you want to get started on that journey to pursue it, right? Positive visualization is the key. Now, once you've been on this journey for a while, right, and maybe you've achieved some short-term goals, it's going to be more effective to do some negative visualization, right? And this basically means visualizing failure, right? And this is much better for maintaining day-to-day goal pursuit, right? And again, this is based on peer-reviewed research. And you basically want to imagine what's going to happen if you do not pursue your goal, right? Well, what is your life going to look like if you don't write that paper today, right? Because there's other things that you want to do and your brain is telling you to do other things. But picture what is going to happen in 5 months, 5 years from now if you do not pursue your goal, right? And this can help you day to day as you're struggling on a daily basis to motivate yourself. Negative visualization has actually been found to be very, very helpful in pursuing your goal. And then reward. You want to give yourself a treat when you achieve your goals, right? And carry out specific actions that are difficult for you. This is really important, right? It kind of gives you positive reinforcement and it makes it more fun, right? You can even set that reward in advance and work towards that reward. And it should be something, whatever it is rewarding for you. I don't know what reward you would like to get. So just set that, whatever will make you happy and give yourself that reward once you've achieved your goal. And this can also be short-term goals, right? Those little intermediate goals. Like if you set a weekly goal that, this week you're going to finish the methodology of your paper and you achieve it, well, give yourself a reward for it because you've done it. And I've prepared for you, a goal visualization worksheet that can help you as well with daily goal pursuit, right? So it's available in the materials section, right? It's called Goals Visualization Worksheet, right? And this will be really, really important to complete right now. So I'd like you to pause this video, right? And complete this, right? So we want to start with positive goal visualization because you're just at the beginning of your journey and maybe the goals that you've set are a little bit daunting and we need to get you started on that journey, right? And get you motivated, right? So you want to really write down a detailed description of your vision, right? In the present tense. So thinking as if like this is who you are right now. I mean, you're talking about your future self, but it's who you are right now. That's why we're using the present tense, right? And I've got some questions to kind of help you do that. Like, where are you? What do you see? What are you wearing? Are you alone or with other people? What are you doing? How are you feeling, right? What skills have you got, right? And who are you and what have you achieved, right? So that these are just some ideas. You don't have to follow them in this order, but the point is that you make it, you make it specific, right? And, you want to talk about your feelings, you want to talk about where you are, who you are, and so on, right? And this is a starting point. So I have pursued my goals on a daily basis, and now and then you write, who you are, right? And you want to spend maybe a paragraph on it. So like 100 words or something like this, right? And go and do it right now. Now, we also want to have some negative visualization, right? Because remember, negative visualization is much better for kind of day-to-day goal pursuit and motivating yourself on a daily basis, right? And I want to emphasize here that, it's not about kind of like beating yourself down and just like having a depressed vision of yourself. It's just about like realizing what the consequences of not taking action are for you, right? So if I don't take action today to pursue my goals, I will, right? And what will happen to you, right? Well, you won't write papers. You will get stuck in the same position that you've been in forever. You will probably not feel very happy with yourself and stuff like this, right? And you want to write it down. And whenever you get up in the morning and you kind of feel like, oh no, like I can't do it today, I'm just too tired, go and read this. Like, go and read what will happen if you don't pursue your goals today. And I guarantee that this will help motivate you. Okay, so you can go ahead and do this now and pause this video. Now, once we've done it, what we want to do is own our time, right? So we've got our goals, we know how to pursue our goals, we know how to motivate ourselves to pursue our goals. Now we want to own our time, basically, right? And everybody can own their own time, right? We kind of think sometimes maybe that we do, but actually we don't. We let other people kind of own our time. So the myth really is that, people think that like we have full control over their time. Like people think, well, but it is my time, like it is my schedule, I can control it. But the truth is that most of us do not control their own time and, are slaves to other people's schedules, right? It's kind of, we let other people schedule things for us in our time and, and we don't exercise our own control. We don't say no to things, right? And that's really the truth, unfortunately, right? So what happens is that, like we feel we are very busy, and maybe you are feeling right now, oh shit, I'm just super busy. Like I'm working like 50 hours a week. I'm working on the weekends. I'm just busy, right? But the thing is very often that we fill our schedules with these like useless or non-essential work activities, and that's why we feel we are busy, right? And we can't pursue our goals. But the truth is we aren't actually busy with what we should be busy with, and that's why we need to own our time. And, I don't have the time. It's an excuse we give ourselves for not doing what we should be doing, right? So people will often say, well, I don't have time to write papers. That's not true. It's just that, you don't own your time yet, and you haven't figured out your schedule, and you haven't figured out how to get rid of all those non-essential things that you've been doing, right? And we'll talk about kind of essentialism and stuff like this a little bit later in future videos. But, I don't have the time, it's just an excuse, right? We always have the time. We choose not to have time, right? And you can choose to have the time for the most important things in our life, right? And you should have time for that. You shouldn't have time for useless things or non-essential things, but for your number one priority, there should always be time, right? And making the time, you can own your time and can make time for your priority if you so wish, right? Anybody can do that, right? If you choose to do that. And first you have to realize that you actually can do this. And I really mean it, like you can. So, you might be thinking, okay, but like in the fall semester, like I have to teach and I have all these teaching duties, and then in the spring semester I have some more teaching and supervision and this and that, right? Well, and you might think that it's just impossible to change. Well, it isn't. It is possible. You might not be able to change it right now, but you can change it in the long term, right? To give you an example, in in his book Deep Work, Carl Newport talks about an example of a colleague, a researcher at the same department where Carl Newport works, and Carl observed that like this other researcher basically scheduled his work in such a way that all his classes were basically, or like 90% of all the teaching was done in one semester, and then the other semester was essentially devoted to writing papers, right? And and it's something that you can achieve. Like maybe you can't move all of your classes, but you can certainly schedule your time in such a way that you will find time for writing papers, right? Because if we have like 50% of classes in the fall, 50% in the spring, then you're going to be constantly very busy, right? So even things that seem kind of unmovable and unchangeable, they are. It's just a case of like setting priorities and working towards those priorities. And I've prepared a pinup for you as well to kind of remind you of it, right? And it's called Owning Your Time. It's available for you as a PDF to download in the materials section, right? So it's a PDF like this. So you don't have time because you haven't taken ownership of your schedule, right? If you don't plan your days yourself to benefit your goals, others will plan your days themselves with their own goals in mind. That just happens all the time, right? So you'll basically end up a puppet in other people's hands, mindlessly carrying out meaningless tasks and sacrificing your own goals to serve those of others, right? So what you need to do is start owning your time and take control of your schedule. You must make time for your goals by blocking your agenda and ruthlessly eliminating non-essential tasks, right? This is basically what you have to do. And if you ever feel like, oh, I don't have time, then print this and put it somewhere, on your desk, on your wall, to remind yourself that you do have time. You have full ownership of your schedule. You just need to figure out how to own it and what to do. So really, what we want to do right now is put it into practice, and the practice is to block our time in your Google or Outlook calendar or whatever other calendar you're using, right? And this is really, really important, right? And a simple story that illustrates this is, I was talking to a researcher one of these days, and she told me how, she hasn't been able to work on her paper in the last 3 months, I think it was. And I asked her why. Well, I had to supervise my student. So I had a PhD student, there was a master student and stuff like this, and it was really busy. I had to do some lab work and stuff like this. And there were a lot of meetings as well. It's like, okay, but did you ever schedule any time in your calendar for writing papers? And she was like, no, I didn't. It's like, well, that's probably the reason why you didn't write anything, because it wasn't in your schedule. Because if something is not in your schedule, well, what is going to happen? Well, your boss is going to suggest a meeting and just book it, right? A colleague is going to suggest a presentation and just book it in your calendar. And if your calendar is free, well, people are assuming that you're actually free. But you're not free. You should be using that time for something else, right? So, it's very simple. I don't know what calendar you're using. I use a Google Calendar, right? And and I set the schedule, right? So for example, in here, I've got 4 hours for giving feedback to students, and I'm always amazed when people, like when I hear from PhD students that the supervisor hasn't given them feedback in 3 weeks because they're very busy. Well, it's just that they haven't scheduled giving feedback. They just give feedback whenever they feel like it, right? It has to be part of your schedule. Otherwise, it just ain't gonna happen, right? And equally, you don't want to be giving feedback whenever students send you a text. That's crazy, right? You've got to have specific times when you do that, right? And you've got to have specific times when you're writing research papers. It's got to be in your agenda, right? And sometimes, this can, you can be flexible with it, right? So if there's something important, right, and, you need to follow up with someone or whatever, like you can be flexible with it sometimes, but overall, you don't want to be flexible with it. Overall, if Tuesday morning is, writing your papers, or Thursday afternoon is writing your papers, that's sacred time. That's like, as if your boss booked the most important meeting of the month with you. Like during that meeting, you're not going to take out your phone, are you? And it's the same here. You know, you're writing research papers at that time, and that's it. Like that's your most important thing, and you're going to do that, right? And you want to make it recurring, just like schedule it, right? As you can see here, you can schedule it. And then I've got some free time because, you know, I'm doing other things, non-research related, right? So people can book meetings with me for those times, right? But that's kind of how it works, right? So what I'd like you to do really right now is just to pause and put your calendar out, is a Google Outlook calendar, whatever, and start scheduling things and start looking at your schedule and see where you can put your research writing activities in that schedule. All right. So now let's get very practical to end this, this video. Our goal basically is to write your next paper in 42 days or less, right? So how are we going to do that? We talked about, like goals, goal pursuits, blocking your agenda and stuff like this. So, first, let's get rid of the myth. The myth is that writing a paper takes several months. It doesn't. You can write a submit a paper in a matter of weeks. Once you've analyzed your data and you've got everything, it takes weeks, right? When I sit down to write a paper, I can literally get it done in a week if I focus on it, right? And the key is focus here, right? So that's the truth, right? And the biggest mistake that people make is just that they just kind of put off the writing until they've read enough, until the data is in, until they've analyzed the data. Like there's always an excuse that people find for not writing, and this is not good, because the result of it is that writing becomes a dreaded and painful task, always done at the last minute, like which causes stress, and you have little time for revisions, which means that you submit things that are of poor quality, right? That's kind of the result of it. So what are we going to do instead? Well, you want to start early, right? So you can start writing the introduction, literature review, and methodology while you're waiting for your results, right? You don't have to wait for your results to, to start writing, You really don't. You have the aim of your research. You know what your methodology is because you already did it. So why not write those parts? Of course they might change slightly later on, but in my experience, they don't really change that much. I mean, you can change some sentences, but the overall flow is unlikely to change. So you want to start early, right? And you also want to deal with the perfectionist delusion, right? So remember, perfect doesn't exist. It's just in your head, right? Get your daily writing done, send it for feedback, and move on to the next writing task. Don't sit on a paragraph for days and days perfecting it. Like, it's never going to be perfect. Like, we're going to revise your paper, you're going to submit it, and then the reviewers will want changes, and then you will implement those changes, and then in the second round of reviews, they will want more changes. That's just kind of how it is. So, perfect is produced through a series of imperfections, basically, that get improved, right? So just aim for imperfect, good enough, get feedback on it, and then improve, and then move on, right? But you have to deal with the perfectionist delusion. And don't fall into the rabbit hole of reading, right? So what some people do, and it's kind of an excuse as well not to write, is that they just continue reading and reading and reading and reading, right? But you just need enough so you can draft out the intro or literature review. And sometimes if you're already an experienced researcher in your field, you might not even have to read that much to write the introduction or literature review. You already know it. It's in your head. We can fill in the gaps later on. There will be gaps, granted, Maybe you need to update the literature slightly. You need to find a specific piece of information. But the gist of it, you can probably write it right now from your head. And you should, So that's what I mean. Fill in the gaps later, So as you're writing, you can make a note of any gaps in knowledge you will need to fill in later. But you don't want to interrupt your writing flow. The worst thing that you can do is you're writing something and then you realize that, oh shit, I forgot which paper that was in. And then you're going to go and look for that paper. Because then you're going to waste half an hour. And by the time you've come back to your paper, to writing, you don't even know where you were, right? So you just want to continue writing. You can fill in the gaps later. Don't worry. Remember that perfect is a delusion. Perfect doesn't exist, right? Perfect is made of a series of imperfections. So, schedule blocks of time, right? Schedule blocks of 2-3 hours in your calendar when you'll focus only on writing, right? And block your calendar right now. Seriously, pause this video and block your calendar for writing right now. Whenever it suits you best. Is it the morning? Is it the afternoon? Is it 5 times a week? Is it twice a week? I don't know what your schedule is like, but you've got to schedule blocks of 2-3 hours in your calendar for writing. Why 2-3 hours? Because you want enough time so that you can get into the flow of writing. And then, if possible, make it regular, right? So things should happen at the same times, because then it's easier to do, right? So for example, every Tuesday and Thursday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., you can, for example, be writing, right? And then it becomes a habit. It's much easier to do it, right? Because, it's a routine, right? So try to make it regular. It might be impossible just right now because maybe your schedule is all over the place, but with time, you're aiming for this regularity. And then never multitask. Like, we're going to talk about that later when we talk about how to achieve laser-like focus. But if you've scheduled a writing block, don't read or check your emails at the same time. Schedule a different time block for that. Like, you should have one block a day for answering emails. One is plenty. Don't check your emails every hour, right? You don't need that. You're not, we're not CEOs of Microsoft or Google, right? We are just researchers. So, schedule like one time, let's say half an hour at the end of the day when you're going to answer emails. And if you're worried that people will hate you for that, just let people know. You can have an autoresponder as well, saying that, thanks for your message. I check my emails between 5 and 5:30 p.m. every day. I'll respond to you then. Thank you. And that's it, right? And people will know, and people will get used to it, right? So, what have we covered today? Well, we looked at why most people fail, right? And then I showed you how to set SMART goals, right? And we also defined your number one priority, and then we chunked this priority into goals, intermediate goals, and actions, right? And we also talked about how you can pursue goals effectively, and talked about some science-based tools, right? And then I showed you how to own your time as well, right? So now, what you need to do is just to do it, right? And remember that this is not something that is going to be fixed in one day or 1 week. You've got to do it over and over again for, the next 12 months. That's how you're going to get really, really good at it. But you have to do this, all right? So go ahead and get it done. And in this week, you're going to learn how to write the introduction and the literature review for your next research paper. And by the end of this week, you'll come out with these 2 sections written. So let's get started. And in this first video, we're going to talk about the overall structure and flow of the introduction. So I'm going to give you the sort of bird's eye view of how to write the introduction, how to structure it to maintain coherent flow. And then in the following videos, we're going to dive deeper into each of the separate sections and write everything out. But I think it's really important to first understand the overall structure and understand how this structure flows so that, you can start planning things and brainstorming ideas. And then, we'll get into the details in the following videos and you'll start writing out your introduction and the literature review. So what are we going to cover today? Well, first of all, we'll look at whether introduction and literature review should go together or whether they should be separate. And then we're also going to look at the overall structure of the introduction. And after that, we'll cover how to maintain coherent flow in the introduction. So in other words, how to tell a coherent story. And this is really, really important because, the introduction is the first piece of your paper that somebody is going to read. Well, maybe apart from the title and the abstract. So, it's the place where you set the scene for, the story that you will develop in the rest of the paper. So it's really, really important. And then, I'll also show you how to, brainstorm and map out your initial ideas so that, by the end of this video, you'll have your structure for your introduction and you'll have some initial ideas, which in the following videos, we're going to turn into a beautiful text. So let's get started with, an important question, and the question is whether the introduction and the literature review should be together as one section or they should be separate as 2 sections. So really, maybe you're not going to like that answer, but that's the truth. It just depends, right? It depends on the field and on that you're in and on the specific journal that you're targeting. So even within the same field, different journals might prefer different things, right? I've also noticed that there is difference between, a broad difference, let's say, between social and exact sciences. So typically, many social sciences tend to have a separate literature review, right, after the introduction, while exact sciences tend not to do this, right? And I'm using the word tend and typically because, as I said, things can vary even within the same field. So this is a broad generalization, but nevertheless, after, kind of reading hundreds of papers from different fields, this is a pattern that I've noticed. So, what do you need to do right now? Well, first of all, you need to clarify it for yourself in your field. You want to look at 3 to 5 papers from your field on a similar topic to check if the introduction and the literature review are 1 or 2 sections, and then you just want to follow that convention, all right? And you probably already right now might have a good idea because you've probably already read quite a lot of papers from your field, but do that just to check and to make sure. And if you're targeting a particular journal, a new journal that you haven't written for yet, then you also want to check with the guidelines of that journal and previous papers published there to see, how they've done the introduction and the literature review. So now, that we've got that question answered, let's look at the overall structure of the introduction. So the first thing that and maybe before, I go into the details here, let me just emphasize as well that this structure really is the same regardless of the type of paper you're writing. So whether you're writing an experimental paper, some sort of literature review paper, systematic or meta-analysis or so on, or whether you're writing a theoretical or a practical paper, this structure really is the same. And this structure is also really the same across almost all fields and disciplines and journals and so on. There are certain variations on this structure, and I'll point them out, and then we'll go into the details in the following videos. But really, this is a universal structure, right? It's kind of like, the bottom of the iceberg that is below the sea. It's like kind of 90% of the iceberg, and really, 90% of papers follow this structure. And then, what's on top, the top of the iceberg, the 10-15%, it's kind of like the icing on the cake. There are some slight variations here, but nevertheless, there is this underlying structure, right? So I wanted to emphasize that because I think it's important for you to have clarity on that like you can and should use this structure in your field as well. Now, the first element that like 90% of papers will use is the importance of the topic. So basically, here in that first paragraph, you want to answer the question why, this topic should be studied at all. Why should I care as the reader about your topic, right? And that's usually the first thing people do in an introduction. The second thing, which is optional, right, is definition of key concepts, right? So which concepts or terms does the reader need to understand before we can move forward to the research gap, the aim, and the rest of your paper, right? And this is optional. Not all papers do it. In some papers, what you will see that like the definition of the key concepts and the importance of the topic is in the same paragraph and the one and the same thing, right? That can also happen, and we're going to get into those details in the following video. Now, the third element, which is not optional, it's obligatory, it's overview of the literature. So, basically in here, you want to answer the question, what do we know thus far about this topic? And this is the key part of any introduction because it leads us to the research gap and it leads us to the aim of your study, right? It kind of paints the broader picture and sets the scene for the problem and the solution, which is the aim of your paper, right? Now, the next subsection is the research gap, right? So in this paragraph, you basically want to tell us, what do we still not know? What knowledge is lacking, right? What are some of the problems that your paper will solve? And typically, this is a separate paragraph, but sometimes it's kind of included as part of the literature review paragraphs. And then, of course, the aim of your study, so what are you going to do? Right, and this aim should of course be connected to the research gap and then should flow out of the literature review as well. And then we've got the main results and contributions, which is an optional element. So some researchers, after the aim of the study, they tell us like what results and contributions their study made, right? So this is typical in fields like, for example, economy. I've seen that a lot. So do take a look at papers in your field. And the reason for including this is basically, to straight away inform the reader why your paper is important. What novel contributions is your paper making? Of course, you will talk about them in the discussion and the conclusion section, but, it is also beneficial for the reader to know that straight up in the introduction. And the last element, which is also optional, is the structure of your paper, right? So basically, how will the rest of your paper be structured, right? And you just, in one paragraph, you present the organization of your paper, right? So that's kind of the basic structure of the introduction with some variation for the optional elements, right? So now what we want to do is prepare your own introduction blueprint, right? And I prepared a worksheet for you, and it's just called Introduction Blueprint, and it's available in the materials section above this video, right? So I'll open it right here. So it's Introduction Blueprint Worksheet, right? So the first thing that you want to do is check the average length of the introduction against similar papers in your field, right? And you might already have a good idea if you worked through week 1 of the program when we looked at the research paper blueprint, right? But now we just want to focus on the introduction, because the introductions are of various lengths, and I've given you the benchmarks here, so you're sort of aiming for like between 500 and 1000 words approximately, right? But it could be, it varies greatly, really, so you want to check in your field. Like I've seen introductions in medicine that are like 3 paragraphs, basically, like sort of like 500 words. And then there are introductions that I've seen that are more than 1000 words. So it really does depend on the field. And, you want to have the average length in your field here, so you know what you're aiming for, right? So do that first. And once you've done that, you want to look at the elements of the introduction that are listed in the table and compare them against the papers in your field, right? So in here, I've listed the elements that we've discussed, and I've also listed the suggested length in paragraphs or in sentences, right? And the purpose of each of the elements, which we have already discussed, so I'm not going to go over it again. But what you need to do basically is to go through introductions in your field and check which of the elements are present, right? So probably importance of the topic, brief literature review, research gap, and research aim will definitely be present. But what about the definition of key concepts, main results, structure of the paper? If it's not present, then just delete it from here, right? Delete the entire row, okay? And then you just delete it like this, right? So it's not here and you're not going to bother with it, right? And then what you also want to check is the length, right? And here I gave you the approximate length, right? But this can vary. So do take a look how long things are and adjust it, right? Whether it's 1 paragraph, 2 paragraphs, or so on, right? And also check if the elements are presented in the same order. They should be. 90% of the introductions will have exactly the same order, but do check that in your field, right? And the approximate length. So I already talked about the length in here, so adjust that, all right? So that's your task for now. You can pause the video and do it right now, and then we'll move on to the next aspect. Now, you also, you will have read introductions from your own field, but I've also prepared 2 models for you, and they're also available in the materials section. And the reason why I've prepared them is also to show you how, in different fields and different journals, people write the introduction and the literature review as well. So, I'd recommend taking a look at these models and also analyzing them. So we've got an introduction model in here, right? So this is from, neurosciences about Alzheimer's disease, right? And, I'm not going to go over it in a lot of detail, but you can very quickly see the elements that we've discussed. So we've got the definition of the topic, and really, these definitions in here, they also give us the importance of the topic, right? Then, we've got the literature review in here, right? About the previous meta-analysis and what has been done on the topic, right? And another paragraph of the literature review in here, right? And then in here with this although, that's very clear, the researcher introduces the research gap and the problems, right? And, further kind of tells us what has been done, right? Right? And then, there's more of a literature review in here. And then in here, we've got the research gap again, right? And then the aim. So you can notice like that the pattern is basically the same with some small variations, right? So, a researcher introduces a problem and then reviews the literature, how the literature has approached this problem, right? And then states the gap again in here, right? And then the aim is stated in the same paragraph as the research gap. And you will notice that there is no results in here, and there is no summary of the organization, right? But the overall pattern is the same. So that's one model. And then we've also got introduction and literature review model, right? The reason why I included it, this is a paper I co-wrote with a colleague of mine, and I'm including it not because I wrote it with a colleague, but because it follows a completely different pattern. Because in here you'll see that there's an introduction, but then there is a separate literature review section, right? So if you look at it, it still follows the same pattern, the introduction. It's just that it's much shorter, right? Because we review the literature later in much more detail. So we've got a definition of the topic and also the importance of the topic in here, right? It's again kind of one and the same thing, right? And then, we talk about the extensive research that has been done, but just very briefly. And then, we introduce the research gap in here, right? This is all the research gap, right? And then, we state the aim in here, right? So it's still exactly the same pattern. It's just that then we dive deeper into those different, aspects of the literature in a separate literature review section, right? And as we do that, we also point out the research gap, like little is known about, right? Less is known about the representation, right? And then again, we state the gap in here, and then we state the aim, right? So it's kind of the same, very similar pattern. So you can take a look at these two examples just to see how, how different researchers apply this pattern that we've talked about, and how, an introduction in literature review in one section or in two sections differ. All right, so let's talk now about the coherent flow in the introduction and how you can maintain it. So first of all, we always want to go from general to specific, right? That's why, we start with the importance of the topic, the definition, and then we move to more specific things like the literature on the topic and the research gap and the aim for your study, right? You can't first present the aim, right? You need to set the scene for it. And that's what makes a paper flow. Now, you also want to include all the elements in the typical order for your discipline, right? So if there is some slight variation in your discipline, then you want to follow it, right? Because if, most people in your discipline do it like that, then you also want to follow that pattern. And also paragraphing. So you want to start a new paragraph when moving to a new element of the introduction, right? So when you move from the literature review to the research gap, you want to start a new topic. Or when you move to, a different subtopic, you also want to start a new paragraph, right? And we'll see how this is done. I'm going to show you how this is done exactly in the models that I've shown you, right? But the last thing is to maintain logical links, right? So we talked about those logical links in day 4 of week 1, right? So we mentioned linking words, we mentioned relative clauses, words like this, that, another, and so on, right? So let's see how, just very briefly, how is this done? How do they maintain the logical flow in one of the examples that we've seen? So let's maybe look at this one from neurosciences. So, it follows the general to specific, right? Because first we've got the general topic of Alzheimer's. Then more specifically, we dive into like how Alzheimer has been studied, right? What sort of techniques have been used, right? And we talk about, the specific results that researchers have got. So it's general to specific. Everything flows like that, right? Each paragraph has a clear topic. So first we talk about Alzheimer's disease in general. Then we talk about 3 meta-analysis, right? About Alzheimer's disease, right? So when we move to a new topic, we start a new paragraph, right? In here, we're moving to another new topic, right? So cortical regions, right? And how they are activated, right? That's a new topic, so we start a new paragraph, right? That's kind of how it works. And, we also want to link ideas together, right? For better flow and, to help the reader understand. So, for example, this sentence says mild cognitive impairment is considered as da da da, and then we have previous studies have reported that persons with MCI, right? So this with MCI provides a clear link to the previous sentence, right? We've got 3 meta-analyses, and then in the meta-analysis of, right, this clearly repeats, the main topic and, allows to maintain coherent flow in here, basically, right? So that's how flow is maintained, and also linking words, right? So although, introducing contrast, right? And, also referring back to things like this group. Well, which one? The one that the writer has just mentioned, right? So you can also take a deeper look at this introduction and the other model, and also at any introductions that you have read recently. And basically, you can just highlight things and highlight how the writers here maintain coherent flow. And this analysis will really help you understand and become more aware of how you should maintain flow in your introduction, right? So it will be very, very beneficial for you. So you can do that right now, and pause the video and work through the flow of the model introductions or the introductions in your field. Now, we've got the overall structure of the organization, of the introduction, sorry, and you know how to maintain coherent flow in the introduction. So let's look at what the writing process will be like. So the first thing, is the overall structure. You want to be really clear on the typical structures, the elements, the length of the introduction that you need to follow. Because really, if you start building something without knowing like what's the end product and what the structure should be, then everything will collapse, and all your work will just go to the bin, basically. So it's really important to put this initial structure in place, which is what we've done in this video, right? But then really what we need to do is kind of to reverse engineer the process of writing the introduction. So I think it's really helpful to actually start at the end of the introduction with your aim, right? Because the aim really is, is the climax of the story that you're telling in the introduction. Is the culmination, is the like kind of the main point of the story that you're telling in the introduction. So you want to clarify that first, because if you know what your aim is, then it's easier to build the other aspects. And then I think, once you have the aim, you want to reverse engineer to the justification for your study. So, what is the missing link in the literature that prompted your study, basically? What is the reason for your study? We've got the aim, but like, why? Why are you doing what you're doing, right? And this, this needs to kind of paint the scene for introducing the main character, which is the aim of your study, right? And then from then, I think we can reverse engineer to, what has been done thus far. So if you know what is missing, you can then paint the picture of what the researchers have done. Well, what are some of the key studies, some key results of previous papers? And then finally, you can think more generally, like, why is this topic important at all? So you can ask yourself overall why anyone should care about this topic at all. Why is it important for the society, for your field? Why, right? So as you can see here, we kind of reverse engineering things in here, because as I said, I think it's really helpful to start to understand like who the main character of your story is. What is the climax, which is your aim? And then from that, it's much easier to build the other elements and maintain coherent flow. So now with that said, I'd like you to come back to the introduction blueprint that we used before and look at the My Notes and Ideas column just in here, right? So you will have deleted some of the elements from here if they are not used in your field. But now I'd like you to think, following this thought process that we went through, so clarify your research aim here, and then think, why do I have this research aim? And then what are some of the key studies that that show this missing link that I have here, right? And this gives you a really nice story, right? So we've got the main character, but why do we have the main character? What has been done that makes the main character go on the scene, right? And then why is this topic important at all, and that this can go in here, right? So you want to do that now, and feel free to share your ideas in the community with us if you want feedback on the collaboration calls. And then, if you're stuck, we can help you, right? So get down to work and write down some ideas and notes in here. And I'll see you in the following videos when we're going to write out your introduction. And in this video, we're going to talk about how you can introduce the topic and briefly review the literature in the introduction to your paper. So in the previous video, we mapped out the entire introduction and we brainstormed ideas, and now step by step we're going to fill in our structure so that by the end of the week you will have written the entire introduction. So let's get started. What are we going to cover today? Well, first of all, we're going to briefly look at the purpose of the introduction, and then we're going to look at how you can start the introduction and look at different manners that researchers use in order to start the introduction. And the start is very important because obviously that's where you've got the reader's attention and you can either keep it or lose it. And then we're going to look at how you can present the importance of the topic and define the key terms in the introduction, and then how you can briefly review the literature. So what is the purpose of the introduction? Well, first of all, you've got to explain the importance of the topic. So really you need to, right at the start, tell us like why we should care at all about your topic as readers, right? And this is also a very nice way to hook the reader and and show why the reader should continue reading your paper at all, right? And then it's also common practice to define the key terms, right? Introduction is the place to do this if it's a key concept that is needed to understand the rest of your paper. And the introduction also serves to kind of situate everything within the context, right? So before you tell us what you did, we need to know what has been done so far and how your study is different, right? And the introduction provides this context. And then it leads to the problem as well, right? So you can't, tell us what the problem is before you've situated it in the context, right? So, this review of the literature and the context really leads us to a gap or a problem, and also to highlighting how your study is different and novel. And really, the introduction hooks the reader, right? So you can make or not make or break a positive first impression, right? So our aim is that the reader, continues reading and the reader clearly understands like what's the contribution of your paper, why your paper is novel and everything. If you don't do that well in the introduction, then that kind of confusion or negative first impression will carry on through your paper, right? So the introduction is very, very important. So first of all, how do you start the introduction? Well, there are basically two ways in which you can do that, and in which most researchers typically do this. The first way is to highlight the importance of the topic. So basically, you want to tell us why the topic is important for your field or the society in general. And this is really good because straight away it kind of, hooks the reader, and the reader understands why they should be reading about this topic. Now, a second way that in some fields some researchers use is to define the key concept or concepts, right? So basically, this is good because it tells the reader straight away what the topic is, and such a definition can also help highlight the importance depending on how you state the definition. So imagine your paper was about the Alzheimer's disease, right? So you could start the paper by saying, Alzheimer's disease is a neurodegenerative disease which every year contributes to X number of deaths, right? So with this sentence, you're killing two birds with one stone. You're providing definition, but at the same time, within that definition, you're already telling us about the importance of the topic, right? So these are basically two ways in which you can start your introduction, right? So let's look at each of them in turn and in a little bit more detail, starting with the importance of the topic. So there are three ways in which you can state the importance of the topic, right? The first one is importance for the society. So you want to show how the topic is key for people or the world in general. And this specifically usually applies to, to certain topics in social sciences, environmental sciences, maybe economics, or things like that, like where the impact is rather far reaching for the rest of the society. Also medicine, so it's not going to apply to every single topic, but in a lot of disciplines, this can be a really good opening for the introduction. Now, the second way is importance for your discipline, and this can really apply to any field. It's not restricted to kind of topics that are important for the society or the world, right? Because in here, what you're showing is that this particular topic has, has already been studied in your discipline a lot and has been key, and researchers have been paying a lot of attention to this topic in recent years, right? So that's the second way of highlighting the importance. And the third way is to highlight the importance as a problem. So you can, basically frame the topic as a problem that needs solving. And this is an important problem, right? So it's kind of combined with the importance for the society, because it cannot just be like a problem that nobody is interested in. It's typically, a big problem that needs solving, right? And that has some sort of impact for many people or the world in general, right? So let's see how this is done in practice, and I'm going to show you a couple of examples, well, 3 examples, one for each type of importance, and then we'll look at it together, and then we'll brainstorm ideas for your own paper. So first of all, let's look at the importance of the topic for the world or the society in general, right? So you can see that this topic is about cancer here. This paper is about cancer, right? And, you can see that, straight away the writer says cancer is one of the major causes of death, right? And this, using the word major already highlights the importance of the topic, right? Another phrase is plays an important role in, right? So, they talk about, how many people are affected by cancer and so on. And then notice how, like, we get from general to something more specific, because this paper is not about cancer per se. It's more about, like, the therapies for cancer, right? So notice how this paragraph goes from general to specific, which is something that we've been discussing a lot, right? So that's the first way. Now, the second way is to show the importance of the topic for your discipline. So let's look at how this can be done. Right, so this paper is about teamwork in healthcare, right? And, straight away we've got the word importance. The importance of, is becoming increasingly apparent, right? That straight away highlights the importance of this topic for the discipline, right? Not for the world or the society in general, right? And, another phrase, it is crucial that. So these phrases are important because they tell the reader what is going on in this paragraph. They help you to highlight the importance, right? And the third way is to, is to frame the importance of the topic as a problem that needs solving, right? And in here we talk about the underrepresentation of women, right? In the engineering profession, right? So we have a problem, the underrepresentation of women. And then the writer, explains why this is a problem, right? That the skill shortage threatens the future of engineering profession and so on, right? So, again, it's more about the field that this researcher is in, not the world or society, maybe in general. And it's more presented as a problem that needs resolving. So these were some examples, and I would like now to focus on your topic and think about the importance of your topic, right? And brainstorm some ideas. So I've prepared for you writing the introduction worksheet, and it's available in the materials section for you to download. And I'm going to open it here on the screen, right? So right above this video, you have materials section, and then you can download this worksheet, writing the introduction worksheet, right? And what we're going to do is just look at this table and do exercise 1. So in here you've got the 3 types of importance of the topic that we've just discussed, right? And the 3 examples that we've just discussed. What I'd like you to do now is think about your topic and, choose one of these types of importance of the topic, choose one, and then brainstorm some ideas. Now, I don't mean that you have to write the whole paragraph. You can just write your ideas in here in bullet points and stuff like this, right? So you can pause the video right now and brainstorm some ideas. And don't worry if, if 2 of these 3 things don't apply to you. That's fine. But you should choose one which will apply to your topic and then try to list some ideas here. Now that you've done it, we can try to write it out. And in order to help you to write it, I've prepared a language cheat sheet, and it's also available in the materials section. It's called Language for Writing the Introduction cheat sheet, right? And I'm just going to open it here on the screen for you. Okay, so this is what it looks like, right? And in here, I've basically put the most common phrases for you for all the parts of the introduction. But for now, we're just going to focus, we're going to take it step by step and just focus on establishing the importance of the topic, right? And, I listed the 3 ways that we talked about and some useful phrases for each of those types of the importance of the topic, right? So now that you've got your ideas written in here, then take a look at the phrases and write 1 paragraph in which you're going to present the importance of the topic and use that language to help yourself so that, you don't have to struggle with the language, go off and look somewhere for the appropriate language. You've got everything that you need in here, right? So go ahead and do that now and write this part of the introduction. Now that you've written the importance of the topic, the next element is defining the key concepts, right? So there are basically 3 ways in which you could do this. So when do we want to define the key terms, right? You should define the concept or the term if, there are various definitions of it, right? Because if there are various definitions, then you need to clarify which one you're going to be using in your paper. You might also need to define it if the readers are, likely not to be familiar with the term or the concept. So if it's something that, your readers will know, then maybe you don't need defining it, right? And also, if it's key to understanding your argument in the introduction, then you definitely need to define it, right? So these are the 3 reasons why we would define it. And the 4th one is that, you could also define it to replace the importance of the topic. So like with the example of Alzheimer that I gave you, if the definition can also be the importance of the topic, then let's define the key term straight away to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Now, how are we going to define the key terms? There are basically 3 ways in which we're going to do this. First of all, we can do this with the importance, right? In the same paragraph, after we introduce its importance, right? Or maybe even kind of in 1 sentence, like the example that I've just given you, right? And we do this when the definition can be short. Like if you can define something in 1 or 2 sentences, then it's a good idea just to combine it in 1 paragraph with the importance of the topic. Now, the second way of doing it is in a separate paragraph, right? So let's say first you have a paragraph about the importance of the topic, and then you move to the definition of the key topic, the key term, right? And this is appropriate when, for example, maybe there are conflicting definitions, or like you need more space to define the key term, right? Because of its complexity, for example, as well, right? And the third way is to do it instead of the importance, right? So you just start the paper with the definition and you get straight to the point, right? So these are the 3 main ways in which you can define key terms. And, I want to look at them with practical examples as well, so you can see how this is done in different fields, right? So this is, a paragraph where we have the importance of the topic and the definition in the same paragraph. So let's take a look at it. So we've already read this paragraph. It's about the importance of teamwork, right? And the first sentence specifies the importance, right? But then, we define what teamwork actually means, right? It's an often used term and maybe defined as blah, 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 right? And then the following sentence, in healthcare, it is crucial that further presents the importance of the topic, right? So we're combining the 2 things in just 1 paragraph to be more concise. Now, the second way of, defining key terms is in a separate paragraph, right? And this is how this can be done. So this is about Alzheimer's disease, right? And, in here, we just defining, first of all, Alzheimer's disease, it's characterized by, right? And then we're also defining, another related concept, which is mild cognitive impairment, right? And again, notice how it goes from general to specific, because really this paper is not going to be about Alzheimer's disease overall. It's going to be about mild cognitive impairment, right? But we need to start with Alzheimer's disease and then go more specific. So again, it's general to specific. And the third way is, instead of the importance of the topic, right? And, this is done when kind of the definition also kind of serves as the importance of the topic, right? So we're kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone in here, right? And again, we've got phrases like is defined as, right? It refers to, right? And notice that, like, when we're defining this concept here, straight away we're framing this thing as a problem that will need to be resolved, right? So it's kind of the importance of the topic as well at the same time. So now that you've seen how this is done in other papers, let's look at our writing the introduction worksheet, right? So we've done the first table, right? And you've written the importance of the topic, but now we want to think whether it's necessary for you at all to define the key concepts or terms. So ask yourself, which terms will I be using throughout that might require an immediate definition? And are there any key concepts whose definition I need to start right away to clarify any potential ambiguity? So if the answer to any of these two questions is yes, then you should proceed and write out a definition, right? So you then want to decide how you're going to do it, right? Are you going to combine it with the importance in one paragraph? Are you going to do it in a separate paragraph after the importance of the topic? Or are you going to do it instead of the importance of the topic, right? So you need to choose one of the three ways and then write your definition in here in this column, right? And I prepared for you, the language cheat sheet. And if you scroll down, you've got phrases for defining key concepts, like this approach refers to, is frequently referred to, can be defined as, and so on, right? So pause this video right now and choose how you're going to define your topic, your key terms, and then define them in here. All right, so at this stage, you're kind of, I'd say like 30% into your introduction, and we get into another important element now, which is briefly reviewing the literature, right? So first of all, how long should this be? Well, the length is sort of between 1 to 3 paragraphs, but you really want to check with papers in your discipline. And it also depends whether you're going to have a separate literature review section, because if you do have a separate literature review section, then of course the review of the literature in here, in the introduction, should be shorter, right? But it can also really depend on the field. So as I said, I've seen fields like, in some medical papers, the literature review is like 1 paragraph and that's it. In other fields, it tends to be a little bit more extensive, even in the introduction, right? Now, why do we want to do this? Well, this really provides the context for your study. It sets the scene for the story. It sets the scene for the appearance of the main character of the story, which is the aim of your paper, right? So it's very, very important. How are we going to do this? First of all, you want to take your research aim and from it derive 2-3 key themes that you need to discuss, right? So if you're not sure kind of like which literature you should discuss or which papers, it always comes back to the aim of your study, right? That's where we go. And I'm going to show you more specifically how to do this in a second, right? And then you want to organize the themes from general to specific, ultimately leading to the research gap and to the aim of your study. So remember, like the whole purpose of this brief literature review is in the end to show what is missing, i.e. the gap, and to let the main character enter, which is the aim of your study, right? And then, you want to focus on one main theme in one paragraph and go from general to specific. So don't kind of have like 3 different main themes in one paragraph, because that's going to be confusing, right? You want to focus on just one and develop it from general to specific. And I kind of pointed it out in some of the paragraphs that we've seen thus far in this video. And you always want to keep the research gap and aim in mind, right? When you're reviewing the literature, right? Because the literature is supposed to help you highlight the novelty of your research. So that's what you need to keep in mind when reviewing the literature. And a good way to look at it is, general to specific, but I call it the inverted pyramid structure, right? And it's easier to remember like this if you just kind of imagine an inverted pyramid just flipped on its head, right? And this is how it works in the introduction. So we start with the importance of the topic. That's the most general, right? And the definition of key terms. Then we go more specific, and we've got literature theme 1 and then literature theme 2, right? The first theme has to be a little bit more general than the second theme, which has to be more specific. And if you've got a third theme, then it's got to be even more specific. And then we state the research gap or the problem, which is even more specific. And then enters the main character, so the pyramid apex, the top of the pyramid, and that's the aim of your study. So you're always going in that direction, right? That's where you want to be going all the time. So let's put this into practice, right? And come back to our writing the introduction worksheet, right? And now, we've got exercise 5 here, right? We want to define the main themes, right? So, remember that the main themes need to be really based on the pyramid apex, right? So on the aim of your study, right? That's where you're going with the whole literature review, right? So to give you an example, in here, in this paper, the pyramid apex was, processing induced changes in food proteins and forming amyloids during boiling of hen egg white, right? What are the 3 themes that would need to be discussed here? If I just look at this topic, well, one theme is common food processing methods for amyloid formation, right? Because in general, I talk about processing changes in food proteins, right? Then, I want to talk about heating of egg whites, right? Because that's also my topic. And I want to talk about amyloid formation as well, right? And notice how, I group these topics from general to specific, right? I can't straight away start with amyloid formation when heating egg whites. That's just like too specific, right? That's almost the aim of the study, right? So we want to start more general than that, right? So now what you should do is in here in the last row, copy and paste the aim of your study and try to derive like between 1 and 3 key themes for the literature that you will need to discuss, and try to put them, from general to specific. Now, once you've done it, you want to brainstorm 2 or 3 sub-themes for each of the main theme, right? So, if we talk about common food processing methods for amyloid formation, like, well, what would be some of those food processing methods that you would need to discuss? Like 1 or 2 common ones that you would need to list here, right? And the same for other topics that you've listed here, and you want to, 1 is not enough. 3 is probably maximum that you need to talk about. So these are kind of more specific ideas related to the main theme that you've identified. Now that you've got it, organizing kind of the rest of the literature review will be really easy, because paragraph 1 in your brief literature review in the introduction will be the main theme number 1, right? The most general theme for the literature review. And paragraph number 2 will be the second one, paragraph number 3 the third one, right? And then here you could just copy and paste your sub-themes and then try to organize these sub-themes again from general to specific, right? So the main theme is like the pyramid apex. That's kind of the main point of this whole paragraph, and you want to organize these sub-themes so that they lead to this main point, right? So you can go ahead and do that now, right? If you've done the previous exercises, you can just copy the main theme, copy the sub-themes, and think how to organize the sub-themes, right? And now that you've got it, right, you can start just writing out these paragraphs. And I've prepared, a lot of useful language for you in here for reviewing the literature review on the same cheat sheet that we've already looked at, right? So you can take a look at it and then write out the 3 or 2 paragraphs of the literature review in your introduction that you've brainstormed in here, right? And if you want feedback on them, you can of course post them in the community. You can come to the collaboration calls, if you get stuck or if you want feedback, and and I'll help you there. And for that, for now, that's it. And in the following video, we're going to look at the research gap, and we're going to look at stating the aim of your study. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about highlighting the gap and presenting the aim of your study. So at this stage, you've written more than 50% really of your introduction, maybe like even 70%, right? We've written the importance of the topic, defined any key concepts if it was necessary, and we've reviewed the literature, which leads us to really to the main point of the introduction. And that's where, the main character of your story is going to enter the stage. So let's see how this is done. What are we going to cover today? Well, this will be a very short video. We're going to cover 2 main things. First of all, we're going to look at 4 ways of highlighting the research gap. And then number 2, we're going to look at how you can state the aim and importantly link it back to the gap so that the story sort of closes logically in the introduction. So let's look at the first thing, highlighting the research gap. So there are basically 4 types of research gap, right? The first one is lack of or insufficient research. So basically, not enough or no studies have been conducted on a particular, in a particular region, on a particular method, material, or group of people. Maybe there's a lack of studies on a specific subtopic, or maybe there's insufficient research using a specific method, approach, or tool. Right? So in here, basically, we're talking about a lack of or insufficient research. Usually it's, insufficient research. Now, the second research gap can be controversy in your field or a lack of understanding, right? So in here, even though studies have been conducted, the results of these studies are conflicting or researchers disagree about a particular issue. And that's where you're going to enter the stage and solve this disagreement. The third one is limitations of previous studies, right? So all research has problems, limitations, and if you can identify them and then link your aim to those problems, well, then you've got a really good story there. And the last way to present the research gap is to specify a problem that needs resolving, right? So this usually refers to like specific real-world issues that need solving and haven't been solved yet, right? Ideally, you want more than one type of research gap to justify your study, right? So if possible, try to have more than one. Now, this is in theory, but let's look at how this is done in practice, right? So let's look at lack of research on a specific aspect of the topic in here, right? So remember that there are different types of lack of research. I'm not going to go through all of them, right? But I'll show you one, which is lack of research on a specific aspect of the main topic. So let's look at this paragraph, right? And what we have here is to the best of our knowledge. So this is a nice phrase to kind of be cautious, right? Because if you just say like there are no studies on this, well, maybe there are. It's like to the best of your knowledge, there aren't at the moment, right? So this is a very common phrase. And it talks about like how processing intensity has not yet been included as a variable, right? So this specific aspect of the topic has not been done yet. And also, studies so far have been focused on something different, right? Rather than what we are going to do, right? So this specific aspect of the topic, insufficient research has been conducted on. So that's one example. And this is an example of a research gap that is a controversy in the field or a lack of understanding. How does the writer express it? Well, through a phrase like little is known about, right? So straight away, we are saying that we are not sure yet about something, right? And then the writer says it is not clear whether, right? So these two phrases clearly indicate that there is a lack of understanding at the moment. Now, the third type of a research gap is limitations of previous studies. So let's see how this is done. So in here, we have a very small sample, right? That's a first limitation. And then we've got, another limitation, right? Previous research does not explain why, right? So that's another limitation of previous research. And it does not generate specific recommendations to something, right? Now, the last type of research gap is specific problem that needs solving. Let's look at an example, right? So in here, first of all, the writer introduces a method, right? And then in the second sentence, they say, however, this method is unpractical. And then they give a reason why this method is impractical. And then furthermore, they introduce, another potential method, right? While it is in principle possible, but this while straight away indicates that there's going to be a problem with this method, right? This one also remains unpractical, right? And then the writer explains why it's impractical. And then they introduce another technique, right? And then they say that this other technique also, has a problem. It suffers from low production, right? So the gap in here is in terms of like problems with that needs resolving. These are real world problems, not so much, problems with previous studies, but problems with like, technology or things that are used in real world to solve problems, and they don't work as well as we would like them to. So hence, we're going to propose a different method that might work better. So now, that you understand how the research gap works, let's look back at our writing the introduction worksheet, which we've looked at also in the previous videos, and I've included it in the materials section above this video. So let me just pull it up on the screen here for you. So you should have done all this, right? You've got the literature as well, right? Now what we're going to do is the research gap. So basically, you should have a good idea of the research gap from week 1 of the program, because that's where we talked about your research topic and we've specified the research gap, right? So you could basically just copy and paste it here below. Now, if you haven't done that, then you'll have to do that now. And basically, what you need to do is pick an appropriate research gap which fits kind of with your topic, and then write your notes here. So of course it will be impossible to have all of these research gaps for one topic. That's not the purpose. If possible, try to have more than one. So try to have 2, right? Or maybe 2 types of one research gap, right? And write your notes here. Don't worry about writing full sentences here. It's just kind of notes and ideas, right? Now, once you've done this, then we want to look at the language cheat sheet that I've already shared with you previously, right? And in that language cheat sheet, you have some useful language for writing the introduction. And we need to scroll down. So we've got the literature review, right? And here we've got language for rationale and main aims, right? So we've got identifying lack of research, right? So that's the first type of a research gap. And you've got a lot of phrases for it. A lack of understanding, right? And again, a lot of phrases, right? So take a look at these phrases, right? And then what you want to do in here is write out the research gap in one paragraph, right? And use the phrases from here so that you don't make mistakes, right? And so that you don't have to search for the language and you're just more efficient with your writing. All right, and do that right now, and then we're going to move on to stating the aim. So now that you've got the research gap written out, well, that's when it's time for your main character to enter the story, right? And that's where you're going to wrap up the story of the introduction before we move on to the methodology, right? And this is stating the aim of your paper. Now, there are 3 ways in which you can state the aim of your paper. First of all, and probably that's the most common way of stating the aim, is just a sentence. So it's always something like this paper aims to, or the objective of this paper is, the aim of this paper is to, something like that, right? And that's probably 90% of all papers in all disciplines will use that. Now, another way is to have research questions, right? And in some disciplines that might be common, although to be honest, I haven't really seen it that much in research papers. Now, the third way is a hypothesis, and this is also much less common than a statement of aim, but it is nevertheless seen in some fields. I've especially noticed this to be very common in economics, right? And a hypothesis is something like, it is predicted that, or it is hypothesized that, something along those lines, right? Now, you just want to choose one of the 3, right? So a mistake that I see some people make is that they have an aim, then they have a research question, and they have a hypothesis. They kind of have all 3, but you don't need all 3 because each of them basically serves the same purpose. They're exactly the same thing. It's just that they are written in a different way, right? So what you want to do is observe how researchers in your field typically state the aim, and then you just want to follow that convention. So if researchers in your field typically use a hypothesis in the papers, then you want to use the same. And then importantly, you want to link the gap, right? You want to link the aim, to the research gap. There's got to be a logical connection, right? If there is, and that connection, of course, is in terms of the topics that have been discussed in the research gap and now come to the surface again in your aim. But the connection can also be made visible through linking words like as a result, therefore. So let's look at how this is done in practice, right? So in here, you've got the aim as a statement, right? The aims of the study were to, and we state basically the aim in one sentence. We can also do that as research questions, but as I said, probably not very common in research papers, but maybe you'll find it in your field. So do check. Now, notice that in here, usually the first sentence, right, is a general aim, like this study aims to, And then more specifically, and we give the research questions, right, in here. And also notice at the very beginning of this sentence how we have bearing this in mind. So this clearly links to the research gap. And now the third one is presenting the aim as not as research questions, sorry, but as a hypothesis. How do we do that? Well, right in here you've got the hypothesis being put forward is that, right? We state the hypothesis. And then in the second sentence, we've got a second hypothesis, right? The barrier role is hypothesized to be da-da-da, right? So that's how you can do this as a hypothesis. Now, as I mentioned, it's important to refer back to the gap. You don't always have to do this. If you look here, it's not really done here in any obvious way. Of course, the topics of the hypothesis, are clearly connected to the gap, right? But there is no kind of word or phrase that will link back to the gap. So you don't always need to do this, but I think it's good practice. It just further consolidates the coherence of your story. So how can we do this? Well, we could simply use a word like therefore, right? Therefore, the purpose of this study was to, right? And then we just state the aim, right? And there are many other linking words like consequently, or phrases like bearing this in mind, taking this into account, and so on to refer back to the gap. So let's look back at our writing the introduction worksheet. And so you've got the research gap written out here. Now let's look at the aim. So, the first thing to decide is how you're going to express the aim, as a statement, as a research question, or as a hypothesis. So you want to check with papers in your field and then write your aim in here, right? And I've also given you some useful phrases, right, for writing the aim in here, right, as a statement or as a hypothesis. So I've given you phrases, and then you've got phrases for linking the aim to the research gap as well. So at this stage, really, you've basically got almost a complete introduction to your paper. Now, in some cases, it might be appropriate to state the main results and the main contribution and the structure as well of your introduction. This might not be the case for you. If this is not the case for you, then basically you're done here. And what you want to do is skip the following video and move on to the checklist as well for writing the introduction before you submit it. So the checklist is available in the following lecture in the materials section, and you can download it there to revise your introduction before you submit it for feedback. And you can submit it for feedback through the community. You can also come to the collaboration calls and speak to me there and ask me any questions, right? And for those of you who need to still present the results and the contribution or summarize the organization of your introduction, we're going to do that in the following video. So I'll see you there. And if you got to this point, well, congratulations, because you're almost finished with your introduction. And in this part, we're going to wrap up your introduction and get it ready and finished. So let's get started. What are we going to look at today? First of all, I'll show you how to present the main results and contributions in the introduction, which is an optional element that some researchers include. And then I'll show you how to outline the structure of the paper, which again, it's an optional element that some researchers include. And then importantly, we're going to look at how to check for coherent flow, and I'll give you your introduction checklist, right? So basically, if you do not present the main results and contributions and you do not present the structure of the paper, what I would really recommend that you do is that you skip to the last part of this video where I talk about the introduction checklist and how to use it to check that you're maintaining coherent flow. This will be really, really useful for you, right? And if you are presenting the main results and the structure in the introduction, well then let's dive right in together and I'll show you how to do that. So the overall structure of the introduction, just as a quick reminder, right? We've got the importance of the topic at the very beginning. We've got the definition of the key concepts, right? Then we have the overview of the literature, the research gap, the aim of your study, and this is what you've done so far. Now, optionally, you can present the main results and contributions, right? Basically, what are your key findings and how do they contribute to the literature, or how do they contribute in practice, right? And this is in some fields, journals, kind of really good to present, really useful for the reader, because straight away the reader knows kind of why your paper is important and what's the novelty of your paper. And the structure of your paper is also an optional element, right? It basically shows how the paper is structured. So let's look at these last two optional elements in more detail. So let's look at how to present the main results and contributions. So when do you want to write it? Well, it will be easiest to write really at the end, once you have written the results, discussion, and conclusion of your paper, right? If you've got it very clear in your mind, you could also write it now, and then come back to it afterwards. But really, it's probably easiest to write at the end. Now, what is the purpose? It's really to get the reader's attention right from the start, by highlighting your key contribution, and your key results and so on. The length is typically just one paragraph. So like most things in the introduction section, it's just one paragraph. And when it comes to the grammar, you typically used past simple. So like we found or we showed. But sometimes present simple is also used. And this typically happens, I've noticed, in economics, for example, right? In most other fields, people used past simple in here because, it's the results you got in the past, right? And what do you need to present? Well, basically the key findings and the contribution. Potentially, you might want to present the method if the method was important or the key to obtaining those results, right? And you could also think about any vital implications of the results, practical, theoretical implications of those results, right? This is, a mixture of these three things is what people typically present in that paragraph. So, this was probably a little bit theoretical. So let's just look at a practical example in here, right? So this is an example from the Journal of Monetary Economics, right? And it's the paragraph where they present the results in the introduction section. It's at the end of the introduction, right? So you can see in here that they use the present tense, and straight away at the very beginning, they say what they found. What's the main result? We find that, da-da-da, right? And then they further explain it, like due to, right? And then they talk about the practical implication, like this policy forces all adjustments, da-da-da, right? Now, they also kind of remind us like what they did, a little bit of the method. So we also analyze something, right? And, and then in the last sentence, they state the second main results, right? So in here, in this paragraph, what we see, like two key things is like the use of present tense. And number two, we also see that they really focus on the results of the paper. There isn't much about like practical implications of the results, for example, or there isn't much about the method, right? Now, on the other hand, if we look at this paragraph, right, this is more from like food scientists, and the journal is Biomacromolecules, right? Again, it starts with, we here show, right? So, that's the results. And again, notice the present tense, right? We here show that, right? And then, they talk about the methods, right? So like fibrillary structures were extracted from, right? Probably because, it's important, the method is important to understand the results as well, right? And, again, the key contribution is stated, like we successfully used something. So it's kind of the methodology, but also the key contribution, right? And were indisputably identified as. So in here we see like, a mixture of the key results and the methods used to obtain those results, right? And that's something that you could do in that paragraph. Now, in some cases, right, people also present key implications apart from the results, right? This is from the Journal of Structural Geology, so a different field, right? So, they say what was analyzed, and then they say like, why these areas are basically important, right? Or what in practice are important for, right? Developing geometric understanding, right? And the topic has significant importance for, right? So in here, what the writer shows is like, the results that we're going to get, or the results that we got, excuse me, are very useful. They're important in practice, right? They've got like practical implications for a lot of people. And it's important to tell the reader that to keep them interested and help them understand why they should read the paper, right? Similarly, in the lesson, the specific lessons learned have broader impact for, right? So in here we have a, more of a focus on practical implications rather than the results per se. And that's something that you could do, at the end of your introduction. So now let's look at two things. So first of all, our writing the introduction worksheet, which, you've been working on for the last couple of lessons, and I put it in the materials section right above this video, but you should already have a copy filled in, right? Because we've done most of it already, right? So I'll just scroll down. This should all be filled in because you will have done it in the previous days, right? And we're now on point 11, right? So presenting results and contributions, right? So the three things that we can present is key result, how you obtained it, and the importance of the result, the contribution, or the implications of that result, right? And I've got an example here for you, which you have seen, right? These fibrils were indisputably identified as amyloid fibrils, right? And then we've got how we obtain those results as well. There is no importance of this topic or that there's no implications of it in here, right? So it doesn't mean that you have to fill in all three columns. Sometimes it won't be possible, right? So what I'd like you to do now is to fill in this table with your key result. So you will definitely have to list the key result. That's for sure. Now you can decide whether the method was the key. If the method was important, then you can list it here. And, if the result has important implications, contributions, and things like that, then list it here. And again, don't worry about writing, coherent sentences. You can just list ideas in here, right? Now, when it comes to writing, I prepared for you the language for writing the introduction cheat sheet, which we were working through, right? I don't know why this doesn't open for me. It's also in the materials section, right? So you can download it there again. And I've prepared some language for you that I think will be useful, right? So if we scroll down, highlighting the main contribution, right? So you've got some really good phrases here that can help you do this, right? So now you've got your ideas, you've got the language that you will be using. So in here, I left some space for you to write your paragraph or just write it in your introduction document. And then once you finish it, you can, give it to us for feedback or come to the collaboration call and we'll help you out. Right. Now you've presented the results. So the last optional element is to present the structure of the paper. Again, this is something that, some researchers do, others don't. You will have analyzed papers in your disciplines to know whether you should do it, whether it's appropriate or not. So let's talk about it in a little bit more detail. Again, when to write, really it's easiest to do at the end, once you have written the whole paper. I mean, you can do it now as well, because you probably know what the rest of the paper will be like, but it's easiest to do at the end. The purpose is to help, of course, the reader understand the organization, right? And the length is typically one paragraph. And the tense that we use is present simple, right? Most of the time. Sometimes maybe you will see will, so like, the second section will focus on, but most of the time, 99% of the time, is just present simple. So the second section presents blah, 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 right? So in here, I've got a paragraph for you, right, with the structure of the paper. And let's look at it together very quickly. So it comes from the same paper from structural geology that we've already seen, right? So it does seem that in geology, geosciences, they do like to present the organization, right? And it starts with, very simply, this paper is organized as follows, right? And then step by step in each sentence, they basically talk about one section. We outline the model in section 2. In section 3, we derive something. In section 4, we present the key results, right? And, we use numerical methods to characterize in section 5, right? So, and then, are given in section 7. So notice that it's very, very simple, right? And that's how it should be written. It's brief, it's to the point. Don't give people too much detail. Be concise. Use, maximum 1 sentence for each section, and that's it, right? And it should go from the first to the last section. Now, in the language cheat sheet, you will have useful phrases for this, presenting the organization of the paper, right? So for the overall organization and step by step what is discussed in each section, right? And I've given you the phrases in here, so you can just use these. And as I said, present simple is used most of the time. So now, really, the last thing that you have to do is write that paragraph that presents the structure. And this should really take you just a couple of minutes, if you use these phrases. And even if you haven't finished your paper, give it a go right now, because you probably know, you've already planned your paper, you know what's going to go into the sections, that you'll have the methodology and you'll present the main results and so on, right? So give it a go right now. And if you need feedback, come to the Q&A calls and the community, and I'll be very happy to give you some more feedback on it. Now that's, at this stage, you've written the entire introduction. But before you kind of give it to other people for feedback, I think it's really important to develop your own feedback skills, right? Because the whole goal of us being here together is that you become a completely independent academic writer, independent researcher who is able to do all of this on their own and, never needs to ask people in the future for help. That's our whole goal. And in order to achieve that goal, apart from slowly gaining the writing skills, you also need to be able to notice your own mistakes and then correct those mistakes. So that's why I prepared a checklist for you in here that I would like you to use, right now before you send the introduction for feedback. Now, what kind of things do you need to check for yourself before you give it to anybody else? First of all, you need to check the content, right? So you need to make sure that you included all necessary elements and that your introduction provides clear context for the rest of your story, right? So the content needs to be right. And, you're the expert in the content, so you should know best. But you can also try to connect with other members of the group who might be in the same field as you are, and you can brainstorm the content with them as well. Or, of course, you can ask me, and I'll be very happy to brainstorm that with you. Now, you need to check the flow as well. So you need to revise the structure to ensure that the development is logical and that you are maintaining logical links between ideas, right? And, we talked a lot about it in this module, but we also talked about it in week 1, right? And so you can refer to the pinup that I gave you there, maintaining flow and telling a coherent story, because that pinup explains further, how to do this. And I shared this pinup with you in week 1. And then you want to check the language, right? So you want to ensure that you've used the correct vocabulary. So use the language cheat sheet that I've given you. It's there for you to help you to avoid mistakes, right? And you want to check grammar, that you've used correct grammar. How are you going to do that? Well, I've prepared an introduction grammar cheat sheet for you, right? And it's a PDF document, and I included it in the materials section just above this video, right? And let's just very quickly go over it to explain what you're looking for, right? So there are basically, 3 tenses that you're going to be using: present perfect, present simple, and past simple, right? And that's 99.9% of all academic writing is that. And really 90% is either present simple or past simple, right? That's how simple grammar is here, right? When you present the importance of the topic, you will use the present tense, in phrases like, something plays a key role, something is relevant to, when you're talking about things that are generally true, right, overall. And then you will use present perfect to talk about how much research has been done on a topic. So like when you're highlighting the importance of the topic in your field. What is present perfect? Well, it's things like have paid, have been conducted, right? So you don't have to remember the name. It's just this tense where you have, and then the third form or the past participle of the verb, right? So these are the 2 tenses you want to use in the importance of the topic. So when you're revising it, right, and proofreading your text, pay attention to that. Now, when you're defining key terms, right, you're going to use present simple, right? So X is typically defined as. Past simple will only be used if you're referring to a specific time in the past when something was defined, like X was first defined as, right? And then when you're reviewing the literature, you're going to use different tenses. So you can use present perfect to talk about work that started in the past and has continued until now, right? Or was done recently. For example, several studies have shown that, right? Another common phrase is more recent research has found that. So with words like recent or recently, we often use present perfect. But that's about it. This is the only situation. Now, much more commonly, you're going to be using present simple, past simple, sorry. So you're going to be talking about like what a specific study showed or found or how it was conducted, right? So you found that. They used a novel approach, right? And then you can use present simple to talk about theories, arguments, suggestions, and things that are generally true. Like this theory posits that. Gonzalez argues that, it's his argument. This suggests that, these compounds are typically derived from R, right? Now, when it comes to presenting the main results, sometimes, present simple is used in some fields to present the results, as you've seen in the examples that I showed you, right? But you want to check what people do in your field. But it would be basically, we showed that, we find, so on. Definitely, present simple is used to talk about the implications and contributions, like these results suggest, the findings highlight, right? And then past simple is used most commonly to present results. We found, we observed, right? To present the main results, present simple is used most commonly. This paper is organized as follows. Section 3 shows, and then sometimes will be used instead. Results will be presented. Don't mix the two. Choose one and use it, right? Don't mix present simple with will. So that's the grammar, right? And you want to use it to check your grammar. But now let's look at the entire introduction checklist, right? And it's a Word document. It's available in the materials section right above this video, and it's called Introduction Checklist, right? So before sending your introduction for feedback to anyone to assess, you've got to assess the quality yourself and correct it, right? That's obligatory, because that's the only way that you're going to start becoming an independent writer. That's the only way that, you can improve if you start paying attention to your own mistakes. So I've divided it into content, coherent flow, and language, right? These are the main things you want to be looking at. So first things first, check that it's approximately 1,000 words, so that it fits the word limit that you identified, in day 1 of week 3. Check that, you don't include obvious claims that everybody knows widely, right? You don't want to have stuff like that. That's kind of redundant, right? Check that you've identified the research gap and showed why your study is necessary. That's crucial. Is the aim of your paper stated clearly? And is the aim logically connected to the research gap? Now, did you repeat any ideas? Are you concise in your paper? Check that, Sometimes people have a tendency to say the same thing twice using different words. Don't do that. You don't have space for that. Is your literature review critical, argumentative, rather than just descriptive? Check that, right? What you also want to check is coherent flow. What I mean by that, first of all, you want to check if you've included all the typical elements in the correct order. That's kind of the basic thing, right? Now, you want to check your paragraphs. Is your paragraph about one idea or about many ideas? It should be just about one idea, right? And that main idea is got to be in the first sentence. Check it. Check if you've developed your paragraphs from general to specific. That's the usual way to develop them. It's not the only way, but that's how they should be usually, right? Are there clear connections between your ideas in paragraphs? Like different types of connections? And remember, we discussed them in week 1, so you can go back there to revise. Do you have connections between paragraphs, right? And, is the literature review clearly connected to the research gap? And then finally, the language. Have you used the correct tenses throughout? Look at the grammar cheat sheet that you've got here. And then, have you used the phrases from the useful language cheat sheet? So this cheat sheet. If you haven't, then do and correct, right? So that's your last task for now. Check it, and then once you've checked it and you want feedback from someone, post your text in the community and say that you're looking for feedback in exchange for giving feedback to someone else. This is really beneficial because it helps you to develop as well your feedback skills. Or you can, of course, come to the collaboration calls and get feedback from me as well. Hello everybody and welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about writing the literature review. So this is going to be really useful if you've got a separate literature review section in your paper, or if you're writing a systematic review or a meta-analysis. This is going to be really useful, but it's also going to give you a lot of clarity on how to review the literature in the introduction as well, because the same principles that we're going to discuss here for a separate literature review section will apply as well to reviewing the literature briefly in the introduction, right? So even if you don't have a separate literature review section, I'd still recommend that you watch this video and you apply these principles to your brief literature review in the introduction. So let's get started and let's see how this is done. So what are we going to cover today? Well, first of all, we're going to kind of map out your literature review and start with, the overall structure and the skeleton. And then I'm going to show you how to identify the pyramid apex. So you might remember from the previous video that, we often follow the kind of inverted pyramid structure, right? And we're always trying to go to the pyramid apex, to your main point. That's why it's really important to know that main point up front so that you can structure everything appropriately. And I'll then show you as well how to maintain a coherent story in the literature review, and how to avoid waffling, and how to develop a clear argument and be critical in the literature review. And then we're also going to talk about how to synthesize information from various sources to avoid being descriptive, and again, develop better a clear argument and be critical. And we're going to end by, showing how to further develop a coherent story by varying the pattern of referencing, right? So a lot of the second part of the video will be related to telling a coherent story throughout the literature review, which is something that, I know a lot of people struggle with, and very often, reviewers in journal want that. They want a coherent story. So let's dive right in and let's get started with mapping out the main topics for your literature review. So, where do we start with this? Well, you will generate your topics based really on your main aim, on the research gap that you've identified, and your knowledge of the field, right? Because, everything is going towards the main character of your story, which is, the main aim of your story, right? So anything that you say in the literature review has to provide, set the scene for the main character to be able to enter. That's why, we're basing everything on the main aim and the research gap. And, what we're going to try to do is list 2 or 3 main topics that you will need to address in your literature review. And these 2-3 main topics will become the subsections or paragraphs in your literature review section. I'm saying subsections or paragraphs because it really depends on the length of your literature review section in the paper. If it's fairly long, then you might want to include separate subsections, right? But if it's shorter, then these main topics will become paragraphs. And then we're going to, list specific subtopics. So, under each broad topic, we're going to brainstorm 3 to 5 subtopics that are relevant. And these will either become your paragraphs or in the subsections, or they'll become basically the sentences in your paragraphs, right? So the way we're going to do this is we're going to use the literature review organizer, which is available in the materials section right above this video. And I'm going to pull it up here on screen for you. So it's a Word document. It's called Literature Review Organizer Worksheet, right? And how are we going to start? Well, first of all, you need to copy the research aim and your research gap or gaps, right? And you can just copy them here so you have them clear on this organizer worksheet, and you don't have to go and look somewhere else, right? Now, as I said in the literature review section, just like in the introduction, right? You need to set the scene for the main character. So you need to set the scene for the gap and the aim, right? So based on the research aim and the research gaps, you need to derive approximately 3 themes. Again, this will depend on the length of your literature review, but 3 is kind of a good number. Probably 2 is just not enough. and like 5 might be too many to cover them in depth. So 3, on average is kind of a good number to look at, right? And at the moment we're looking at the main themes, right? So we're not yet diving into the detail of each of those themes, but we want to have 3, right? So to give you an example, if the topic of one of my recent papers was the representation of native and non-native speakers among plenary speakers at conferences for English language teachers, right? So a couple of topics that I need to address here. Well, overall, I need to talk about the representation of native and non-native speakers in English language teaching, in different jobs and things like that in English language teaching. Well, then I need to talk about conferences and how, why conferences are important, right? And then more specifically, I need to talk about plenary talks at conferences and, whether there is equal representation of men, women, different races, those kind of things, right? So these would be my main themes. So you can pause the video and identify your 3 main themes. Once you've got the main themes, right, what we're going to do next is look at, the pyramid apex, right? So you might remember the concept of the inverted pyramid, that we're always trying to go from general to specific, right? And that pyramid apex is our main character of the story, right? It's the main point that we're trying to make, right? And everything that we say in each paragraph or in each section kind of goes towards a certain main point, the pyramid apex. So we go from general to specific, right? But we always want to keep the apex in mind before we start, right? Because really the rest of the inverted pyramid balances on the apex. So if we get the apex wrong, the pyramid will fall over. So, you really need to know, like, what is the main point of this paragraph? What is the main point of this section? Where am I trying to go? What is the pyramid apex of this paragraph? What is the pyramid apex of this subsection, right? Otherwise, your structure will just fall into pieces. And it's kind of like knowing the destination, right? So before you set off on any journey, right, you need to first know where you're going, right? And then when you know what's the destination, you can figure out how to get there. So it's a good analogy to think about, right? You need to know the main point that you're trying to make before you structure everything. Because if you're not clear about the destination of the pyramid apex, you can't build anything and you can't get anywhere because you will get, off track. And a good trick to do that is the, so what question, right? So, whenever you're writing something, like you finish writing a paragraph or you finish writing a subsection, you want to ask yourself, so what, right? What am I trying to tell the reader here? What is the main takeaway message in here, right? Ask yourself that. I often ask myself that when I read my own paragraphs or, my clients' paragraphs, and, I ask myself, so what? Like, what is the point here anyway, right? So if we come back to our literature review organizer worksheet, right, we want to ask ourselves, like, for these 3 themes, like, what is the main goal with this section or paragraph, right? What am I trying to tell the reader? What should be the main takeaway message? Like, what is the so what at the end of each section or at the end of each paragraph, right? So we're trying to identify the destination, So like if I'm going to talk about, with coming back to my example of the representation of native and non-native speakers at conferences for English language teachers, like, if I'm talking about other studies on plenary speakers at conferences, what is the point that I'm trying to make? Well, the point that I'm trying to make is that there is a lot of discrimination on, in terms of gender, in terms of race, first language, and so on, in different disciplines, right? That's the main point that I'm trying to make throughout, right? That will be my pyramid apex. And I need to keep it in mind while I'm writing it, because otherwise it's just going to end as a description of everything. And we don't want to be descriptive, right? So what you can do is, you can put your main themes here and then think like, well, what is the main point that I'm trying to make, right? What is the pyramid apex? What is the destination for each of these themes? What am I trying to show the reader in here, right? And you can put it here. Right, now that you know the pyramid apex, you know the destination, like the next thing that you can do is you can start thinking about an appropriate structure. And there are different ways in which you can structure the literature review, overall, in which you can structure each subsection or each paragraph of the literature review. And this all depends kind of on what is your main point, right? What the pyramid apex is. So first of all, we can structure the literature chronologically, right? So basically from the oldest to the newest, right? When do we use it? Well, we use it if the main point that you're trying to make is to, for example, show historical development of an idea, right? That's when it makes sense. So you see, that's why you need to understand what point you're trying to make to the reader. Because if you're trying to to show the reader how something has developed over the years, well, then you need to structure things chronologically. And this could be in a paragraph or in an entire section, right? Now, you can also structure things by author, domain, theory, a particular approach or something like this, right? And, you want to use this when there are, for example, your main point is to show that there are varying theories or approaches to something, and that they are maybe contradictory, or they are overall still unclear, right? So if that's your pyramid apex, then, well, it makes a lot of sense to organize things by author, domain, theory, right? And then, of course, we can just organize things from general to specific, right? And this really is probably the most common way of organizing things, and the easiest one, right? And the one you'll see most often. It's just general to specific. It's the inverted pyramid. So let's look at how this is done in practice, right? So first of all, chronologically, right? So you can notice here, how we go from the oldest to the newest, right? So we talk about how something was introduced initially, right? And then, later, and then linguists who followed, right? So it's all chronological, and it continues like that later on in the following paragraphs. We can also, kind of organize it by author, domain, or theory. So here's an example from geology, right? So, first we start with a topic sentence that introduces that there are different authors who have kind of different ideas, right? And then we talk about, the initial models, right? Then we talk about some parallel approaches, so like similar approaches, right? We talk about generally the goal of these studies, and then we talk about the specific study and what they did, right? And then we in the last sentence the authors talk about a different study, right? So this whole thing is kind of organized in terms of like different approaches that different authors used to study a specific topic. It's not really from general to specific, it's not really chronological, right? And this kind of makes sense if you, for example, want to point out that all these different approaches are faulty, right? And they are limited, and then suggest a different approach, right? And of course, we can have the inverted pyramid as well. So here's an example from medicine, right? And you can see how it starts with the general statement, the topic of this paragraph. Then we talk about a specific framework developed in Canada, right? Which includes this identity called the collaborator. Then more specifically, we talked about who the collaborator is. And then more specifically, we talk about, other countries that have adopted this, this framework, right? So it's general to specific. It's the inverted pyramid. Now, that you've got your main themes, right? And you've got, where you're going, your destination, the pyramid apex. You can think about which type of organization might be the most appropriate. Are you going to organize things chronologically by author, domain, theory, or as an inverted pyramid, right? And you can put the type of organization here. Don't worry if, it can change afterwards, but it's good to kind of think for yourself before you start writing, like how to best organize, that particular theme, bearing in mind your destination and the pyramid apex, right? Now, Once you've done it, right, we can brainstorm some sub-themes, right? So we've got your main themes, right? You've listed them here. Now, what are some subtopics that you need to discuss for that main theme? And you also want to think about the pyramid apex, right? So you want to keep in mind your destination, right? And think, what are the necessary topics for me to get to that destination, right? Because there's almost an infinite number of sub-themes that you could discuss and an infinite number of examples that you could give. But that's not the point. The point is for you to get to the destination, to get to the pyramid apex, right? So you want to list some sub-themes that will help you to get to that destination, right? And don't worry about, listing them in a specific order. Just brainstorm the sub-themes that help you to get to the pyramid apex. And then you can copy and paste them here for each of the themes, right? And then once you've got them and you've got your type of organization, well, then you can just rearrange the themes in the logical order that will help you to get to the pyramid apex, right? So then you can pause the video again and then organize the themes. So if you chose a chronological order, then of course you need to put them from the oldest to the newest, right? So at this point, you should have a really good idea of the structure of your literature review, right? But now we've got to start writing it. And before you start writing it, I want to talk about, how to be more critical and how to avoid waffling, right? And waffles are amazing if you're in Belgium. So maybe if you're in Belgium, you can waffle all you like. But in general, when we're writing papers, we want to avoid waffling because waffles have a lot of calories. They're delicious, but they're just basically empty calories, right? Whereas in a research paper, we need to be lean and mean, right? You don't have many words in a research paper. You can't stuff your research paper with empty calories. You need to stuff your literature review with relevant points, right? So we need to avoid waffling and just writing for the sake of writing, right? We want to be concise, argumentative, and avoid being descriptive. So how are we going to do this? Well, first of all, waffling is basically just speaking or writing at length in a vague and lengthy manner that fails to get to the point, right? So waffling is just being descriptive, right? You just kind of write things, but it's not clear where you're going. The pyramid apex isn't clear. It's just not clear what point you're trying to make. And there are just too many words, too many examples, too many sub-themes, and it's not really getting to the destination, right? Why do you want to avoid it? Well, as I said, it's just high in calories, i.e. words, but waffles are low in nutrients, i.e. arguments. And in a research paper, you don't have space. So you need to limit the calories and you need to maximize the nutrients, right? Now, how do we avoid it? Well, you need to be argumentative and critical. So you need to review the literature that supports a clear point with a clear overarching purpose or goal in mind, right? That's why, we've been trying to organize things, always thinking about the destination or the pyramid apex, right? And when you do that, you can be much more argumentative and critical, right? And you also want to think about the so what question that I've already mentioned, like your main point towards which everything else is leading and on which the inverted pyramid balances, right? So let me give you a couple of examples in here. So one example of waffling that is very common is describing how or where a study was conducted, when the focus of that paragraph is on the results. So for example, saying something like, you conduct a case study analysis in China. Like, this is just waffling because, I'm not interested where the study was conducted. I'm interested in what you found in this case study, right? Now, of course, if you were making a specific point about where most studies have been located, to, let's say, point out that there is a geographical research gap, then fair enough, you can talk about the place of the study, right? But otherwise, we're not really interested in the methodology or where a study was conducted. We're interested in the results because the results help us to get to the point where we're going, right? You also want to avoid describing what the researcher did and not what they found, right? So Gonzalez discussed wide bias in hiring practices. Okay, like we probably already know this because we know that your paper is about white bias in hiring practices, right? You stated that in the aim. We know that this is what you're talking about, so it's just irrelevant and it's just waffling to tell us again that Gonzalez studied it. I mean, if Gonzalez didn't study it, you wouldn't be including this study in your paragraph, right? So you want to avoid stuff like this. You want to avoid describing the main topic of a book or a paper rather than a specific and relevant message. So for example, something like Kaczmarek provides a comprehensive account of grounded theory that covers its definition and typical applications. Like, what's the point? What are you trying to tell me here? Like, what I'm interested in is what specifically Kaczmarek thinks about grounded theory, right? Do they think it's a good approach? It's a bad approach? Maybe it has a specific advantage that's relevant to the main point you're trying to make? But a sentence like this is just waffling, right? It's just being descriptive. It's full of calories, but there are no nutrients in here, right? That there is no message in this sentence at all. And the last way of waffling is just lacking a well-defined pyramid apex and just going nowhere, basically. And let me show you that with a whole paragraph, because it's really much easier to show on a whole paragraph. So take a look at this paragraph, right? And, I read it and my main question would be like, okay, but so what? Like you've described certain things, but what point are you trying to make? What are you trying to tell me here? For now, it's just a description of things, right? But there's no pyramid apex. There's no argument. There is no destination in here, right? So that's the last example of waffling. Now, how can we avoid waffling and be more argumentative, right? How can we avoid those empty calories and get more nutrients, right? So the first one, of course, is being argumentative, right? So you need succinct presentation, right? So you want to cut out all information that is purely descriptive and that does not advance the argument, right? Get rid of that. You want to make sure that the information is relevant, right? So present information that supports your main point, the pyramid apex, right? So as an example, if your focus is to critique the previously used methodologies, don't present the results. And vice versa. If your focus is to present like what has been done thus far on the topic and the results, don't present the methodology because it's pointless, right? And you need clear direction, right? Always going towards the predefined pyramid apex, always going towards your main point. And you also need a defined position, right? You need to present a clear position and support it with the literature. Of course, this doesn't mean like saying I argue or we argue or something like this. Presenting a clear position just means that there is a clear main idea, a clear main argument, right? That you support it, that you support throughout. Right, how do we do that? Well, you've already seen this paragraph, and now notice the last sentence, right? Bearing this in mind, it is argued here that blah, 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 right? So in here, that last sentence clearly gives us the main point. Without this last sentence, the previous sentences are just a description of stuff, but we don't know where this is going, right? Now we know because of the last sentence. Now, you can also avoid waffling by being critical, right? So you can acknowledge the limitations of previous research. You can defend your position by presenting valid counter-arguments, right? For example, so first of all, in the first sentence, the writer presents, a counter-argument, right? And then, we present our own argument, basically. Right? And while this might be, right, this kind of introduces the contrast in here, right? Now, you can also present the opposing point of view and critique it, right? How do we do that? Sorry. Right? So, the first sentence kind of presents what other researchers do, right? And then the second sentence explains why this approach is valid. And then, we present a counter argument, which probably is the main point that we are trying to make. So notice that, like I have an argument in mind, right? And I have a pyramid apex. And the way that I get to it is that I first present an opposing point of view, right? And I explain why this opposing point of view might be valid. And then I criticize it and I show what's wrong with it, right? That's how you can be critical in your literature review. So I've also prepared for you a pinup, and it's also available in the resources section right above this video. It's called Avoiding Waffling pinup, and it's a PDF document that you can download to remind yourself of what you should be doing when you're writing the literature review, right? So one of the key things in a literature review is avoiding waffling or being descriptive, right? So you need to present a clear argument throughout, right? Keep the pyramid apex in mind and present only relevant points that are taking you towards it. And critically analyze previous studies pointing out the limitations, right? And acknowledge differing points of view, but maintain a clear and well-reasoned position, right? So don't fall into the trap that you will just acknowledge all the different points of view and you will describe the different points of view. That's waffling, right? You need to have a well-reasoned and clear position, right? And you get to that position by presenting relevant arguments and differing points of view, but you're always going towards your well-reasoned position. Now, another thing that is very, very important in the literature review is to summarize from various sources, right? So let's just very quickly look at this paragraph and pause the video and see if you can notice what is the problem with the content and referencing in this paragraph. So, the big problem here is that, there are no references apart from the last sentence. So we really don't know where all this information comes from. And, just basing things on just one reference, doesn't really show that you have read widely, right? And it's very easy to disprove things if you just base them on one reference. So that's why we want to synthesize information from various sources, right? So there are a couple of reasons why we need to do this. Well, first of all, it helps us to show that you are aware of the breadth of the literature, right? And since you have little space and you need to be concise, you want to sum up years or decades of research, sometimes in like 1 or 2 sentences, right? Also, if you synthesize from various sources, you will add validity to your points because, if 3-5 researchers found the same thing, well, then it's very likely to be true, right? And it makes your point much more valid. And it increases your objectivity because, again, if you base things on various researchers' points of view, sometimes differing points of view, it just makes your text more objective. And it makes things more concise because if in one sentence you're summarizing or synthesizing information from like 3 or 5 different sources, then you just need one sentence to do it, right? Rather than 5 sentences. And then it also helps you to develop a critical argument and avoid waffling because if you in every sentence you kind of refer to one study, or even worse, if each paragraph is about one study, then there's going to be a lot of waffling in it and it's going to be really descriptive as well. And in order to develop a critical argument, you need to give us evidence, right? And you need to be concise when giving that evidence. And the best way to do this is to synthesize information from various sources. So here's an example, right? So notice how, it starts with a clear topic sentence, right? And then, we've got an introduction of various different references, right? And notice how each sentence has more than one reference, right? And this is really what you're aiming for, that, in a space of just like 2 sentences, you're reviewing really decades of research on a particular topic. You're making things more concise as a result. You're making things more valid and your point more valid as well. So this is synthesizing information is very, very important. Now, when you do this, we often use the tense present perfect, right? And this is basically has or have plus participle or the third form of the verb. Example, several studies have dealt with meringues or similar systems, right? We use it basically to sum up years or decades of research, connecting the past with the present. Usually with phrases like several studies since 2010, in recent decades, right? That's when you want to use this tense. Now, to give you another example that is slightly different. Now, in here we're summarizing, synthesizing information from various sources using present simple, right? Scholars recognize now, right? Davis points out that, right? Is assigned, so we're not using present perfect here. Nevertheless, we are still synthesizing information from various sources, right? So we're using present simple here, right? For example, Davis points out that. And the difference here is that what we're doing is we are presenting facts, we are presenting arguments, we are presenting theories, or sometimes it can be used to present results from the literature, right? But the difference is that present perfect is used to kind of, connect the past and the present, right? Now, to clarify this further, I prepared for you reporting verbs grammar cheat sheet, right? So that you can familiarize yourself with correct grammar used in the literature review. And it's also in the materials section. It's a PDF document, right? Which you can download, right? And the three main tenses that we're going to be using is present simple, past simple, present perfect, right? And, I gave a more explanation here, so I won't go into details right now. You can read it yourself, right? But what's also important is, how you use particular verbs, right? And there are basically three types of verbs, right? So one type of verb, like cast doubt on something, it can only be followed by a noun or a noun phrase. So like the problem of, right? I cannot say, participants cast doubt on the problem is bad. I cannot have a sentence after it. But with other verbs like argued, I need to use a sentence, often with that, right? Argued that greater attention should be paid to, right? So this is the second category, and there aren't many verbs here. And then the last category is verbs that can be followed both by either a noun phrase or a sentence, right? So this is something as well that you can take a look at and refer to as you're writing your literature review to avoid mistakes, all right? Now, the last element that I want to talk about is something that I call pattern variation. So a mistake that I've noticed a lot of early career researchers make is that, they kind of start every sentence in a paragraph with a reference, right? So they'll say like, you found that. And then they'll say, Gonzalez observed a difference between. And then they'll say, Kaczmarek showed that, right? But this makes it very difficult to have any sort of structured and coherent story. It makes it very difficult to link ideas together. Why? Because you might remember from week 1 about telling a coherent story is that, kind of every following sentence needs to provide a coherent link to the previous sentence. But if every sentence starts with the name of the author, then it's just almost impossible to do that, right? And there are different types of kind of organization that you want to follow that I've shown you here, right? And you will have different points and arguments that you're trying to make. That's why you need to vary your pattern of references to emphasize different things so that you're telling a coherent story. Well, let me show you how that works in practice, right? So we already said that, we vary how we refer to the literature and what structures and vocabulary we use to do so. And we use it to avoid repetition and maintain a more coherent flow, right? How do we do it? Well, we want to use a variety of specific reporting verbs, right? Because each of those verbs, and I show them to you in the reporting verbs cheat sheet, right? They have a specific meaning that helps us to convey a specific message, right? And you want to change between, putting references at the beginning and at the end of the sentences. And you definitely want to avoid a situation where most sentences start with a reference. And you want to emphasize different points, right? So you could emphasize the action, like what the researchers observed. You could emphasize the researcher who did the action. You could emphasize the study or the time that something took place. Again, depending on the main point that you're trying to make. So let's look at a couple of examples. For example, emphasizing the researcher. So in here, what we have is we put emphasis on different researchers, right? Because our point is to show that what difference that there have been several studies and several researchers who have dealt with this point, right? That's why we kind of starting the sentences with the researcher. But this wouldn't make any sense if we were trying to, for example, show the main result maybe, right? Then we want to emphasize the result rather than the researcher. Now, emphasizing the topic, right? So notice that, in here, we're trying to focus on the aim, right? Or what the studies did. So we don't put the researchers at the front anymore, right? We talk about the topics, right? So we talk about quality of meringues, constituents, right? Foam forming ability, microstructure, right? We talk about the topics, not the researchers, right? We can also emphasize the investigation or the time, right? So we can say, in a classic study, this, puts the emphasis on the study itself, right? Or we can emphasize the time. And the way to do this is to put the time at the front of the sentence, right? 10 years later, right? Or lastly, we can say more recently. So you can also see that here we have a chronological order, right, of things. And notice that, as with the previous examples, we emphasize what makes most sense for our organization and pyramid apex. So, a main point in here is to show the development of a particular idea, right? So that's why we organize things chronologically, and that's why in every sentence we kind of emphasize the time when something happened, right? And I prepared for you what I called a literature review pattern variation cheat sheet, right? And it's also available in the resources, in the materials section, right above this video. And it's a PDF that you can download. And here, I showed you how you can emphasize different things depending on what you're trying to say, right? And you've got a lot of useful phrases in here and a lot of useful verbs. So this will be, handy. Keep it printed or open on your screen when you're writing the literature review. And always keep the pyramid apex in mind and your main point to decide what you should emphasize. And as I said, avoid a situation where every sentence starts with a researcher, because you don't always want to emphasize the researcher. Sometimes the time is more important when you're showing chronological development. Often the topic is more important, right? Or maybe something about the investigation, right?
Now, if you're wondering how to get all these materials that I'm showing you on the screen, you just need to go to our free research paper mastery community. The link is in the description. You will see this page here. You click on join the group, you fill in your details, and you create your account there completely for free. Once you're inside, you head to the classroom in here, and you're going to see all the materials divided into weeks. And you will see all the videos here, and below in the resources, you can download all the materials that I've been showing you here on the screen.
And welcome back. And in this video, we're going to look specifically at how to write the methodology in a review paper. So if you're writing either a systematic review or a meta-analysis, this video will be really useful because it will show you step by step how to structure the methodology section in that type of a paper. It will give you all the language that you need, and by the end of it you will have drafted your methodology section. So let's dive right in and let's see what we're going to cover today. So first of all, we're going to talk about how to structure the methodology section in a systematic review or a meta-analysis, and I will give you all the elements in the order that they typically come and also show you some examples. And then, we're going to dive in deeper into each of the typical elements. So we're going to start with how to present the literature search, and then how to describe the inclusion and exclusion criteria. And then finally, we're going to talk about outlining the data analysis techniques, show you how to structure it, give you some examples, and show you some useful language so that you're ready to go and you can do this yourself. And then we're also going to look at how to use correct grammar and how to correct your text as well, so that you can polish it yourself and then send it to feedback to improve it further. So let's get started and let's talk about the overall structure of the methodology section in a review paper. So you might be wondering, would it be different if I'm writing a systematic review or a meta-analysis? It won't be different. The structure is practically the same. I mean, the content will be slightly different, right? But the way you structure the methodology section is exactly the same, whether it's a systematic review or a meta-analysis, and regardless which sort of methodology you follow to do either of the two, the structure of the text will always be the same, right? So this is good news. So what is that structure? Well, first of all, you need to present the literature search. In other words, you need to tell us, which databases you used, which keywords you used, and how you use them in your search. So it's kind of, the tools that you used and the procedures, right? Kind of if you remember back to one of the previous videos about methodology of a research paper, right? Now, the second element, and they come in the order that I'm showing them to you here, is inclusion and exclusion criteria. Right? So you need to tell us how you included or how you excluded studies in the literature, right? Which criteria you use to decide that this study will be included in my paper and this study will not be included in my analysis. And then, you need to give us an overview of the final sample, right? So you need to give us, like, obviously the number, but then you might give us some more in-depth characteristics of that final sample of literature that you analyzed. And we're going to dive in deeper into that later on in this video. But, to give you an example, you might want to give the years of publication, or maybe the methodology that those studies used, whatever seems relevant to your research question, right? But some background information on the studied sample. And then finally, you present how you analyzed the data that you got, or how you analyze the papers that you found, right? So that's the data analysis, and that's the last element of the methodology section, right? So this is the structure. And the length is approximately 500 words. So it's typically much shorter than, in an empirical research paper. The reason for that is that there is much less to say in here, right? And it's, it's the same for any study that you do that uses literature, right? So 500 words, so you can kind of more or less see that probably, each element in here will be like 1 or 2 paragraphs approximately, right? 1 or 2 paragraphs for literature search, 1 or 2 for inclusion-exclusion criteria, 1 or 2 for the studied sampled, and 1 or 2 for the data analysis, depending how much information you've got on each of them, right? So that's the structure. And notice again that it goes from general to specific, right? As everything that we've discussed so far, right? The literature search is kind of the most general thing, and you need to tell us first about the literature search and how it was conducted before you can tell us, how you included or excluded studies from that you got from that search, and then more specifically, the studied sample, and then how you analyzed it. So it's all general to specific, right? So that principle that we discussed, the inverted pyramid, is everywhere. Right, so let's dive into the first element, the literature search, and how do we actually present it. So first of all, you need to specify which databases you used, and you can justify your choice as well. It's not always necessary to justify your choice, but for example, if you decided to use one database and not another common database, then you might need to say why you use that particular database and not another one that is also available. What is the advantage of using that specific database that made you choose it, right? So it might be a good idea sometimes to justify your choice. You want to present the exact keywords that you used, right? And the exact strings of keywords and how specifically they were used. And then you want to present any general search criteria, any basic search criteria that you used initially, right? So in here, we don't mean like later on specific inclusion and exclusion criteria, but there can be any, general basic criteria that you use right at the very start, like years of publication, right? So maybe right at the very start in your first searches, you limited everything to, the last 10 years or something like that. And this is especially useful if then, you've got like really specific inclusion and exclusion criteria later on that dive like much deeper into the type of study. Then you want to present some basic search criteria right at the very beginning when you're talking about the literature search. And if you performed any additional searches, then you want to present them here, right? What is an additional search? Well, sometimes what people do is, after they've searched the databases and they've gotten like some papers, then they look at the reference lists of those papers and scan them to see if there are additional references that the initial search missed and that should be included, or at least evaluated for inclusion, right? So if that's something that you did, you also need to present that in this section of the methodology. And at the end, you want to specify the number of publications that you obtained, right? So that's the kind of the initial number, not the final one that you got after all the inclusion and exclusion criteria, but just the initial one. After doing this search using these keywords on these databases, we obtained 1,542 publications or something like that, right? So give us that initial number at the end of the section as well. So let's look at an example here. So this example comes from a meta-analysis, right, in neuroscience, and we've read parts of this article in other videos, right? So notice again the two phrases to give us purpose, which we discussed when we were talking about the methodology of, research papers, right? So why did you do this search? Well, to identify pertinent articles, right? So that's very common. And then we've got a list of the databases, right? And again, notice the passive voice and past tense were performed, right? And we've got the initial criteria as well, published between January 1990 and 2014. So the initial search criteria are already mentioned, right? And, also some basic inclusion. So like in-press articles were also included. And, they further present how the search was conducted, that in fact there were two searches, right? And they were conducted separately. And in here, you can notice that they use we, right? So as I said, it doesn't mean that you always have to use the passive voice, right? But you often do. And in some fields, you can use we as well. And then in the last part, they present the search terms, right? So this is how it's structured. Now, I prepared a useful language cheat sheet for you, which is available in the materials section. And it's called Methodology in a Review Paper Useful Language cheat sheet, right? And it looks like this. It's a PDF document. And in here, you've got all the useful language that you might need, right? So it's a few pages, yeah, right? So we're talking at the moment, about the sample, really. So presenting the search criteria, right? These are some very common phrases for the search criteria. And these are some very common phrases for the search procedure, right? So you might, describe the purpose of a procedure, right? Describe the sequence of steps as well in here. So, when you're presenting now the literature search, keep this open, right? So you can write faster and write more accurately and maybe print it out as well for yourself. Right, so we've got the language search, now database search, sorry. Now let's look at the inclusion and exclusion criteria and how to present them, right? Because probably initially you've got like thousands of papers, right, from those databases. So now we need to apply some inclusion and exclusion criteria to limit a sample, right? And, the exact criteria will really depend on your study and your field. But here are some examples, right? So very often we include or exclude by publication type or years of publication, right? These are like sometimes even included as basic search criteria, right? So not even inclusion or exclusion per se, but it's just like a basic search criteria that we include right at the beginning. But then, we also want to have some more in-depth inclusion or exclusion criteria. Like, for example, sometimes people include or exclude studies by the sample, right? So they only want, a sample bigger than, let's say, 100 people or whatever it is, right? Maybe, you want studies only from a specific region of the world, right? Or maybe a specific type of methodology, like only quantitative studies. Or maybe, you're looking for studies that only for studies that had a control group or that used a placebo. And if a study did not use a placebo, then you're going to exclude it, right? So, you know, there is a long list of potential inclusion and exclusion criteria that you could use, but these are some of the most common ones that we use, right? Let me give you an example of how this is presented, right? So this is from the same paper about Alzheimer's disease that we just read when we read the paragraph about the search procedure, right? And in here they talk about inclusion and exclusion criteria, right? And the language is pretty simple. You know, you just start by saying studies were excluded if, and then you list all the exclusion criteria, right? And, you know, you also justify things when necessary, right? So if you think the reader needs to know why you decided on this exclusion criteria, like in this case, then we want to explain it, right? And you know, you can also use phrases like two studies were excluded. If you've got like some additional, you know, one or two studies that were excluded for other reasons that don't fit those previously presented criteria, then you can add that in an additional sentence. And you do the same for inclusion criteria. So in fact, these researchers then had another paragraph where they talked about the inclusion criteria. And I think it just started by saying, you know, studies were included if they, and then they listed the inclusion criteria, right? So pretty simple and straightforward. And usually it's done in one or two paragraphs, depending on how many inclusion and exclusion criteria you applied and how complex they were. And the useful language is here on the cheat sheet, right at the very beginning, right? So you've got a lot of useful phrases in here that you could use to present your inclusion and exclusion criteria. So that's the second element. Now the third element really is the studied sample. So in here we want to talk about, you know, the number of articles that we finally got after the inclusion and exclusion criteria, and present a little bit of background information about them, right? And there is different type of background information that you can present, and again, it just depends on what is pertinent or what is relevant to your research aim, right? So sometimes people will include information such as the types of studies that were included, like for example, book chapters, or meta-analyses, or experimental papers, right? So let's say if you included different types of studies and then you're going to analyze your data by the type of study as well, then that information would be important to present to the reader. Maybe you included studies with different methodologies and you want to, in your analysis, you want to point out how these different analyses got maybe different results, how these different methodologies got different results. So then in here, you know, when you're talking about your final sample, you want to talk about the types of methodology and so on, right? So you only present the information that is relevant to the reader and helps the reader understand your analysis and your conclusions, right? That's the sort of information we want to present. How this is done. In here, I've got an example for you from a completely different field, from teaching English, right? And it's not a meta-analysis, it's a systematic review. So let's look at this example, right? You know, in here it starts kind of more broadly, right? So the first round of search generated 78 studies. So we've got that like initial sample, right? And then, you know, step by step, they outline how this sample was reduced, right? And 22 studies were identified, right, to form the database for detailed critical review, right? And then the authors have a table 1, where they present those studies in more detail, right? And, you know, you can see that presentation as well in text, right? So in here, you know, the context of the study, i.e. the country where the study was conducted, was important, right? For the writers, probably, you know, because of the way they conducted their analysis. So primarily the background information that we get is about the countries where they were conducted. And in the table that you can't see here, but you can look up that paper, you've got the reference. In the table, the authors also presented the years when the papers were published, right? But this is the only background information that was included here. So now the last element is data analysis. How do we present data analysis in a meta-analysis or a systematic review? Well, first of all, you need to specify what techniques or tests were used to analyze the data and how this was done step by step, right? So depending kind of which methodology you choose to analyze your data, this will be different. And most likely, if you're doing a meta-analysis, you will need to present some more details for it, right? And you want to outline the procedures as well, right? That you followed. So not just the techniques or tests you use, but how they were used step by step. So it's very similar to what you would do if you were writing an empirical paper. It's exactly the same, in fact, right? And you might want to state the purpose of the procedures, right? If appropriate, right? And that can help the reader understand why you're doing what you're doing. It can help justify, your analysis techniques or your procedures as well. So whenever appropriate, it's a good idea to do that. And you want to use correct grammar as well, so you want to use the past simple and mostly the passive voice as well when you're doing this. And we'll talk a little bit more about it in a second. So let's look at an example, and this is an example from more like qualitative analysis from a systematic review, not a meta-analysis, right? But it will give you an idea of how researchers do this. So it's from the same paper from Teaching English that we've just read, right? And the paragraph starts, with an introduction of the topic, right? In terms of paper analysis, right? And then, a useful phrase is like were treated, right? And then we've got, the author carefully scanned and analyzed the research findings, right? So that's a way of presenting the procedures of what was done, right? And specifically, they tell us like what was examined specifically, right? That they examined identities, trajectory, and things like that, right? And then, it's kind of stating the purpose in here, but also the procedure, right? So by iteratively reading the findings, and it's kind of an example of what was done. Because like the first part of this description is rather vague, and it might be difficult for the reader to understand, like, what does carefully scanning and analyzing actually mean, in practice. So that's why the authors give a practical example here of what was actually done, right? And then, these categories were further compared, right? So that's another useful phrase. And then, we've got, again, the purpose, contrast and synthesize to identify, right? So again, the writer explains, and then find in the last sentence in order to, right? So we've got a lot of those infinitive for purpose to explain why we're doing what we're doing and what's the point. Now, here I've got an example from a quantitative study, right? So it's from that meta-analysis that we've already read, so that, you can see a different example from, a different type of methodology, right? So this is much more technical, probably, right? Much more sort of statistical, right? But the structure and the language is very similar, right? So again, we're using passive voice, past tense, we're first transformed into, right? We're then input into, was determined via, right? So we talk about the tests and how those tests were performed and what thresholds for significance we used and things like that, right? We can also use we, so we computed. I wouldn't use it in every sentence, and as you can see here, I think the authors only use it once in the whole paragraph, right? If you used it in every single sentence, it would sound too informal, right? Were used to compute, right? And then were set at, right? So you've got a lot of that useful language in the cheat sheet here that we've already discussed. If we scroll down a little bit, right? We've got data analysis techniques, right? So we've got a lot of useful language in here, which you should be able to use regardless of what type of study you're doing and what type of methodology of data analysis techniques you've utilized. Now, I've also prepared for you a cheat sheet about the passive voice in the methodology. And I discussed it in one of the previous videos, but I included it in here as well for you in the materials section right above this video, so you can download it. And in case you missed one of those previous videos, well, I just want to briefly go over it so you understand what passive voice is and how to use it. Well, passive voice is basically like was or were, right? We're always using past tense in the methodology. And then the third form of the verb, right? And 99% of the verbs are regular, right? And by regular, I mean that they have ed at the end, right? So in here you have examples from active voice, so we instructed participants, and passive voice, participants were instructed. So you can see how this works in both of these categories, right? And as I mentioned, most of the time you want to use passive voice, right? So the right-hand column, and sometimes you can use the active voice, but don't use the active voice in every sentence. That wouldn't be appropriate, right? So that's one thing, right? And I also prepared a cheat sheet for you, materials and methods necessary grammar cheat sheet. And it's also included in the materials section right above this video. I discussed it in the previous lesson, but in case you did not watch that, let me just very quickly go over it, right? So you understand what's going on here. So the necessary grammar that you've got to use in the methodology section of your literature review paper is past simple and present simple, but really 99% of the time you're using past simple. When do we use past simple, right? Well, when we talk about the study context, when we talk about how participants were selected, the ethical considerations, the procedures, how the data was analyzed. So literally, like everything that you did in your literature review, right? You use the past tense. We only use the present tense if you want to talk about things that are true now or that are true in theory or in general. But in a literature review paper, you're most likely not going to do this unless you want to provide a definition of something, right? Or you want to talk about facts that are true in general. But like 99% of the time, you're going to be using past simple and you're going to be using the passive voice, right? So keep these two sheets open when you're writing to be more accurate and avoid making mistakes. And you can use these as well to proofread your text and correct it. So now some action time, you came on this program to write papers, so let's get it written. Let's aim to have this section written by the end of today, or at the latest by tomorrow. You've got the structure, you've got all the language, so now get down to work, write it up, and once you've finished it, I'd like you to use the checklist, right, to proofread and improve your work, right? So it's called Methodology for a Review Paper Checklist, and it's available in the materials section for you right above the video. And I'm just gonna pull it up for you here on the screen, right? And like with the introduction, it's divided into 3 sections: content, coherent flow, and language, right? So, in terms of content, we're really thinking whether you included all the necessary elements and all the information, and the procedures are laid out so that other researchers can follow them. And as you're going through this document, you can just tick the things that you think you did well, and you can assess yourself like this. And if you identify something that you didn't do, then go back to your text and do it or correct it. Same with coherent flow, right? So in here we're thinking, whether the ideas are organized from general to specific, whether each paragraph is about one main idea, the sentences in the paragraphs are correctly linked, and so on, right? So again, as you're going through it, tick the things that you think you did well and try to improve the things that you haven't done well. And the same with language, right? So whether you use correct tenses, and you've got the cheat sheets, right? And whether you use the useful language cheat sheet and the passive voice as well. And for all of that, I gave you the PDF documents, right? So you can use these in order to be more accurate when writing. So, get it written, correct it, and then if you need feedback, then submit it for feedback or come to the collaboration calls, and we'll help you improve your methodology. So that's it for this video. And at this stage, you should have the methodology written. And in the next week, we're going to write up your results and discuss them. And we'll almost be done with your paper. So I'll see you there. In this video, we're going to talk about the theoretical and conceptual frameworks and how to write these in a research paper, when you need to write them. And, at the end of this video, you'll have clarity on exactly how to present these. You'll have the structure and you'll have the language, so you can get started writing. So what are we going to cover today? Well, first of all, we're going to look at what a theoretical framework is and when to include it in your study, right? Because I think, even a lot of researchers sometimes get confused about what exactly a theoretical framework would be, and should I include it, should I not include it, and how to write one, right? So then we're going to talk very briefly about how to choose an appropriate theoretical framework and how to structure and present it in a paper. right? And I'll show you clear examples as well. And then we're going to move on to the conceptual framework and how to present it in a paper. And again, you're going to see clear examples, and I'll give you the structure, and I'll give you some language as well, so that by the end of it, you can start writing it for your own paper. So let's start with the theoretical framework. So what is it? Well, it's basically like an outline of the theories or philosophical assumptions that underpin your research, right? So it kind of outlines, the kind of the overarching theory that you're using in order to understand the data and to choose your methodology and so on, right? And it basically consists of, the theory or theories underpinning your research, like the concepts inherent in those theories, and a justification and a clear link to your research approach, right? So the theoretical framework kind of informs the research approach and underpins it and is clearly connected to the research approach. And really, we do it because it can strengthen your study by forcing you to identify and verbalize, the assumptions that guide your research. And very often these assumptions are kind of not really brought to the surface, and this can strengthen your paper. And in certain fields, one of the most common reasons for rejecting papers is that they lack a sound theoretical framework or a sound theoretical background, and they don't contribute to the theory in any novel way. That's one of the most common ways why papers in some disciplines are rejected. And when do we need to do this, right? So this is done almost exclusively in social sciences, right? So if you're in exact sciences, you might not have to do this, right? And it's most social sciences really that do it, like starting with anthropology through, linguistics and even things like economics. They might have a theoretical framework. On the other disciplines like, medicine, physics, biology, they might not have a theoretical framework, right? So you probably, you've already read a lot of papers, so you might have an idea whether you need to include it or not, but you could check against papers in your field, right? But in my experience, it's almost exclusively social sciences. Now, when do we not include a theoretical framework? Well, first of all, if there are no existing theories, right, then, we can't include a theoretical framework. And it is possible. It might be unlikely, right, but it is possible that there are no theories that explain the phenomenon that you're studying, and therefore, you're not going to include a theoretical framework. Maybe you're doing very inductive research, right? So if your research does not set out to test a particular hypothesis and is purely inductive, then there is no need for a theoretical framework, right? And of course, also you're not including a theoretical framework if in your research field, people don't include theoretical frameworks, right? That's kind of the obvious reason. But if people in your field do include theoretical frameworks, well, these are some of the reasons why in your study you might not need to include it, right? As I said, discipline specific. So many exact sciences do not tend to include theoretical frameworks. Now, why do we want to include a theoretical framework? If it's common in your discipline, why would you bother? Well, first of all, it kind of provides the underlying structure, right? So it shows the underlying philosophical, epistemological, analytical assumptions that are used in your study, right? And it helps to situate your study in the theoretical context. So the literature review helps to situate it within, the context of previously conducted studies. In here, we provide the theoretical discussions in your field, right? And situate our study within those. And it can help to guide your research designs, right? Because, you choose the theoretical framework, which then influences which methodology, research tool, or data analysis will be the most appropriate. And then it can strengthen the findings, right? So it can make the findings more meaningful and more valid because then you discuss them using the lens of the theoretical framework that you chose, right? And this can add a different dimension to your results. Now, you might be then thinking to yourself, how do I select the theoretical framework? There's probably all sorts of theoretical frameworks that I could use. So how do I select one? Well, first of all, there is no one perfect theory for a specific research, right? But some might be more appropriate than others. But, for any given phenomenon that you're studying, there could be, 3, 5, or even more theories that researchers have proposed, right? So there is no perfect one. It kind of depends on your assumptions a little bit, right? And you need to understand the research problem, right? So you need to select the theory that most closely matches the research problem and the aim of the study. You also want to consider various theories, right? So you want to look at the different theories that have been used and proposed to study this particular phenomenon, and then evaluate which is the most appropriate for your study. And then you also want to check with your research approach, right? So you want to ensure that the method, procedures, tools, analysis techniques you use are in line with the theoretical framework. And that's really important because the theoretical framework kind of needs to inform and be in line with, with the more practical methodology that you use in your study. Now, this is kind of the theory behind the theoretical framework, what it is, how we select it, and so on. But let's now get into the nitty-gritty of writing the theoretical framework. So I want to give you the theoretical framework blueprint and the structure for your theoretical framework, right? And I prepared a worksheet, and it's simply called the theoretical framework blueprint, and it's available in the materials section right above this video, right? So I'll pull it up for you here. And it's a Word document, and it's called Theoretical Framework Blueprint, right? So the first thing that we want to do is look at our research questions, right? And what we then want to look at is, maybe the word concept isn't a good one here, but phenomenon, right? That's what we want to look at. What is the key phenomenon in our research question? In the case of the research question that I have above, it is race, right? That's the key phenomenon that I'm going to be looking at. And, when you have that key phenomenon, right, you can then conduct a literature review to identify what theories have previous researchers used to study these phenomena, right? And for any phenomenon, there might be different theories that have been used by different researchers to study it. So, critical race theory is just one example of how researchers have approached the phenomenon of race. But there are, of course, other approaches as well, right? So you want to identify this theory or theories in point 2, right? And then once you've got it, then what you want to do is find the definitions of the theories, right? So you've got your theories listed here, and then you need to find definitions of them to understand them a little bit better, right? And then we're going to be looking at the previous research that has been conducted on that theory. So what specifically has been done and what results did people obtain, right, when using that particular theoretical framework, right? And then also you want to write down what are the potential strengths and limitations of each of the theories that you're thinking of using, right? Because this will help you to choose, right, the theoretical framework, right? So, in order to choose, right, you want to consider your research aim and question. Is it kind of in line with the previous research that has been done using this specific theory? And what are the strengths and weaknesses of the theories, and which would be more appropriate for my study, right? And of course, what is the impact of choosing this theory for my methodology, because that's important as well, right? Another way of choosing the theoretical framework is to use a checklist, right? And these two researchers, Grant and Osanlo, they prepared a very helpful checklist, which I copied here for you. And you've got the reference at the very bottom if you want to look up that publication. But this is a very helpful checklist as well for choosing the theoretical framework. Now, how are we going to structure the theoretical framework? Well, the structure is kind of simple. So we want to start with, the most general, right? As always, we go from general to specific, right? So we want to start with the definition of the chosen theory, right? And then we want to go more specific and, give an overview of how the theory and its concepts have been used so far. So maybe in here, apart from the definition of your chosen theory, what are some of the characteristics of that theory? And then we want to talk about the previous research using that theory, right? Are there any potential problems, with that, and what should have been done instead? And that would lead you to what you will do as well. So if you want to kind of enhance a particular theory, then you could talk about potential problems that previous researchers had or limitations, and instead what you're going to do, right? Or you could also you could talk about the strengths of the theory, right? And justify why this theory is appropriate for your study, right? And I've also prepared an example for you, right? Where you can get further ideas for the structure, and I've prepared a useful language cheat sheet. And these things are also available in the materials section, right? So let me pull them up for you. So theoretical framework example, and you've got it here, so you can see how it works. It basically follows the structure that I've discussed. It talks about the origins and the definition of the theory, right? And then it talks a little bit more detail about how that theory actually works, right? And then it dives even more specific to how that theoretical framework would work in this specific context, right? And what previous studies have been done on it, right? So that's the model, right? And then I've also prepared a useful language cheat sheet for you, right? And it's also available in the materials section. It's a PDF document, right? And in here, I've prepared some language for defining and justifying theories or concepts, right? That can further help you, right? Because what you will need to do is to define the theory that you're using, and you will need to justify it as well, right? So here's some useful language, and I'd really recommend that you print it out and have it next to you as you're writing this section, so you can use more accurate language and you're able to write faster as well, and you kind of avoid the writer's block, right? So this is the theoretical framework. So yeah, so we talked about the structure, right, as well. So we want to start with the definition, previous use, strengths and justification, any limitations, right? And the total length is approximately 500 words. And then I've shown you the example and also the cheat sheet with the language, right? So now we can move on to the conceptual framework, which is, a second thing that you could write. So typically, it's either a theoretical framework or a conceptual framework. You don't really do both in a paper, right? People do one or the other. A conceptual framework is basically a roadmap, right? Of how your research problem is going to be studied. And it includes key concepts and variables, right? So the concepts and variables that are going to be studied in order to answer the research question. So we basically break down a problem in terms of like its constituent variables or concepts that we are then going to evaluate. And then we also want to show the relationships between concepts, right? So we want to show how the different concepts of variables are interconnected, which influences which maybe, causes another one or is an effect of something else, or how are these different variables connected, and how is this web connected to the research topic or research problem. And often it's also presented visually, right? As a figure, that shows the links between the different concepts and shows the roadmap of how you will use this conceptual framework in your paper. So here's an example, right, from a paper from actually one of the students on my other program, PhD Accelerator, Ibifuro Jami. And you can look it up as well. The link is below if you're interested. And you can see, that it starts with like 3 bigger concepts, right? Or variables like social, environmental, and economic. And then each of these concepts is further broken down to more specific variables, right? Which kind of interconnect and lead to the methodology of the study, right? Which then leads to like the main outcome of the study, right? So it's kind of, as you can see, it's kind of like a flowchart or a roadmap of how this study is going to be conducted and how it sits within, within the theory and within the concepts in the field. So I prepared for you, the conceptual framework blueprint, right? And it's also available in the materials section right above this video, and it's just called the Conceptual Framework Blueprint worksheet, and it's also a Word document, right? So similarly, you want to come back to your research question or your research aim, and you want to identify the key concepts of variables that will be investigated, right? So again, in the previous example that I gave you, it would still be something like race, for example, right? But now what we want to do is like identify any constituent elements, right, of those concepts and variables, right? And then think how these elements are interlinked, right? And then we want to like draw a flowchart that will illustrate these different links, So something like what you have here, right? That's kind of what you want to draw. Of course, like the form of it will really depend on your research, but that's something, that you're looking at. That's what you want to draw here, right? And I'd recommend trying to sketch it out here, so print it and use pen and paper to try to brainstorm, how these different variables intersect, are connected. And then, you want to ask yourself, how do they affect the design of the study, right? And how will they be operationalized in your research? What I mean by that is how are you going to translate these variables into, for example, questions on a questionnaire, right? So, you wanna think about how these concepts are used in your methodology, right? Or these variables, and then you want to add that to the flowchart, so that, like you can see here, the flowchart, has this part here, which is about the methodology itself, right? Not about the concepts. Now, I've also given you an example of the conceptual framework, and I'm going to show it to you in a second, right? And the structure is pretty simple. Again, we go from general to specific. That's why, I've been hammering in the concepts of general to specific and inverted pyramid, because if you understand it, you can structure any part of any writing very quickly, right? So what are we going to do at the very beginning? Well, we'll provide an overview of the conceptual framework and justify why this conceptual framework was necessary. Then, we're going to present the first concept of variable and its constituent elements, explaining how they link to the rest of the conceptual framework. And then in the following paragraph, we're going to do the same and basically repeat it for all the different concepts of variables. And then in the last paragraph, we just want to summarize everything and tell the readers how it all links together, also how it all links to the rest of your study. So if we look at the example, right, and it's called Conceptual Framework Example, and it's also available in the materials section for you to open, right? And it comes from the same paper by Ibifuro Kenjami, and you can see how this is done here, right? So she starts with a definition of what actually conceptual framework is, and she explains why it was necessary to develop a conceptual framework for her paper, right? And then she talks in a little bit more detail what was used to develop that conceptual framework, right? And then in detail, then she talks about the different concepts, right, from her conceptual framework, right, like motivational factor, the environment, and so on, right? And then this last paragraph just summarizes the whole thing, summarizes the whole conceptual frameworks and how the different elements are related and how it's all related to the rest of the study, right? So notice that it's all general to specific. It's the inverted pyramid. And then in addition to this, I've also prepared for you some useful language, right, that we've already seen for defining and justifying theories and concepts, right? So you can pull it up on your screen as well and use it when you write. And this will really help you to be much more accurate as well when you're writing. So, at this stage, we've brainstormed some ideas for your conceptual framework and sketched it out. You've got a model that you can study and the structure, right? And you've got the language as well. So the next step really is to write it all up, right? So write up your conceptual framework and post it for feedback in the community, or come to the collaboration calls. If you're stuck with it and you're not sure how to progress, then come around to the collaboration calls and we'll help you move forward. So that's it. Take the action, write the theoretical or conceptual framework if your paper requires it, and then I'll see you in the following video when we're going to outline the rest of the methodology section. In this video, we're going to structure your materials and methods section for your paper. So please note that in here I'm using materials and methods to also mean methodology. So in different fields, people use different names. I've noticed that especially in social sciences, methodology is a more common heading for this section of the paper, whereas in many exact sciences, people tend to use materials and methods, right? But it's exactly the same thing, and it has a very similar structure regardless of which field you're in, and that's what we're going to cover today. So let's dive right in and see what we're going to do today. So first of all, we're going to really talk about why we need to plan ahead. Because you might be thinking, well, why shouldn't I start writing straight away? Why do I need to plan ahead and have a structure? So we're going to talk about that first. And then I'll show you, how to structure exactly the materials and methods section, which are the obligatory, necessary key elements and which are optional elements depending on the field, so that you know exactly what you need to do. And then I'm also going to talk about the iceberg illusion and why so many people get stuck and don't write. So if this is you as well, and sometimes you get stuck and you're not writing for days or maybe even weeks, then you definitely want to stick around to the end of this video, because that's what we're going to cover at the end, and I'll help you to avoid getting stuck with writing and to take daily action. So let's talk about, first of all, about the importance of a clear plan, right? If you went through week 2 of the program, you probably know that, I'm a planning freak and I plan everything. And I really believe in planning because for me, it really increases your productivity and efficiency, and it helps to, also keep your personal life in balance, right? And have a good, sort of outside of work life. So first of all, a plan gives you a bird's eye view of what's ahead, right? So it gives you that overall picture and can help with planning your work, because maybe, you have, let's say, 3 weeks to finish this paper that you're writing, but it's very difficult to plan like how much time you need to spend, how much you need to write every day, and all that stuff without having a clear overall picture. And that's what a good plan provides. And it's also, good supporting structure, right? Because if you don't have such good supporting structure, then, any building will fall down. It will just turn into a pile of bricks, right? That's why we need this underlying structure, so that, whatever you write and those bricks, such as sentences and paragraphs, tell a coherent story. And then it also gives you clear direction, right? Because whatever we're doing, we need to know where we're going, right? Because otherwise we're going to waste a lot of time constantly taking the wrong turns, or thinking about where we should actually go if we're at the crossroads. But if you have a clear plan from the very beginning, then that's not going to happen, right? And it also gives you a fast start, right? Because you know what you need to do. You don't have to think about it. You have the structure, so you can just move ahead, right? And get a head start over everybody else. All right, so how are we going to structure the materials and methods? As I said, the structure really, is kind of the same in all fields, regardless of whether you're doing, anthropology or quantum physics. The underlying structure really is the same. And, there are differences, of course, but these differences are superficial. They may be like 10 or 15% of the overall structure. Everything else is the same. It might use different names, like, you know, in some fields it will be materials and methods, in others it will be methodology, right? In some fields you will talk about the materials that you studied, in other fields you will talk about the sample and the people that you studied. But beneath that superficial differences, everything is the same, right? So the first typical element is the study context. Now, this is an optional element, right? And I'm going to explain when you should include it in just a second. But, you know, you basically outline where the study was conducted, right? In you talk more about the region, for example, of the world where it was conducted. And it's typically used in many social sciences because it's important to tell the readers more about kind of where the study was situated. Whereas for all fields where, you know, your experiments are conducted in a lab, then study context is irrelevant. So this is an optional element. Number two, sample and sampling techniques. So in here, you basically talk about what or who you studied and how you got this thing or these people. And in some fields, this is known as the materials, right? But it's basically, you know, whatever or whoever you studied and how you got these things or people. Then number three, ethical considerations, when relevant, of course, right? So basically how you ensure that the study was ethical. And this is only really relevant when you have human or some animal subjects, then ethical considerations are very important, of course. Otherwise, if you're studying things, you know, molecules, stuff like that, then it's not relevant. Number four, you need to present the research tools and procedures, right? So how you collected the data, and this is also known as methods in some fields, right? So this is basically like kind of the how, step by step, you know, what tools you use to collect the data and what were the steps in collecting the data. And then the last element is data analysis techniques. So basically how you analyzed the data, right? And this is, you know, you present basically the, you know, either the theories that were used to analyze the data, you know, if you're doing a qualitative study, or you're presenting, you know, the algorithms that were used and the equations, you know, if you're doing something more quantitative. But you need to explain step by step how the data was actually analyzed. So now let's look at our materials and methods structure worksheet that will help you to map out the methodology section. And it's available in the materials section right above this video, right? And I've pulled it up here on the screen for you, right? And you basically, you know, what you need to do is you need to read 3 or 5 papers from your field which used a similar methodology, right? Or studied a similar problem. Right? And then you want to look at the overall length of the materials and methods section. So my suggestion is to have it between 1,000 and 2,000 words. But this, of course, varies from field to field. So what you want to do is you want to get an average and then put it here. What's the average in your field for this type of study? And then you want to look at which of the sections listed below are included, you know, and how are they typically referred to. Right? So is there a research context, sample and sampling techniques, and so on? Are these included? And you can just put yes or no in this column. In fact, if it's not included, you could just delete it, right? And then also you could write down, you know, what it's called. Maybe it's not called sample and sampling techniques. Maybe researchers in your field commonly use a different name for it, like materials, let's say, right? And then you want to look at what order these sections are in. Right? So if research context is the first one, then you would put 1. And if sample and sampling techniques is the second, then you would put 2. Maybe they are in the same order as I've listed them here. It's very likely that they are, but maybe they're not. So you want to check the order. And finally, you want to check how long each section is approximately, you know? So is it like 1 paragraph, 5 paragraphs or something like this? You could also give the length, approximate length in words as well. So like 100 words, approximately 300 or something like this, right? And then finally, you know, the last thing that you want to do is list the elements that are typically included in your field, right? So when it comes to, for example, the sample and sampling techniques, what elements do people talk about when they talk about the sample and sampling techniques? Well, what specific things do they discuss? Right? And you want to write them down here for each of the sections, right? Because this will further help you to structure it. And we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of each of the sections in the following videos. But just writing down the ideas here will help you as well. All right, so at this stage, you've got the structure, the overall structure, your blueprint for the materials and methods section. And before we go ahead, I want to talk about an important issue of planning and moving ahead. Because planning is important, but also over planning can mean that you don't move ahead at all. Over planning can mean that you're going to be stuck forever, and you're going to be stuck in your head, kind of revising and perfecting the plan, but never actually going anywhere, right? It's like kind of, constantly looking at the map and redrawing your route on the map without ever actually leaving your house, right? And we don't want to do that, because that's a waste of time. So first of all, we need to recognize that perfect is a delusion, right? And I call it the perfectionist delusion, right? Because a perfectionist just spends ages designing a perfect, foolproof plan, but as a result never moves forward. So a perfectionist is this person who will design a perfect map of the route and will spend forever designing it, but will actually never use that map. They will never leave the house and never go anywhere. They'll spend their life just designing the map, right? And perfecting it, right? But perfect is a delusion, right? Because really to progress, you need to first start moving forward, right? Because you need to get feedback and you need to adjust your initial hypothesis, right? That's how feedback loops work, and that's the iterative process that you use in science and we want to use in writing as well. So you want to write, you want to move forward with your first paragraph, post it in the community or on the collaboration calls, get feedback from us, and then adjust your initial writing to improve it, and then move forward again. Otherwise, you won't make progress. Now, also, it's important to remember that while all materials and methods sections have, distinguishing characteristics, the content or length, differs from field to field. These differences are superficial, really, and most of the iceberg below the water is exactly the same. So what I found is that, sometimes people get hung up on these differences, and they kind of, they can't move forward because they're constantly thinking, oh, but my field is completely different, right? My field is just completely unique and does something completely different. Therefore, I can't move forward. I need to adjust my plan. But that's not true, right? That's why, I think there is this analogy of the iceberg is very helpful in here, right? Because the top of the iceberg, so like the 10 or 20% of the iceberg that we can see above water, there are the superficial but visible differences between scientific fields, which catch everybody's eye, and they kind of go like, oh, this is completely different because it's called materials and it's not called a sample, right? For example, right? So it's very easy to notice them, but actually, we have to recognize that they only constitute a small proportion of the whole iceberg. The rest of the iceberg is invisible because it's below water, right? But that's really the underlying core of the iceberg, is the 80 or 90% of the whole iceberg, right? And this is what you need to have in order to move forward. Those superficial differences, well, you'll get them along the way. As you're writing, getting feedback, and iterating your structure, you will get those differences that are important in your field, right? But don't get hung up on them. Don't be in the illusion that those differences are the whole iceberg. They are just the top of the iceberg, right? So really, one reason why many researchers get stuck with writing is that they focus too much on tiny superficial details, right? So the top 10% of the iceberg, forgetting that they already have the underlying fundamental core, the 90% of the iceberg. And you already have it by now in terms of the materials and methods because we've outlined it, right? So as a result, a lot of people aim for perfection and kind of endlessly rework the structure, plan, or pieces of writing without ever moving forward. But, remember that perfect is achieved through individual imperfect steps and pieces, right? It's kind of counterintuitive, but it's totally true. Like, perfect is achieved through imperfections, right? Imperfections that you correct along the way. That's why you need to write, you need to get feedback, and you need to act on the feedback, right? And I've got this quote as a pin-up for you as well. and it's called the Iceberg Illusion and Getting Stuck pinup, and it's a PDF document, right? And I'd encourage you to keep it open or maybe even print it whenever you feel like procrastinating and kind of tweaking everything to make it perfect. Look at this quote, and this will help you to start moving forward. So now, what do you need to do? Well, you need to take some action. So you've done the methodology structure and post it for feedback in the community. And then let's get started writing. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how to write the first couple of sections of your methodology so we get the ball rolling. So I'll see you there. Welcome back, everybody. In this video, we're going to talk about how you can present the study context and the materials that were used in your study. So let's dive right in and see what we're going to cover today. First of all, we're going to look at how and when you need to present the study context. And then you're going to learn how you need to present the people or the materials that you studied in your research. And then I'm also going to look at a little bit of grammar and show you how to use the passive voice accurately when writing your materials and methods. And I'm also going to show you how to present ethical considerations if relevant for your study. So let's dive right in and start with the study context, what it is, when we need to include it, and more importantly, how to get it done. So first of all, what is it? Well, the study context is basically the presentation of the necessary background information about where your study was conducted. And this background information can vary depending on, where it is that you studied, that you conducted the study, and on your aim as well, right? So to give you an example, if your study focuses on post-cyclonic migration in the southern coast of Bangladesh, which is something that one of our students on PhD Accelerator is doing, you have to describe that area in detail in terms of the geography of that place, because the geography of that place is very, very important for the aim of your study, right? And you need to talk about the people that live there, right? Maybe the economy, because the cyclone will have an impact on the people that live there. Example 2, if your study investigates some aspect of English language teaching in Poland, you might have to present how English language teachers developed there, historically, who teaches it, where it is taught, students' attitudes, etc., right? Because this is relevant to your study and to the aim of your study, and it helps to situate it within a context, right? So why do we do it? Well, because we want to provide the reader with the necessary information about the specific setting of our study. This helps the reader understand what was done as well, and then understand your results as well, and put them in a context. When do we not do this? Well, we don't do it when the context is irrelevant. So simply, if your study was conducted in a lab, then obviously you don't have a study context that's relevant. If you used, for example, some computer models, then you don't have a study context. If you use some economic data and then you run mathematical models to analyze that data, then you don't have a study context, right? So if that applies to you and you don't have a study context, then you can skip the next 5 to 10 minutes because I'm going to be talking in detail about study context, and you can move on to how to present the materials. But if you do need to present the study context, then let's look at some examples, and then let's see how this is done. So here's one example, right? And this is from a study by Ranjiwa, 2017, who's also a student of mine on PhD Accelerator. So as you can see, I like using, examples of successful students. And this paper was published as well. And, it talks about elephants in a national park. So, Ashoka studied elephants and their behavior, right? So obviously the place where the elephants are, the national park, is very important for the context of the study. Like where this national park is located, how long it's been around, what's the temperature, rainfall, things like that. All these things are relevant to the study context, and they need to be presented, right? And we've got some useful phrases like things like it is located in, it encompasses, right? Is characterized by, So these phrases help you to talk about the characteristics of the place, right? So this was an example. Let's dive in and try to brainstorm ideas for your study context for your study. So I've prepared a worksheet for you, and it's called Writing the Methodology Worksheet, and it's available in the materials section right above this video. So I'm just going to pull it up on the screen here for you, right? So first of all, decide if you need to include this section. And you can answer the questions below. Like, was your study conducted at a specific location outside of a lab or a computer? Is the context where your study was conducted important to understand your research and its result? Do other researchers in your field typically present the research context? And if the answer to at least 2 of the above is yes, then you will need to give background information on your study context. So then if you have to include it, let's follow the steps here. And if you don't, then you can skip this part of the video, right? So first of all, look back at the research questions. What information about where your study was conducted is necessary for the reader to contextualize your aims and results, right? So of course, you don't want to be presenting everything, because that's not the point. You need to be presenting the information that is relevant to your study, right? And I gave different elements for you here as examples, and I also left space for you to add other elements, right? Because it's impossible to kind of come up with all the potential elements that you could use, right? And all these elements could be included as part of the research context, but of course, not all of them will be relevant to your particular study. So you want to look at these and just write, yes or no, whether that's something that you should include or not, right? So to come back to our examples, if you're doing a study on elephants, right, in a national park, then probably the flora and the fauna are important. But the languages spoken or the culture and traditions of the people there, they're not really important, because your main topic is elephants in a national park, right? The geology is not important, probably, right? But the climate might be important, right? So this is what I mean here, right? And once you've decided which of these you need to include, then what you want to do is take some notes in here on each of these aspects that you're including. So in fact, to make it easier, you could just delete the other aspects that you're not included, right? And just write down some notes here. And I really mean notes. Don't worry about writing full sentences, but, jot down any details about, the flora and fauna if you're including it, or about the climate. What is the climate like? What is the temperature, rainfall, things like that, right? And you can jot down the ideas in here. Now that you've got it, we need to structure it, right? So in terms of, how do we structure it? Well, the easiest way to structure it is by element, really, right? So if we have a big element, like, for example, the climate, then that would be kind of one paragraph, right? The climate. And, we want to decide on the length, probably one paragraph, right? And how are we going to organize it, right? We talked about different ways of organizing things, but most likely, it's going to be from general to specific, right? Or you might organize it by different kind of subtopics. So within climate, first maybe you're going to talk about temperature, next you're going to talk about rainfall, or things like that, right? So then you can then copy the notes that you took here in this table and paste them in here in a more structured form, right? From the beginning to the end, what are you going to include, right? So that's it when it comes to structuring the context of your study. And let's now look at the language, right? Because I also prepared a cheat sheet for you with useful language for materials and methods, right? So it's going to be useful for the entire materials and methods section. So at the top, you will see the language useful for presenting the study context, right? Of course, there are more phrases specific to, kind of each element of the study context. But in here, I just try to list the phrases that are kind of universal and will probably be used, anytime that you're writing about your study context, right? So I would recommend that you keep this open for yourself when you're writing to help yourself to write and avoid making any mistakes, right? So now let's move on to the materials part of of your methodology section, right? So this is the materials, or really the who or what you studied, right? And in other fields, it might be called something like sample and sampling techniques, or participants, right? People use different conventions, right? But it's basically the thing or the people that you've studied, right? And also how you obtain this thing or those people, which is often referred to as the sampling technique. Or if so the sampling technique is useful when you have human participants, because you need to tell us like whether you use random sampling or something else. But it's also, if you're selecting certain materials that you're going to study, well, how did you select them and why did you select them? Or how did you obtain those materials, right? How did you create them, or did you buy them somewhere, right? Now, why do we do this? Well, because before we talk about the procedures, so the methods, right, we need to explain first what it is really that you studied. And that's again the general to specific principle. And notice that, your study context is even more general. And then we're going more specific now to what or who we studied. Now, how do we do this? Well, in detail, we want to present the who or what, we studied, and show how we obtained it, and justify why this was appropriate as well. So if we come back to our writing methodology worksheet, right, we can move now to number 4. So this is the who or what of your study, the materials, right? So maybe I will put here materials as well to use the same terminology, right? So again, kind of depending on what you're going to study, you're going to have to include different things, right? So if you're talking about people, you might want to include the gender or age or education, but not always, right? You might include height and weight, whether you're studying animals or people, the health of the subjects. But, if you're studying objects, right, you want to include the physical properties of those objects, like the density or the mass or things like that, or the velocity or whatever else is relevant to that object, right? And you can add other things as well in here, right? So first of all, like with the study context, you want to note which of these you need to include in your specific study, and write a yes or a no in here. And then you could even delete the things that are irrelevant for you to make it cleaner, right? So then you want to take quick notes on, those things, those elements, right? And again, I mean quick notes, so like bullet points, just your ideas, what needs to go under each element, right? Now, what we need to do is also talk about how you obtained the sample, right? This is very important as well, because people need to know not only what you studied, but also how you got this thing or these people, because that can influence, the way you obtain something can influence what or who that is, but it can then also influence the results, of course. So it's important for the reader to understand that, right? So in here, in the first column, you want to put the different things or people that you studied, if you had more than one object or more than one group, and then write how you obtained it. By that I mean, if you had people, did you use random sampling? How did you select those people or these animals for the study? If you had objects, or if you had if you study molecules or things like that, how did you obtain them? Like, did you produce them yourself? Did you buy them somewhere, right? How did you get them? And then, if relevant, why was this way of obtaining the people or the things appropriate, right? So if you used, convenience sampling to get these people, why did you do that? Why was this an appropriate approach in this case? Now, this might not always be relevant, right? But if relevant, you do want to justify your approach. This just strengthens your study and answers potential questions from reviewers, right? Because you're already going to explain to them how things were, why certain things were done the way they were done, right? So you can take notes in here on this table. Now, once you've got those notes, let's look at how this would actually work in practice on an example text. So I first want to show you, non-human participants here, and how we present the sample and sampling, or the materials, if you don't study human participants, right? Or if you don't study kind of live participants, right? But you study objects or things, right? So this study is about egg whites, so EW at the very beginning, it stands for egg whites, right? So in here we've got a couple of very useful phrases like, was isolated from, right? Where from, right? So you can notice that even though this person studies like things, objects, materia, right? They tell us how these things were obtained, how they got them, because this is important information for people to understand your results as well, right? And then, whereas specified by the supplier, right? So lots of useful phrases. Was produced in-house, right? If you produce something. So this is how you present non-human participants. Now, if we talk about human participants, this is what we could do, right? So, we talk about the number of people, right? And how many people participated, in here, in this case, in the interview, right? And how many people responded to our call for participation, right? And how many people took part. So these are some useful phrases, right? And, we also very briefly here, you can see that, ethical considerations are addressed just in one sentence. They were also informed about the purpose of the study and signed a consent form, right? And we talk about the countries where they worked, but no further background data were collected on these participants, right? So that's how we do it for human participants. And if you look again at the materials and methods useful language, right? In here, you will have a lot of useful phrases for presenting the sample and sampling techniques, right? For human participants and for non-human participants, right? And then, for indicating exclusion and inclusion criteria as well. So like, which criteria did you use to include those things or people or exclude them from the study? That's very important as well, right? So I would recommend really, printing it, having it next to you when you're writing so that you basically make fewer mistakes and can write faster. Now, you might have noticed when you were reading this, right, that the writers really don't use much of I or we. They don't use active voice that much. They use passive voice, like were collected, right? There are some other examples. Was isolated, was produced. The writer doesn't say, I produced this thing in-house, or I isolated it. They say, it was isolated, it was produced. And this structure is called the passive voice, and it's very, very common in the methodology section. And I prepared a cheat sheet for you, and it's called passive voice in the methodology section. So I'm just going to pull it up here on the screen for you. It looks like this, right? And really, of course, sometimes you can use active voice. So I'm not saying you can never use active voice. You can, right? But you definitely want to use passive voice a lot in the study because that's what's commonly used, right? And I show you, in the left column, a sentence in the active voice, and in the right-hand column, that same sentence written in the passive voice, right? So, really, you need to add the structure is very simple. It's like was or were, because all the time we're using past tense in the methodology. And then we just want to use the third form of the verb, the past participle. And that's it, right? And like 99.9% of all the verbs are regular. By regular, I mean that they have ed at the end. There are very few that are irregular, like made, right? Make, made. But you can see that this is just really, one example. Everything else really is regular, so you don't have to worry about it so much. So the structure is very simple. You decide if the thing is singular or plural. In this case, it's plural, so you put were, and then you just add the verb in the past tense, instructed. Participants were instructed, right? And that's how it works. And if you want to add adverbs, right, this would be were statistically compared. So we can add adverbs in between where or was and the main verb, like that. Right? So I'd also encourage you to print it and have it open when you're writing the methodology so that you don't make mistakes and you can write everything faster. And you can also use this when you're revising your text to check your language and check for mistakes. All right. So the last thing that I want to talk about today is ethical considerations, right? Now, what is it? Well, it's basically a clear presentation of what you did in order to make the study ethically sound, right? And we include it when we have human or animal subjects, right? I'm not sure if you always need to include it for all animal subjects. It might depend on the type of animal, right? But definitely whenever you have human subjects, you need to include ethical considerations. Now, what do we consider there? Well, typical things are like voluntary and informed consent, anonymity and confidentiality, beneficence, vulnerable groups, privacy, deception, conflict of interest, and those kind of things, right? That's what we consider when, when it comes to ethical considerations. And in our writing the methodology worksheet, we've also got a section to help you present it, right? So again, as with the previous ones, the first thing that you need to do is you need to decide which of these ethical issues are applicable in your study. And first of all, if ethical considerations are applicable at all in your study. Because if you studied, like non-living things, then, or plants or things like that, then you don't need to include it, right? And then, you want to decide which of these apply, right? So if you study animals, then confidentiality doesn't really apply. But when you study humans, confidentiality is, of course, important, right? So then you want to talk about how you applied it, right? And I've got an example in here. So really what you did in your study specifically to apply this principle of voluntary and informed consent, right? So you want to first complete this table, right? And then what we want to do is just in one paragraph, explain how you applied ethical considerations in your study. It's that simple. You don't need more than one paragraph. In fact, sometimes it will be just like one sentence. So to come back to one of the examples that I gave you here, right, you can see that this is just a sentence where we explain ethical considerations. However, sometimes, you want to explain things in more detail, right? So in here, in this text, I explained the anonymity and how the anonymity of the participants was maintained in the study, right? So the study maintained the anonymity of the participants. That's a very useful phrase, right? In accordance with ethical guidelines, right? And, we also explain kind of why this is important and what might happen if this hadn't been applied, right? And, anonymous online questionnaires were used, right? So this word anonymous is also very useful. And notice the passive voice were used. So again, in here, we've got passive voice. And phrases like these are also on the useful language cheat sheets, right? If we scroll down, we've got ethical consideration, useful language, presenting ethical consideration, right? This study maintained the anonymity in accordance with the guidelines, anonymous, voluntary consent, and so on. These are, very common phrases that you will use all the time whenever you're presenting ethical considerations. So now at this stage, you really have everything, that you need to write up these sections. So write up the study context if relevant for you, and then write up the materials section, so what or who you study, and then the ethical consideration if relevant for your study, right? And use the structure and the language that we discussed here. And if you get stuck, important, ask in the community or on the collaboration calls. You're not here on your own, right? That's why we have the community. That's why we have collaboration calls to help you get unstuck. And do this right now after this video, because in the next one, we're going to move on to presenting the procedures, right? And the research tools and data analysis techniques. And in the following video, we're going to finish writing the methodology section. So I'll see you there. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. And I'm really excited to have you here in this lesson because we're going to finish writing the materials and methods section today. And we're going to look at how to present research tools, procedures, and the data analysis and get everything done. So really exciting, because that means that, you're going to have half of your paper ready after this video. So let's dive in and see what we're going to cover. So first of all, we're going to talk about presenting the research tools and procedures, right? aka the methods, right? And then we're going to talk about describing the data analysis techniques, And then we're also going to talk about how you can tackle procrastination and start taking daily action so you don't get stuck. And finally, we're also going to talk about how you can revise and improve your text before you submit it for any sort of feedback as well. So let's look at, research tools and procedures, which in some fields will be called methods. So we've done the materials part of materials and methods. Now we're going to do the methods part of materials and methods, right? But in other fields, it's not called methods, it's called research tools and procedures, or a similar name to that. So what is it? Basically, it's, a detailed presentation of the instruments that you use and the exact steps you follow to obtain your data. And by instruments, I mean the tools that you use to get your data and how you use those tools step by step. And, this really, you should think of it, you should write it as well in such a way that you help other researchers understand how your study was conducted in such detail that they can actually replicate it. Right? That's the whole purpose of this thing, You want to lay down the procedures so clearly that other people can follow them and replicate your study, right? That's really what you need to do. How are we going to do this? Well, first we want to present each research tool or instrument separately, justify why we used it, and outline the steps taken with that particular research tool or instrument, and then we move on to the next tool and repeat the whole process. So it's fairly simple, but organizing it by the research tool can really help and make the structure clearer. So if we come back to our writing the methodology worksheet, which we used in the previous day of this week, and it's also available in the materials section just right above this video as well. But you probably want to open your copy because you will have already completed quite a lot in here, right? Now we want to look at point 9, right? So that's the methods or research tools and procedures, right? So basically, we want to divide it, as I said, into instruments or tools and the procedures, right? So in the first section, well, what is the first tool or instrument that you use to collect your data, right? Name it here, and then briefly tell us what it is. Tell us why it's appropriate, right? If relevant. So sometimes this is not relevant to do because there is only one way of maybe, conducting the study, and everybody uses that particular tool to obtain the data. So there's no point in explaining it. But oftentimes there are different tools that we could use. So let's say in social sciences, well, you could use an online questionnaire, or you could use a face-to-face questionnaire, or you could use interviews or focus groups or something else, right? And you need to justify why you chose this particular tool for your study, right? And then you want to briefly, in bullet points, write, step by step, what were the procedures? What did you do step by step, right? And you can put it in here. So let's see how, this is also done in practice. And let's look at a couple of common things that you need to do when you're presenting procedures. So we very often need to talk about the purpose of the procedure, right? So it's not enough just to say like, we did this, but usually you need to tell us kind of why did you do this, right? And here are a couple of examples, right? So for example, these steps were carried out in order to align right? So this in order to tells us why we did a certain thing. Here's another example, right? qPCR was used to determine, right? So it's not enough just to say like qPCR was used, right? And maybe say step by step how. It's important to tell us why you used it, right? Because it provides justification for your study and helps the reader understand everything, right? Similarly here, in an attempt to show the complexity, we decided to, right? So here are those phrases. In order to was used to, right? In an attempt to, right? Now, another thing that you're going to do is talk about like step by step what happened. What was first, what was second, what was next, what was last, and so on, right? That sequence of procedure steps. So let's look at a couple of examples, right? Once the required processing time was completed, the thermal process was stopped. So we've got this word once, right? We also have the cell medium was replaced half an hour prior to, right? So before something. And then, after the first 2 weeks, we examined. So after, right? That's another phrase. So once, and notice that after the first part of the sentence that starts with once, we have a comma before the second part, right? We've got prior to. Now we don't have a comma in here. Notice that after the first part of the sentence. But if prior to was at the beginning of the sentence, then we would have a comma after the first part. And here after, and we do have a comma after the first part of the sentence, right? So these are some common phrases, and you've got a lot more of them in the materials and methods useful language cheat sheet, right? And you've got it here under language for research tools and procedures, right? So describing how and what was used, right? The purpose of a procedure and the sequence, right? And here I want to point out very quickly some grammar, right? So prior to, before, using something, right? After, completing, right? That's followed by ing, followed by a noun. You know, you can also say prior to, before the second phase, right? After the completion, sorry. Something can be followed by a sentence as well, right? So you can also say, you know, before the second phase, not phases, began, right? So this is like a complete sentence. Once the questionnaire was complete. So this is an entire sentence, right? And we can also, you know, have words like second, secondly, right? Meanwhile, afterwards, right? And we can also, not very common, but we can use relative clauses. So you might remember that relative clauses were those things with like which or that, right? So we can say during which or after, before which, right? So this is some useful language, right? So when you're writing up the procedures, have this open, right? So that you can do it more easily. Now let's move on to the data analysis techniques. So this is the last element of your materials and methods, but it's very important. So what is it? Well, it's basically a presentation and justification of the methods, tests, etc. that you use to analyze your data. And what do you need to do here? Well, you just need to clearly present how the data was analyzed. So not the results of that analysis, but just how it was analyzed. And when appropriate, you should also justify your choice of how you analyzed the data, right? When appropriate. What is the typical length in structure? Well, this varies greatly, right? It can just be one paragraph if your data analysis is very simple, or it could be a page, right? If your data analysis is very complicated, involves many steps, involves many, maybe equations and algorithms and things like that, then it can be a page or longer, right? It just depends, it needs to be as long as it takes to explain what you did, right? And what is the typical grammar that we're going to use here? Like with the rest of the methodology, we're going to use past tense and we're going to use the passive voice most of the time, right, when presenting it. So let's look at our writing the methodology worksheet, right? And we've got point 10, data analysis techniques. So basically, first of all, you want to list all the data analysis techniques that you've used. So I mean, any like equations or statistical tests or any methods that were used to analyze your data, you want to list them here. And then, if appropriate, you might want to provide a definition. When is it appropriate to provide a definition of the data analysis technique? Well, for example, if something has if something can be used or thought of in different ways, and maybe there are different definitions of it, then it's probably appropriate to define it. If you think that this technique perhaps is not well known in your field, then you might want to define it as well so that the readers are familiar with it. But if it's something like, that you use Spearman correlation, then you don't need to define it because there's no need to define it, right? Now, reasons for using it, like why did you use it? Again, this is very useful if maybe your data analysis technique is not very common in your field. So the readers might go like, well, why did that person use this thing, right? Or, you're using something that perhaps that there are several options for analyzing the data, right? You can use A, but you can use B or C as well. So you need to justify why you use this particular technique and not other techniques, right? And you can refer to sources to justify this, right? And then finally, you just want to step-by-step tell us what you actually did, right? So these two columns in the middle are just theory, right? And then the last column is what you actually did. right? So you can complete this table right now so that you're ready to start writing, right? The methodology, the data analysis. Now, before you start writing it, let's look at a clear example and let me show you some useful language as well for data analysis techniques. So this is from a different field, and here it's from medicine, right? So we've got, expressions like descriptive statistics were calculated, right? Analyses were conducted. And notice that again, they talk about the purpose, right? Were conducted to evaluate change. So we express, we tell the reader why we did something, right? To evaluate. Method was used, right? This method utilized, right? To estimate. So again, we're telling about the purpose, right? To conduct, right? Weight change was calculated, right? And were used to explore. So notice that, first of all of it is in the past tense. And then number two, like 90% of it uses passive voice. Were used, were calculated, right? Was used, and so on. And more of that useful language is also for you in the materials and methods useful language, right? If we scroll a little bit down, we've got data analysis techniques, useful language, right? So you've got a lot of stuff here, right? And, I want to stress as well that these are like the most common, what we call collocations in linguistics, or the most common kind of groups of words, right? So most commonly when you use the word data, you say it was collected, stored, or analyzed. These are the words that most commonly are used with data. It doesn't mean that it's impossible to use other words, but these are like the most common phrases, right? So I would use these rather than trying to think of other things that will be less common, right? So again, have it printed, have it in front of you to facilitate your writing process. And I also prepared for you a grammar cheat sheet, right? Materials and methods necessary grammar cheat sheet. We don't talk much about grammar here, right? But a brief discussion, I think, is in order so that you can avoid mistakes and proofread your text a little bit better. So basically, in here, in the materials and methods, really, you use two tenses, past simple and present simple. 90% of the time, though, you use past simple, right? And when do we use past simple, right? So you talk about what happened in the past in the study context if you're presenting it, right? So previously this area was. When you talk about how participants were selected or a material was obtained, right? How the ethical considerations were maintained, what the procedures were. We first examined X, how the data was analyzed, right? Correlation was used. So basically anything that you did in your study, it's in the past tense. Now we only use present simple to talk, about definitions and characteristics of the study context, for example, right? We talk about facts of things that are true in general, like helium is a gas that is often used, right? Any definitions of a methodology or a research tool and so on. So like X refers to a process, and any justifications, right? X was used as it allows us to, right? That's where present simple is commonly used, right? So this is a grammar cheat sheet. And again, I would recommend having it open as you're writing, or maybe when you finish writing, to check your text and check the grammar. All right. Before we finish, I want to talk about taking action, because really, this whole program, Research Paper Mastery, is for you to take action, right? And I hope you've already been taking massive action and already seeing how your paper takes shape and how you're also becoming more productive and managing your time better. But, I want to emphasize it here again, because we're kind of halfway through the program, right? And maybe at this point, your other things are starting to get in the way of you taking action, right? So remember, it's really important to, to take responsibility for our actions. So really, we all have a choice to do either what contributes to our goals, or we can choose not to do this, right? And really, the only thing holding you back is you. and I'm sorry if this sounds blunt, but that's completely true. You know, we like to think that there are other things holding us back: our boss, our colleagues, I don't know, our friends, children, right? Of course, we all have different situations and different lives and different constraints, but really the truth is that the only thing holding you back is you. And acknowledging this simple truth can actually be life-changing, you know, because then you have a choice. If you acknowledge that, you know, everything that you do depends on you, then you have a choice to do what contributes to your goals, right? So definitely take responsibility. And remember that failure actually equals success. What I mean by that is that success is built of numerous initial failures, right? And it's easy to forget, like when we look at a published paper in Nature and we look at it and we're like, oh my God, this is amazing, right? Or we look at successful people like, I don't know, like let's say Elon Musk or Michael Jordan, right? And we look at them and we think, you know, they're just so successful and so talented. But we forget about, you know, or what we don't see are all the failures that led them to actually succeed, you know? I mean, you know, before Michael Jordan was scoring 60 points a game, he also missed, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of shots, you know, and he failed before he succeeded. And that's true for everybody. That's why failure equals success. And what you want to do is to try to be 1% better. So you want to take small, deliberate actions forward each day, right? And that's really, you know, what leads to exponential progress, right? And again, when we only notice people's successes and progress when it becomes exponential and when these people become unstoppable. That's when all of a sudden we notice them, right? But otherwise, for a very long time, nothing seems happening, right? So, you know, these people are out there like just trying to be 1% better every day, but nothing happens. And then all of a sudden, you know, there is this tipping point where progress just becomes exponential. And this is basically how it works, right? So, you know, progress really starts slow. There is maybe even no change. That's how it seems to us, right? There is no progress, no progress, no progress. And then all of a sudden, you know, there is this tipping point, and then it goes exponential, right? That's really what happens. That's why, you know, you want to just try to be 1% better every day, and then you will see exponential progress very, very soon. So taking action, you know, really the best time to take action is just right now. You know, it won't have become easier tomorrow, believe me, or the day after. In fact, with every day you put it off, it will become more difficult because you will see others are progressing while you're standing still. That's what happens, and that's why people get anxious, and then when it happens for a very long time, you know, you can't even start moving forward, right? And remember that succeeding with your research papers isn't about being first out of the blocks. It's about taking constant, small, deliberate actions every single day and aiming to be 1% better. If you do that, you know, you'll start progressing exponentially and overtake everyone else, right? People who win, they don't win because they are winners on day one. They win because every single day they work hard to achieve their goals, they take actions, and they try to be 1% better every day. And that's how they overtake everybody else, right? So this is a pinup that I prepared for you, right? And if you're ever feeling, you know, lack of motivation, you don't want to take action, then I would encourage you to open it, print it, put it on your wall. It's a PDF document. I included it in the materials section above this video. And now, you know, without further ado, just take action and write up your materials and methods in one document, right? Write everything up, put them in one document, and then try to proofread it yourself and try to improve it yourself before you seek feedback. Now, why should you do this? Well, because really, you know, in order to become an independent writer, you need to notice your mistakes, right? And you need to learn from your mistakes. You can't constantly or forever rely on other people's help, right? So of course, you know, the point of this program as well is to help you to become that independent writer and to give you feedback and so on, right? But you also have to put in your bit, right? And do the revisions initially, the revisions of the text. And this will really help you notice your own mistakes and notice where you still need to improve your text, right? And as a result, future texts will be much better because you will be avoiding those mistakes. So that's why I prepared a methodology checklist for you, and I included it in the materials section, right? And it's a document like this, similarly to the introduction checklist. It's divided into content, coherent flow, and language, right? So go through it as you're rereading your text and tick any of the boxes that you applied correctly, right? And then correct any mistakes that you might have. Come back to the language worksheets and cheat sheets that I provided you, right, to improve your language. So that's it for this video, and in the next one we're going to cover the methodology for a systematic review or a meta-analysis paper. So I will see you there.
Now, if you're wondering how to get all these materials that I'm showing you on the screen, you just need to go to our free research paper mastery community. The link is in the description. You will see this page here. You click on join the group, you fill in your details, and you create your account there completely for free. Once you're inside, you head to the classroom in here, and you're going to see all the materials divided into weeks. And you will see all the videos here, and below in the resources, you can download all the materials that I've been showing you here on the screen.
Hello everybody and welcome back. And in this video, we're going to talk specifically about presenting the results in a systematic review or a meta-analysis. So this will be, of course, very applicable and useful to those of you doing this study. If you're not doing this type of study at the moment, I would just recommend that you skip this video and go straight to week 6. And a lot of the things that we'll be talking about here will kind of dive deeper into some of the concepts that we discussed in the previous videos about organizing results, discussing them. You'll see that there is really a lot of overlap and a lot of similarity between how you present and discuss results in an experimental paper and how you do that in a systematic review or a meta-analysis. I would even argue that it's practically the same. It's just that the type of data is different that you're presenting and discussing here. There are like a few tweaks, you know, that you need to be aware of, and we're going to discuss them, but overall it's very similar. So I'd also recommend, you know, if you haven't done that yet, I'd recommend that you go through day 1, 2, 3, and 4 of this week as well, and then maybe watch this video to then understand how to tweak those ideas specifically for a systematic review or a meta-analysis. So let's look at what we're going to cover here today. Well, we're going to look at the universal organizing principles for presenting findings in a systematic review or a meta-analysis, coming back to some of the principles we've already discussed in day 1 and adding some new principles specific for this type of study. Then I'll show you how to report positive and negative results, how to refer to tables and figures and use numbers in text as well, and finally how to discuss your findings. So this will, you know, bring back a lot of the ideas that we've already discussed, but I will show you as well clear examples from systematic reviews and meta-analyses, you know, so that you can see on these examples how it's actually done, right? And then we'll also finish off by talking about how to create new conceptual models and how to present these in a systematic review or a meta-analysis, if appropriate. So let's dive in and talk about, you know, organizing principles. So, you know, typically the results are organized in the following format. Either you can organize it by research question, aim, or hypothesis if you had more than one. You can organize them from general to specific, and that's following our inverted pyramid principle that we've looked at in other videos and other weeks as well. By topics and subtopics, this is very common as well. But you can also organize them by the methodology of the reviewed study. So if the aim of your review is to compare the types of methodologies and to show the types of methodologies that different studies that you're reviewing use, then this organization makes sense. And, you know, you can also organize them chronologically, which means that you're going from the oldest studies to the newest one. And this is really useful, of course, if you want to show how the research has evolved in your field or how it has developed, right? And again, like the type of organization really depends on what you're trying to achieve. So there's no kind of one size fits all, or this is the best type of organization. The best type of organization is the one that fits your purpose best, right? So you need to understand what you're trying to do here in this review. What are you trying to show us? And then choose the appropriate structure. Now let's look at some examples. So here's an organization by topic, right? So first we've got the introduction of the main theme and sub-theme, right? And this is done in a whole paragraph, and overall, you know, it introduces what we're going to discuss, right? So what we've got here is, is a link to, to the previous results section, which is really nice. It's maintaining a coherent story. And, we also introduce the main theme, demonstrated various identity conflicts and struggle, right? And then, we say specifically what we're going to discuss. We're going to discuss intrapersonal, interpersonal, and contextual levels, right? And then the person discusses all of these three things, all of these sub-themes, right? Intrapersonal level, besides the individual backgrounds, we've got a very nice link, right? And we've got personal attributes, so it's the interpersonal right now. So notice how, it's organized by topic here, and the structure is very, very clear. It's first mentioned in the first paragraph of this section, and then we've got the sub-themes in that order as well. So I prepared for you Organizing and Discussing Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis Results worksheet, and it's available for you in the materials section right above this video. I'm going to pull it up for you on the screen here as well, but you want to download your own copy so that you can edit it, right? So the first thing that you want to decide on is, is the type of organization and the overall organizing principle. That's what you want to decide on first, right? All the results, how will you organize them? By research question, general to specific, by topic, by methodology, chronologically. What is it that you're going to do, right? And again, this depends on your overall purpose for this result and what you're trying to show us, right? But you want to put that overall organizing principle in here. Let's say it's going to be by hypothesis. And then you want to map out the main sections of the results. And so if you're, let's say, organizing it by research question or hypothesis, then of course section 1 will correspond to hypothesis 1, section 2 to hypothesis 2, and so on, right? And then what I'd like you to do is to take some notes for each of the results section, because you've got to think like, well, what's going to go into each of those sections. Now, you don't have to write the whole text. It's just about notes, bullet points, ideas. Just brainstorm these real quick for each of the sections. You don't have to be exhaustive either. It's just like kind of the main points that you've got to tackle in each results section. Now that you've got those main points in here, you can think how you're going to organize each of these sections, right? So you might have one overall organizing principle, but then within that section, what are you going to do? Maybe you're going to follow inverted pyramid, or maybe you're going to organize it by topic and subtopic. And this should be, possible to decide if you have notes here and main ideas, because you'll see some patterns. And, from the main theme of the section, you'll know what's your main purpose and what you're trying to show. So if you're trying to show like how the research in the field evolved over time, then obviously you want to organize that section chronologically, right? Now, once you know that, then you want to organize your notes in that order, following that organizing principle, right? And you can do that in this column, right? So do that right now. You can pause the video and really try to flesh it out here. And this will give you, the bones of your results section skeleton, right? And this will be really, really helpful later on. Now, how do we report results in text when we're writing a systematic review or a meta-analysis? Well, first of all, we can report positive results, right? And this is an example. And here's another one, right? So we've got, was observed, right? So this is, passive voice, it's past tense, right? And that's something that we very often use. Was mainly found, again, passive voice, past tense. So really when you're reporting results, you're using the past tense, and very often you'll use the passive voice, right? You can also use the active voice, so you can say something like 10 showed some positive experiences, right? The findings revealed. But again, notice that we're using the past tense, so that's really important here. Now, you can also report negative results, right? For example, you can say no significant activation was found, right? Again, past tense, passive voice, right? Same here, no levels were observed. Again, past tense, passive voice, right? So this is, very, very common when we're reporting results. So really, you're going to be using the past simple when reporting what you found, right? And apart from the verb find, which is irregular, is found, everything else is regular. So you just add ed at the end. So it's very simple. Showed, observed, revealed, and so on, right? You also want to use the past simple when referring to what specific studies you reviewed found, right? Or how they were conducted. So you're saying that like you found X in her study, right? So you're referring to a specific study that you're reviewing. Now you want to use the present perfect to report, what has been done thus far by the reviewed studies. For example, several studies have shown that, or since 2010, various studies have revealed that blah blah blah, right? So that's the present perfect, have, and the third form of the verb. And then you can use both passive and active voice, right? So you can say things like differences were found, which is the passive voice, and you can say things like images indicated, which is active voice. And you want to have a mixture of both, really. That's the best thing to do. So this is the grammar. It's pretty simple, as you can see. And you also, in terms of vocabulary, you want to use different verbs, right? So you don't want to be repetitive and just say show, 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 show all the time, right? And there's lots of different verbs that you could use. And I prepared for you a useful language cheat sheet specifically for reporting results of a systematic review or a meta-analysis, right? And you can download it right above this video in the materials section, right? So first in here, there are a lot of phrases just in general for reviewing the literature, which we already saw in week 1, but they are useful here as well, because after all, what you're doing is just review literature, right? So you'll have to use these phrases as well, that you've got here, right? And then, you might have quantitative results, right? If you're doing a meta-analysis, for example, and you might have to refer to figures, state positive or negative results, and then you might also use different types of numbers, right? So you've got a lot of useful phrases in here that I'd encourage you to print, use while you're writing. So, in many cases, especially in a meta-analysis, you're going to use a lot of numbers in your text. So how can we do that appropriately? Well, remember that decimals in English are separated by a full stop, not a comma. In some languages, like in Polish, it's a comma, but in English, it's a full stop. You want to use percentages as symbols in brackets, but as words when they are part of the sentence, right? Although in some fields, you're going to see percent in both cases, right? As a symbol, both in the sentence and in brackets. But in other fields, especially more in like social sciences, education, things like that, you might see percent written as a word when it's outside brackets. So you want to check in your field what's typically done. And then below 10, numbers are usually written as words, and above 10 as numbers. Well, what do I mean by that? Well, 9 samples were, or 9 studies were, as a word, 19 studies were as a number, right? Again, you want to check with the journal style or the particular style like Harvard APA that you're using, because it might differ slightly, but I found that like across a lot of styles and disciplines, this is typically what happens. And this only applies to if those numbers are part of the sentence rather than in brackets. If they are in brackets, they're always written as a number. And then, when you use approximations, then you also want to always use the exact percentage in brackets so we know exactly what you're talking about, right? And then symbols, obviously, if you're conducting any statistical tests in your tests for your meta-analysis, then you want to use appropriate symbols, P for statistical significance, and so on. And all this is presented on the language cheat sheet that I've just shown you, right? So we've got a lot of useful phrases there, so I would refer you to that. Now, how are we going to refer to tables and figures? In general, when whether you're doing a systematic review or a meta-analysis, you will have figures and tables. That's a given almost always, right? Especially, the first table is usually the presentation of the studies that you have included in your systematic review or a meta-analysis. And then very often, you know, if you're doing a meta-analysis, then you want to present the quantitative results in tables and figures, right? And you might have some new models that you're presenting as a figure as well. So there'll be a lot of that in your text. So we need to refer to those appropriately, right? And you can do that in brackets, right? You can see here, fig.3. You can do that through passive voice, as phrases, and active voice, right? So notice that figure is abbreviated to fig, right? Fig.3. And then we've got are presented in. Notice the present tense as well. Are presented, not were presented, but are presented, right? As shown in, right? And then we've got table 5. And then active voice, like figure 5 graphically illustrates something, right? So there's all these different ways of doing things. You know, if it's in brackets, like in the first example, in some cases, people will add the verb see in front. So they'll say, see figure 1, right? But in other fields, people don't do that. So it kind of depends. And that language is also on the useful language cheat sheet that I prepared for you. So I would also refer you to that, because there's lots of useful phrases that you can use while writing. Now, a couple of tips when you're referring to tables and figures. First of all, you know, you need to briefly present or introduce the table or figure before you show it to us in the text. So what I mean by that is that you should never just like have a figure and then somewhere later talk about this figure or table, right? You want to tell us something like, you know, as shown in table 5, and then you introduce the main topic of that figure or table. And then maybe you present that figure or table, and then you further present the data that we can see in the figure or table, right? That's how this is done. And then you always want to capitalize figure or table, always. Now, only use figure or table plus number, never use the titles or anything like it, and there's got to be the number with it. And you can short a figure to fig, but you cannot shorten table, remember about that. And whether you use figure or fig is just a convention in your field, right? And there's no right or wrong answer, it just depends, whatever the journal prefers, whatever your field prefers, right? So you will just have to check that. But you must be consistent, right? So if you've chosen to use figure as a full word, just use it consistently throughout, right? Don't mix them all the time. And then do not use too many different terms as well. So I would just stick to figure and table, and that's it, rather than like graph or chart or map or image or stuff like this. Just figure and table. And, you know, you can put the reference to the table and figure in brackets at the end of the sentence as well. You don't always have to kind of start the sentence with it. And then you want to use a variety of verbs in active and passive voice, which we've just discussed, right? And you can also use cross-referencing, right, to refer to tables and figures. And there is a cheat sheet that I prepared for you, and it's also available in the materials section right above this video. So I'm just going to pull it up for you on the screen here, right? And what this does is that, you know, it allows you to automatically update the numbering of the tables and figures. So if you have a lot of them, like more than 5 or more than 3, then it makes a lot of sense to do this, because otherwise you're going to get mixed up, right? As things move in your text and your text start growing, you want to do this automatically in Word. And then, you know, when you're referring to those tables and figures in the text itself, you also want to use cross-referencing so that, you know, Word automatically updates those numbers in the text as well. And I've got the instructions here for you. I'm not going to go through all of them right now because you can follow them here. There are screenshots and stuff like this. If for some reason, you know, it looks different for you because you've got a different version of Microsoft Word, or you get stuck at some point, well, then come to the collaboration calls and I'll help you out, or post in the community that you got stuck with this and we'll help you out. So now, how are we going to discuss the findings? So really, you know, from what I've seen in systematic reviews and meta-analysis, usually we've got a results section and then a separate discussion section, right? How are we going to discuss our findings, and what do we need to do, right? So there are 4 typical elements that you will often see. First, we restate the result. Because it's a different section, we need to kind of remind the reader what kind of result we're going to discuss. So first, as the first sentence of the paragraph, we restate that main result. And then we want to compare this result with, for example, previous reviews or meta-analyses. If these exist, of course, right? Maybe yours is the first one. But in many fields, it's likely that there have already been reviews or meta-analysis, maybe on a slightly different topic with a slightly different angle, right? Or maybe older ones. And that's your chance to compare your results to those other results, right? And then you want to explain the results and potential differences with literature. So if your results were maybe interesting or unexpected, you want to explain your results. But if you noted any differences with previous systematic reviews or meta-analyses, you want to explain those as well. And then you want to interpret the findings. In other words, you want to tell us what these findings actually mean, right, for the reader. Because if you just compare them with literature, it's like, well, what are you actually trying to say? So what? What is the point? Where are you going with it? What should I think about these results, right? So that's your interpretation. Now, I'm not saying that always all of these elements will be present, because maybe there are no previous systematic reviews to compare your study to. That's possible, right? So you're not going to compare it, right? But, you know, a combination of at least 2 or 3 of these items is always present, and you always have to restate the result first, right? So, as I said, we always start with restating the result and then comparison, explanation, and interpretation, right? But not always all of these elements will be present. So let's look at an example from, this is from a meta-analysis. And let's see how this is done, right? So the first sentence presents the main result that we're going to discuss. Patients present decreased activation, blah, 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 right? That's the main result we're discussing. And then we're comparing it with literature. Other studies also suggested that, da-da-da, right? And then, you know, we've got some explanation, right? These findings indicated that, da-da-da, right? And then we've got more comparison with the literature, right? Or like sort of, we are justifying our previous explanation. Many studies have reported, right? So you see how this works. We state the main result, compare with literature, explain, and then further compare with literature, support our ideas. In here, we can't see any interpretation. So, you know, not always all elements have to be present, as I said, but it still follows that proven pattern that I've just shown you. Here's another example. This is from a systematic review, right? So first, the main result. Another important observation of the review is, bam, and we state the main result, right? So that the reader knows what we're talking about. Now, in here, we don't have any comparison with literature because there is no appropriate other systematic review or meta-analysis to compare it to. But what we're doing is we are, you know, interpreting these findings. We're telling the reader what these findings mean, right? And what seems missing is further interpretation of the results, right? So you can see again how it works. We state the main result, and here we get straight to explaining and interpreting things, right? So take a look again at our organizing and discussing systematic review and meta-analysis results. And we've done this. So you should have mapped out your results, right? Now we want to look at the discussion, right? And basically what we want to think about is, what is the main result that we're going to restate? Because obviously you're not going to be discussing all of the results. You only want to discuss the most important results, the most striking ones, right? The most worthy of discussion. And you can think about it like this. I mean, if your mum or your dad asked you, hey, like, what did you find reviewing all those studies? What would you say to them, right? Obviously, you know, you can't give them all the details of what you found because that's not what your mum and dad are interested in, right? They're interested in the key findings. And of course, your mum and dad are not the reviewers of this paper, and the reviewers, you know, it's slightly different, but it's a good analogy because, like, it helps you to think, like, well, what is the key thing? Like, if I had to explain it to someone in, like, 3 key things that I found, what are those 3 or 4 or 5 key things that my review found, right? And then, you know, you want to restate them here. 1, 2, 3. If you've got more, then, you know, you can just add additional rows in here in this table, right? But I've prepared 3 for you. And basically, you know, they're going to be structured in the same order as this, right? So we want to go like section 1, 2, 3 of the results, and we want to follow the same order here. So this main result comes from the first section, right? You can have 2 main results from the first section, that's fine, right? But we're kind of going in the same order, right? And then once you've got the main result, well, what literature can you compare it to? Are there previous systematic reviews or meta-analysis? If no, don't worry, that's absolutely fine. So you can leave it blank. Do you need to explain your results? Are they interesting, striking in any way, right? That you need to explain them? Or are they different from previous systematic reviews? And how would you interpret those results? What do they actually mean for us, right? That's what you want to do here as well. And you've got more details on how to do that here. I left some instructions in here for you, right? But basically, you know, you want to take some notes on this because this will really help you then to write up your text. And again, I don't mean that you have to now start writing whole paragraphs here or even coherent sentences. It's just ideas. It's just notes, but in an organized fashion that then, you know, will really facilitate and speed up the writing process once you sit down to write it up. So you can pause the video and you can start thinking about these right now. And, you know, to further facilitate the writing process for you, I would direct you as well to, you know, to the useful language for discussing results, right? So we've got comparing results with literature, showing differences, right? Explaining differences, explaining your results, interpreting your results, and being cautious, right? And all these things, if you're kind of wondering how to do them more specifically, can you give me some examples? Can you tell me a little bit more? That is discussed in the previous day, in day 4 of week 5. So I don't want to go over it again, but I would direct you to that video where I talk in a lot of detail how to discuss the results step by step, right? And this will apply in an exactly the same way to discussing the results of a systematic review or a meta-analysis. So I would definitely direct you there if you need sort of further help with discussing your results, right? So that's day 4 of week 5. So that's just the previous video. Now, one last thing here that I want to talk about is creating new conceptual models. When do we want to do this? Well, sometimes, you know, your review findings might have uncovered a new model, right? A new process, a new framework, you know, or maybe your findings require that an existing model, process, or framework is adapted. To give you a practical example, one of our students in PhD Accelerator, Pratek, who's engineering and in construction and things like that, he wrote a literature review about, you know, how to make decisions about renovating houses to reduce CO2 emissions and things like that, right? And, you know, his systematic review revealed like a process or a framework that for decision making in that field, right? So that would be really good to present, you know, at the end in the discussion section, right? Because it helps to kind of visualize the results, it summarizes them, it synthesizes all the knowledge, right? So if your systematic review or meta-analysis reveals something like that, well, that's amazing, and you can also put it here. If it didn't, then don't worry. It doesn't mean that your review is bad if it didn't do this, right? No, it won't apply to all texts, but it can be useful to have. Right, and this helps us to provide basically a better visual representation of the findings and the implications of those findings for theory or for practice, right? And, you know, we basically synthesize all key findings in a flowchart, right? And show how different elements interconnect, influence one another, which kind of leads to something else, what causes what, and how all these different elements interact together in a model. And I want to show you an example in here. So first, you know, we've got an introduction to this conceptual model, right? So you can see the review adds to our understanding of, right? So in here, you know, it adds to existing theory. And really, you know, if you want to publish in good journals, your review or meta-analysis has to add new knowledge. And one way you're adding this new knowledge and making contributions is through, you know, adapting existing theories or creating new theories, new models, new frameworks, right? And that's what you can present here. And that's presented in figure 1, as you can see, right? And then this model is kind of presented in a little bit more detail, right? And it's drawn as a flow chart like this, right? And you can see arrows that help us to understand kind of what is leading to where and what is going where. You know, we've got different elements, right? And this helps us, you know, visualize the new framework that this systematic review revealed, right? So as I said, this won't apply to all reviews and meta-analyses, but it's important to think if it perhaps applies to yours and whether you can present the results in a visual format, right? So if you can think about that now and try to sketch something to see if you can design a conceptual framework or a model, right? And at this point, you know, you have everything that you need to write up and discuss your results of your systematic review or your meta-analysis. So what I'd encourage you to do is to, you know, is to start writing it and start taking action today. Don't wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow is not going to be a better day to write it. The best day is right now to start doing it. Even if you can just write one paragraph, then do it. Write one paragraph and then tomorrow write the next paragraph and so on. And then if you want feedback on it, then post in the community, come to the collaboration calls, and we'll help you out. Remember that, you know, if you get stuck at any point, that's why we have the community, the collaboration calls, to help you to get unstuck. You don't have to be doing it on your own. We're here to help you. Both myself and other members of the program will be willing to help you and share with you. So really looking forward to reading your results of your systematic review or your meta-analysis. Hello everybody and welcome back. In this week we're going to write up your results and also discuss them. So really excited to have you here. And in this video we're going to start with organizing your results. So I will show you exactly how you can organize and structure your results, regardless of the sort of discipline that you're in or whether you're doing qualitative or quantitative studies. And this will also be useful if you're doing a systematic review or a meta-analysis, though in day 5 of this week, I also have an exclusive video that exclusively focuses on presenting and discussing results of a systematic review or a meta-analysis, right? But I think what we discuss here will also be useful if you're doing a review paper, but you can also choose to jump right to that video. But if you're doing any other kind of experimental paper, whether qualitative or quantitative, this will be really useful, and it will show you exactly how to structure your results, and you'll come out with, you know, the exact plan and structure. And then in the following videos, we're going to write everything up. So let's dive in. What are we going to cover today? Well, first of all, we're going to look at whether you should keep the results and discussion together or separate. And this is, you know, a very common question that people ask, and it's an important question to answer right at the very start because, you know, it has important implications for how we organize everything. And then I'm going to show you the 4 main principles for organizing your results. And as I said, these principles are really universal and they apply across different fields, different types of data, and so on, right? And I will show you examples of each of those principles, how they're applied, so that you can choose which one applies best to your study. And I'm then going to show you how to include the discussion in the results section. We will have a separate video in day 4 of this week where we talk specifically about how to discuss the results. But in here, I just want to, you know, show you as well how you can include it together with the results. So let's get started with, you know, the first main question. Should we keep the results and discussion together as one section, or should we separate these, and why? So really, you know, what's the difference, first of all, between results and discussion, so that we're clear on that? You know, in the results section, you only present the results, right? You don't interpret them in any way. You don't really comment on them in any way. It's just like a dry presentation of the facts, the numbers, the quotes from participants, whatever data you have. It's just that. It's just the, you know, the raw, the data, basically, right? But in the discussion section, we compare our findings with the literature, we interpret them, we explain them, and so on, right? So the discussion section is not so much about, you know, what you found, but what these findings actually mean, right? That's the main difference. Now, you can keep the results and discussion together in one section, right? So this means that, you in that same section, you first present an important result and you describe it, and then you discuss that result, and then you move on to the next important result, and then you discuss it again, and then you repeat that, and you repeat that, and it's all in one sort of big section, right? But you can also separate things, right? So you can first have a results section that, of course, will be subdivided into different subsections, right? And then you will have a separate other big section in which you're going to discuss your key results, right? So the first section would just have the presentation of the results, and then the second big section will just have the discussion of the results. Now, you might be wondering which is better, and the answer here is that both are correct, really. None of them is better or worse, right? And you choose them, by considering what's typical for your discipline. You consider the journal's expectation, your own or your lab's preferences, really. So again, there is no right or wrong answer here. It's all based on conventions, the conventions of your discipline. In some disciplines, it's much more common to connect results and discussion into one section. In other disciplines, it's less common, right? And some journals also have their own conventions. Some journals prefer to have results and discussion as one section, right? And you can easily find that out by reading the papers from that journal, and reading the papers from your discipline will give you the conventions of your discipline. Maybe your lab, right, has specific preferences, or your research group has specific preferences. And again, you can easily find that out by, looking at other papers that people have published in your lab, right? And maybe, ultimately you have a particular preference that, either for this study or in general, you prefer presenting and discussing the results in a certain way, either together or separate, right? So these are some of the things to look at. Now, how does this look in practice? So in here, first of all, let me show you how it would look if we had two sections. One section was the presentation of the results. The other section was the discussion of the results. So here's an example. It's just a short paragraph from the whole results section. Obviously, I'm not going to show you the whole paper here, but you can look it up. The reference is here. The point is that, in here, the author just presents the results. As you can see, it's like a dry, it's just dry facts, numbers, things they found, right? What was generated, right? What was detected, right? What signals were there, and things like that. But there is no kind of explanation of it. There is no interpretation, no comparison with the literature, nothing like that. But then, in a separate section, once all the results have been presented, the writer discusses those results, right? So we've got a comparison with the literature in the first sentence, right? So other studies found this, but this was not reflected in the observed tissue distribution in our study, right? And then we've got some interpretation of this finding. This suggests that, and we kind of explain why this difference occurred, between our study and those previous studies, right? And then, we add sort of further explanation and comparison with the literature to support our explanation or our hypothesis, right? So this is what a discussion would look like. And, we're going to dive deeper into how to exactly discuss the results in another video in this week. So don't worry. But this is just a quick overview here of how it would look in two sections. Now, of course, it can also be in one section, such as in this paragraph, right? Basically, they start here with like comparing with the literature, right? And, then we say what was also found in our study, right? That in this investigation, right, something was observed. And we also have some explanation of those findings, right? So we have both kind of in one paragraph in here, right? And that often happens if the results and discussion are just one section. So I prepared for you an organizing your results worksheet, and it's a Word document, and it's available for you in the materials section, just right above this video. So you can download it and open it, and I'm going to pull it up on the screen here for you. Right? And, you know, we're going to be working through it throughout this week. But the first thing that we've got to do is decide whether the results and discussion will be kept together as one section or two separate sections, right? And you must decide kind of before you start organizing everything and writing things up, because if you don't, then you won't have the right direction in mind, and then you'll get lost, and then you'll have to backtrack and you'll waste a lot of time. So it's good to kind of make that decision, early, right? And to help you make that decision, I've prepared some questions that you should answer for yourself, right? So when you read 3 to 5 similar papers, what is typical in your field? Is the discussion and results together or separate? Now, you might have 1, 3, 4 journals in mind where you might want to submit your paper, right? So if you look at the papers recently published there, if you look at 3 or 5 papers published there, how do they organize the results and discussion? In one section or in 2 sections? Is there a particular trend or preference in your lab or research group? Again, look up a couple of recently published papers. And finally, what is your personal preference and why, right? So I left this question as the last one because it's the least important. So if you find that, in your field and in the journals and in your lab, people separate the results and discussion, and your preference is to keep it together, then you shouldn't listen to your preference. You should listen to what other people have been doing, because that's the trend in your field, and you should follow it if you want to successfully publish your paper, right? So answer these questions for yourself and make that decision whether you're going to keep it separate or together. Now that you've made that decision, let's look at some universal organizing principles first for the results, right? So whether you keep results and discussion together or separate, you first still have to kind of organize your results first before you start discussing them, right? So that's why we're going to look at some of those organizing principles first, and I'll help you to structure your results section before we move on to any sort of write-up or discussion. So first of all, the results are typically organized in a couple of different ways. And first of all, you can organize them by the research question, the research aim, or hypothesis, right? Especially if you had more than one, right? So let's say if you have 2 or 3 hypotheses in your paper, then it would make a lot of sense for the first subsection of the results to be about the first hypothesis, and the second subsection of the results to be about the second hypothesis, and so on, right? That's one possibility. Now, another possibility is to organize it from general to specific, right? So this can work really well if, like, initially, you've got some general results, and then you're diving more specifically into each of those elements, right? And you're going more and more specific with your results, right? So that can work very well. You can, of course, divide it by topics or subtopics, right? So it might turn out that, you've got different themes within your results, right? And this happens very often. As you start analyzing the data, you start noticing different themes or different subtopics, right? And then you can structure everything by those subtopics. And each of those themes or subtopics becomes a subsection of your results, right? You can also organize it by the studied material or the studied case, right? If your aim is to compare these, right? So to give you a practical example of that, I recently did a study that compared plenary speakers at different conferences for English language teachers. So basically, I had a bunch of conferences for English language teachers, right? And I was analyzing them, right? So it made a lot of sense for me to divide the results section by the conference, right? And then, the first subsection was the first conference, and then the second conference, and so on. So each conference was like a case or a material. Similarly, imagine if you study 3 different materials to see which of them, is the most efficient in a particular process, then it could make sense to divide your results by that material, right? Now, what are some organizing pitfalls, right? So these are the most foremost common elements. And maybe before we go to pitfalls, let me just add as well that, you know, you you can choose one of these principles to organize overall your results. So let's say, you know, my results overall will be organized by the hypotheses that I have. But then each subsection that deals with one hypothesis can be organized, for example, from general to specific, right? Or each of those subsections on one hypothesis can be organized by smaller topics and subtopics within that hypothesis, right? So, you know, you choose one of these principles to overall organize your results, but then within each section, you can also organize it using another principle, right? Now, what are some of the pitfalls when organizing your data? Well, you should avoid to organize your data chronologically in the order you collected the data, right? Because this typically doesn't make any logical sense. The order in which you collected the data isn't, you know, doesn't really logically explain your results in any way. It's just, you know, what you did in your study chronologically. So I wouldn't do that. I would also avoid organizing your data by the type of data, right? So that, you know, the first section of the results presents qualitative data and the second section presents quantitative data. That typically doesn't make any sense. If you have two sources of data, right, the reason for having two sources of data is typically to combine them to enhance your results, right? So you should organize it by topic and have both types of data presented in one topic, right? The only time where it would make sense to organize it by the type of data is that if each research question or each hypothesis used a different source of data, right? So let's say if for hypothesis 1 you used qualitative data sources, and then for hypothesis 2 you used quantitative data sources, well then of course you separate them, but you don't separate them because of the type of data, you separate them because they are different hypotheses. So ultimately you organize everything by the hypothesis, right? And you should also avoid kind of structuring things by the type of experiment, the figure table, or the research tool, right? Because again, these don't really, you know, they have nothing to do with your results and they don't give you any sort of logical structure, right? So don't do that either. Now, let's look at some practical examples of how this can actually be done. So in here, I want to show you how you can apply the first principle of organizing your results by research questions. So let's see how this is done, right? So you can see that right at the very beginning of this paragraph, the author says the first aim of this study was blah, blah, blah. Then they kind of recap on the aim, and then they present the results, right? And then further in that results section, the writer, she says, you know, the second aim of this study was, right? And then she presents the results for the second aim, right? That's kind of how it's organized. Now, you can also organize it by topic, right? So we've got the first paragraph where we say, you know, figure 1 shows density and apparent viscosity, right? And in the second paragraph, we say figure 2 shows images of some representative meringue samples, right? So don't get fooled that it's organized by the figure. It's not organized by figures. It's organized by topics, right? And the first topic is density and viscosity values of meringue batters, right? Whereas the second topic is, you know, representative meringue samples, right? So it's organized by topic. And notice again that the first sentence of the paragraph introduces that topic. And here also the first sentence introduces the main aim or the main topic that will be presented, right? So remember about that. Now you can also organize it from general to specific, right? So you can see in here that the first paragraph, you know, presents some kind of more general result, right? But paragraph number 2 offers a more detailed analysis of those general responses, right? So we're kind of going from general to specific. And this last one is not general to specific, but it's by studied case, right? So in here, we've got different case studies, right? So in here, we're looking at different course books, right? And we're analyzing those different course books. And I think there were like 5 or 6 course books in this study, right? One of them is Roadmap in the first paragraph, and the second one is Language Hub in the second paragraph, right? So it makes a lot of sense for us to organize the results by course book, so by the studied case or by the studied material, if you will, right? So that's what is done in here, right? So you can, and again, notice that in the very first sentence of the paragraph, we introduce the main idea and we tell the reader exactly what this section of the results will be about, and it will be about one specific case that we analyzed. So now that you've seen examples of these organizing principles, let's come back to our organizing results and discussion worksheet, right? And, what I'd like you to do is to think about, the overall principle for organizing your results, right? So overall, your whole results section, how will you organize it? By research question or hypothesis? Will you go from general to specific, or maybe by topics and subtopics, and so on, right? So what I'd like you to do is to put that overall organizing principle in here, right? And then add the title of the results section in here, or like the main kind of theme that each results section will be about. Because once you've decided on the overall organizing principle, for example, if it's by hypothesis, then obviously section 1 of the results will be the first hypothesis, section 2 will be the second hypothesis, and so on. So you can straight away put that in here. Now, what we want to do next is to think about, what is going to go into each of those sections that you've got here, right? Once you've got the overall organizing principle, you've got the titles of the results section, well, then you can brainstorm some ideas for each section. And I don't mean that you should write it up yet, but you can just in bullet points list the main results that need to be put in that section. And don't worry about organizing them yet. Just kind of put in bullet points the key findings for each of the results section that you've got here. And now that you've got that, right, let me just insert a column here. What we want to do is add the organizing principle for each section, right? Because as I mentioned, you can have overall your results are organized by hypothesis, but within the first section, how does it make sense to organize your results? For example, it could be from general to specific maybe, or maybe by topics and subtopics, right? Or maybe by studied material or case in here, right? And this, is typically easy to see once you've got your notes in here, because by thinking about the content of each section and just brainstorming what needs to go there, you can see what might be the best way to organize things, right? So then in here, write the principle for organizing each of the sections, right? And I'll put an example for you here, right? And then what you want to do is organize your notes. So in here you had your notes like just brainstormed, but now you've chosen the organizing principle, so you can start thinking, in what order these main points in each results section should go, right? And, of course, don't worry, because this will slightly probably evolve and develop as you start writing things. But nevertheless, it's good to start thinking about it and start kind of putting it in the most appropriate order, right? So I'd like you to do that right now. Get the organizing principle for each section and then try to organize your notes here. Now, we've got the results more or less organized, or at least, the first version of our results is kind of organized. So what I want to talk about very briefly right now is how to present and discuss results together. Now, we will have a separate video where we're going to dive deeper in how to exactly discuss the results, right? But I want to just introduce that really quickly here in case you're doing results and discussion together in one section, so you can also start thinking how the discussion of your results will fit in with your results in that one section, right? So, the overall structure will always be that you present the main results first of the first subsection or theme. And then second, you discuss these. And then you move on to the results of the second subsection and you discuss these, right? That's always the order. The results first, and then discussion, results, discussion, results, discussion. That's kind of how it's always structured. Now, how it works more specifically is that, like, after you present a first meaningful chunk of your results, you then start discussing. Well, what do I mean by a meaningful chunk? Well, you've presented, like, for example, the first subtopic within your first research question, right? Or you've presented like the first main point of your results within the first section, right? So we've got like some results, we've got like some figures, for example, some quotes from participants. Now it might be time to discuss them, right? So first you're going to compare them with the literature and show similarities or differences. And then you're going to explain your results, right? If your results are somewhat surprising or interesting, then you want to explain why you might have obtained those results. Or if you noted differences with the literature, you want to explain those differences as well. And then you want to interpret your results. By interpreting, I mean you tell us what your results mean. How should we look at the results as readers? Like, what's the main takeaway message from this? Like, how should I interpret your results, right? What do your results suggest? What do they indicate, or something like this, right? So the explain part is like, why were the differences with the literature? Why did you get these results, if they were surprising? And then interpretation is more like, what do these results actually mean, right? That's kind of the pattern in here. So if we come back to our organizing your results and discussion worksheet, right? Below in here, I've got a table for you, right? Which will be useful if you have results and discussion combined, right? So in here, we've got the results section. So you need those results section from here, right? And then, you will need to take notes on, first of all, comparison with literature, then explanation and interpretation. And we'll dig deeper into that in one of the following videos, right? But I just wanted to point you in this direction here, right? And then I've also got a table here for you if your discussion is a separate section, but we'll dig into that as well in day 4 of this week. But I just wanted to show you how it will look if you're combining results and discussion into one section and what the overall structure will be. So now at this stage, you've got your results organized. You kind of know where the discussion will come in with your results. So now it's time to write up your results. And in the following video, we're going to look at writing up quantitative results. And then in day 3, we're going to look at qualitative results. And then we're going to look at discussing your results. So I'll see you there. Hello everybody and welcome back. In the previous video we organized your results, we structured everything, so now it's time to start writing them up. So in this video I'm going to talk about presenting quantitative results, and in the following video I'm going to talk about presenting qualitative results. So depending what type of study you're doing, you can watch either both of the videos if your study involves both quantitative and qualitative, or you can just watch one of the 2 videos, right? So with that said, let's dive in and let's talk about presenting quantitative results. What are we going to cover today? Well, first of all, we're going to talk about how to report positive and negative quantitative results. And then we're also going to look at how you can use numbers accurately in the text and how you should refer to figures and tables appropriately. And then we're also going to look at automating the referencing process to figures and tables to save yourself some time and also be more accurate. So let's dive right in, and let's start with showing you how you can report results in text, report positive and negative quantitative results. So let's start with reporting positive results. And I've got an example here for you, right? And in here you can see, that the results are really reported almost always in the past tense, right? Was observed, right? Where differences were established. And notice that very often we use the passive voice, just like in the methodology, right? If you don't remember what was passive voice, then in the previous week, I have a cheat sheet for you with passive voice and past tense, so you can take a look at that. We did that when we discussed the methodology, right? Similarly, you know, again, we've got past tense, right? But in here we've got active voice, so images indicated the presence of, right? Then, you know, something showed. Show is a very common verb that we're going to use all the time in the results section, right? And we've got showed in here, you know. Perhaps you could, you know, to avoid repetition, you could use a different verb, right? Then show twice. But notice that again, everything is in the past tense in here. And a couple more examples, this time with negative results, right? So no conclusive information could be obtained, right? Notice the passive voice in here as well, could be obtained, right? Rather than we didn't obtain. Same here, no significant differences were found. Again, we've got the passive voice, right? Same here, no detectable relative expression levels were observed, right? So again, notice that it's past tense and it's passive voice really, really often, right? So yeah, with that said, in those examples, here are a couple of tips in terms of like language and grammar, right? So you've got to use past simple throughout, right? And past simple is just adding ed to the verb. There's really like one verb that is irregular and it's found, that you're going to be using often in the results section. Everything else is regular, meaning that you just add ed to it, right? Now, note that in economics, some researchers present results in the present simple. This is really the only field where I've seen people present results in the present tense, saying that like, you know, our findings show, or this shows, we show, right? We observe, we find, right? That's how very often researchers in economics present results. But in other fields, really 99% of the time, you want to use past simple. And you want to use both passive and active voice, right? Differences were found or images indicated, but please note that probably passive voice is more common than active voice in the results section. And again, in the previous week, there is a cheat sheet on passive voice where you can revise how to use it. And then, you know, you want to use a variety of different verbs like show, reveal, indicate, find, observe, and so on, right? So that your text doesn't become repetitive. You don't want to be using show in every single sentence. And also you want to use significant for statistically significant results, right? And then you want to give us the p value as well when you say that. So I've prepared for you some language, right, that will be helpful for presenting quantitative results. And it's in the materials section, just right above this video. So you can download it and print it. It's a PDF document and it looks like this, right? I'll make it a little bit bigger, right? So in here, reporting positive results, right? So you've got a lot of useful phrases in here that you can just take straight away and start using in your own paper. And I'd really recommend that you have it open whenever you're writing your results, so that, you know, you can just use more accurate language and you don't have to search anywhere, and writing becomes faster and easier, right? Now, when you report quantitative results, you're going to be using numbers a lot in text. So let's look at, you know, a couple of tips to help you to use numbers appropriately, right? And the first important thing to note is decimals. That in English, the decimal is separated by a full stop, not a comma, right? In many other languages, like in Polish, it's a comma rather than a full stop. In English, it's a full stop, right? So remember that. Very often, you know, when we use percentages, in brackets, we put the symbol, but if you use it as part of the sentence, we write it as a word, percent, right? This can depend on the field, right? So in more exact sciences, you can find that very often the symbol percent will be used throughout, right? So you want to follow that convention. Numbers, typically, right, numbers below 10 are written as words, and numbers above 10 are written as numbers, right? For example, 9 samples were, and 9 is a word, whereas 19 samples is written as a number, right? This only applies if the number is part of the text and it's not in brackets, right? But you definitely want to check with the journal style or the style like APA, Harvard, or whatever other style you're supposed to use for your research paper, because this can vary slightly. But I found that this is a very common rule across a lot of styles and journals. And then, if you decide to use approximations like almost, slightly, less than, and so on, or in fractions like 3/4, you want to put the exact, number in brackets, right? And then symbols, right? So, for results of many statistical tests, it is customary to use the symbol, right, that denotes the tests, right? So if that's the case for you, then don't forget to use that symbol. And typically that symbol is put in italics as well, right? As I did here on the slide. Now, let's look at how you can refer to tables and figures, because you're going to have to do that quite a lot as well, right? So here's the first example, right? And you can see that figure is written as a whole word, and it's put in brackets at the end of the sentence, right? Sometimes what people add as well is see figure, right? But in other fields, it's just figure in brackets, right? And notice that there's no title of the figure or nothing, it's just figure and the number of the figure, right? You can also use the passive voice, right? The standard state case is shown in, and then figure is outside of the brackets, right? And in here we use an acronym, FIG dot 5. You can also use as phrases, right? So as can be seen in figure 1. Most respondents worked in language school, right? And you can also use the active voice. Figure 5 graphically illustrates da-da-da, right? So these are the 4 most common ways in which people refer to figures, but it's the same. I realized that in all the examples I put figure, but it's the same with tables, right? So you could substitute the word figure for table here, and it works in exactly the same way. So a couple of tips, right? First of all, before you give us the table or figure and you put it in your text, you want to introduce it first, right? So what I mean by that, first you want to write, as can be seen in figure 1, blah, 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 and you introduce the main topic, right? And then you can put the table or the figure. And then you further present that table or figure, right? Don't just kind of randomly just put a table or figure, and then talk about it somewhere later. You also always want to capitalize figure or table. Don't forget to do that. And you only want to use figure or table plus number, right, in the text. Now, figure can be shortened to fig dot, but you cannot shorten table. And you want to be consistent as well, whether you use figure or fig dot, right? Whichever you choose, it doesn't matter. It's just a convention of different fields, it's a convention of different journals, but you want to be consistent with your use, right? I've also seen that in some fields or journals, what they do is that, like, when figure is part of the text, like figure 1 shows, then it's written as a whole word. But when it's in brackets, it's always written as fig dot, right? But again, it's just a convention, right? It's just something that some people have decided to do. And if that's the case for you, then you have to follow that convention, right? But the point is that you're consistent throughout your text. And I also wouldn't use too many different terms. Like, what I mean by that is that, like, some people start talking about like images, maps, and charts and graphs and God knows what else. But really, you can just use table, and then everything else can be just a figure, right? Whether it's like an image or like a line graph or a bar chart or something like this, it's just a figure, right? And I would just stick to that, to those 2 terms. And yeah, you can put the reference to the table or figure in brackets at the end of the sentence, right? So you don't have to always, start the sentence with figure or table shows, right? And you want to use a variety of verbs as well, right? So don't always say, figure 1 shows, figure 1 shows, right? Because that would just become very repetitive. And you've got the different kind of ways of referring to figures, right? You've got 4 different ways. So throughout your results, you want to use all of these 4 ways of referring to tables or figures at some point, right? You don't want to just, for example, use this phrase all the time, because it's just going to become really repetitive, right? And all this language as well is for you on the cheat sheet, right? That we've already looked at, right? And it's right at the top, referring to tables and figures, right? So we've got those phrases in bold, right? And you've got different verbs as well, that I put for you here that you can use, right? And of course you could use other verbs, but these are the most common ones in this particular phrase. So I would recommend that you just use the phrases that were given here, right? And then, you know, on the second page, you also have a couple of phrases for, you know, referring to numbers and using different ways in which we can refer to numbers as fractions, as percentages, you know, approximations, and so on, right? So now, when it comes to referring to tables or figures, I think what we want to do is make the process as smooth and easy as possible. And as much as possible, we just want to automate it, right? So first of all, you know, you can prepare table and figure templates, right? So what I mean by that is that, like, you can have like one type of table or one type of figure that you use for a certain type of data, right? That is common in your research. And what I mean by that is that, like, you can use the same color scheme, you can use the same fonts, the same design. Like, the only thing that will change in different tables in the same paper or different papers as you're writing more papers is the numbers. Like, that's the only thing you want to be changing. It's the numbers, right? And of course, you know, sometimes for different data, we want to use different types of figures, right? Of course, that's true. But probably in any type of research that people do in any field, there are a couple of very common types of data that you always get. And there are a couple of very common figure types that you consistently have to use. There's always like a few different ones that you might have to add to a paper, but overall, you know, there are probably some common trends, right? And you want to identify those trends and just prepare, you know, templates, so you don't have to start from scratch every single time. That's what I do. I've just got a template for figures that I use, and for tables, for example, for figures as well. And I just change the data in it, you know, and it really saves a lot of time. You know, it's much faster. And you also want to use cross-reference in Word to refer to tables and figures, right? And you don't really want to be doing it manually, right? Now, if you just have one figure or 2 figures, that's perhaps not a problem. But if you have like 5 or more tables and figures, then you definitely want to use cross-referencing, because, you know, then it gets messy. And if you use cross-referencing, numbering will update automatically, right? If you change the table or figure order, because sometimes what happens is that we kind of think, okay, this figure and these results will be good as the first section of my results. But then you start writing it and you then start rethinking and you start moving things around. So then you have to manually change the numbering of everything, right? And it just gets tedious in the long run, and you can make mistakes as well if you have various tables and figures. So I prepared for you cheat sheet. It's called Using Cross-Referencing Cheat Sheet, and it's also available in the materials section right above the video, right? And it's a PDF document, and it looks like this. Right? So I won't go through all of it because, you know, it's got screenshots and step-by-step instructions. So if you've never used cross-referencing, this shows you exactly kind of how to use it, right? And how to insert it in text step-by-step with screenshots, right? So I'm not going to go through all of it here, because you can figure it out just from this. But of course, if you have maybe a different version of Microsoft Word, or you're using a different program and you run into a challenge with this process, then let me know in the community, right? And I'll help you out, or come to the collaboration calls and we can help you out there. But you've got the instructions with screenshots here, right? So, you know, you might be still wondering, well, why do I want to automate this process? Well, because as we talked a lot, you know, in week 2 of the program, your energy and time are finite, right? So really spending it on tasks that can be automated is wasteful, right? Even if that task, takes just 10 minutes, right? Then those 10 minutes add up, and they keep on adding up throughout the year as you're writing papers, right? So, and they add up to hours and hours in the end, right? So what's the point of like wasting those hours on something that can be done more smoothly, because it can be automated or almost automated with templates. It can be sped up a lot, right? So, if you, as I mentioned in week 2, if you think that you don't have enough time to do your writing, well, that's why you want to think about those areas where things can either be eliminated, or they can be reduced, or they can be automated, like in this case, right? So that's why really we want to do this. And it's a small change, and initially you might be thinking, well, it's not really going to give me a lot of time. But if you multiply it by all the papers you're writing and all the figures and tables that you're preparing, it really adds up to a lot of saved time, right? So that's the cross-referencing cheat sheet that I've mentioned. And now at this stage, you've got all the info to start writing your quantitative results, right? So you've got the structure, you've got all the language that you need, you've seen how you can refer to tables and figures. So now it's action time, get down to writing and write at least your first section of the results, and then share it with us for feedback in the community. Come to the collaboration calls, and if you get stuck, we'll help you out. But you must start writing. Don't leave it until tomorrow. Don't fall into that delusion that tomorrow will be a better day to start. Tomorrow is never a better day to start, because tomorrow there will be stuff going on as well. Like you will, I don't know, have to take your kids to school, and your boss will want to have a meeting with you, and your friends will call you to go out for a coffee. There's always stuff going on. So just start today, start writing. Even if you're just able to write one paragraph, that's amazing. You've already started. So get down to work, start writing your results, share it with us, come to the collaboration calls, and I'll see you in the following video where we're going to talk about qualitative results. Hello everybody, and welcome back to week 5 of Research Paper Mastery. And in this video, we're going to talk about presenting qualitative results. So far you've structured your results section. If you're presenting quantitative results as well, we talked about that in the previous video. And now we're going to talk about qualitative results. So let's dive right in. What are we going to cover today? Well, first of all, I'm going to talk about the ISCT equation for presenting qualitative results, and I'll explain what it is and how it works, but it will really help you to understand the pattern that you need to follow when you present qualitative results. And I'll also show you how to present and format quotes from data, quotes from participants appropriately as well. And we're going to also look at how you can report on participants' voices appropriately, which verbs you should use, which tense, and so on. And then, we're also going to look again at the art of smooth transitions. So we talked about creating a coherent story in week 1 of the program, but in here we're also going to look at how you can transition between, different quotes from participants in the results section. So let's first get started with, the equation. I call it the ISCT equation. What is it? Well, it consists of 4 elements, and the first element is introduce, so that stands for the I. So you want to introduce the main topic of the following data extracts and or make a claim. What do I mean by that? Well, you want to say something like, our findings reveal that several participants, and then you say whatever these participants said, right? And then you want to give support this claim with data, with evidence, right? And for you, the evidence is quotes from data. So first we introduce kind of the main topic that we're going to talk about, right? And then we show people data, right? We show people quotes that support this main topic. And then somehow we want to comment on the above data. In here, I don't mean that we necessarily need to discuss it, right? Discussion of data is a separate issue, but like we do want some sort of a comment, right? Because you've just presented us with like maybe 2 or 3 quotes from participants, so you need to tell us like what this means, right? Something like, these quotes clearly indicate that blah blah blah, right? Something like that. And then you want to transition, right? So you want to provide a logical link to the following topic and data extract, right? So, it could be something as simple as, in addition to the problems that participants mentioned above, they also commented that, blah, 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 right? So this, in addition to, just provides a really good transition, right? And these transitions are basically the same that we talked about when we discussed how to tell a coherent story. So you can also go back there and download the cheat sheets for linking your ideas and so on, right? But that's the equation. So I introduce, S support, C comment, and T transition, right? That's a very typical pattern when we present qualitative data. And you just basically repeat it, right? You present kind of like, one subtopic, if you will, and do introduce, support, comment, transition, and then you move on to the next, and again, introduce, support, comment, transition, and repeat until you've presented all your results. So let me give you a practical example of what I mean here, right? So first of all, introducing, right? So we've got the introduction of the main topic. 3 student informants also mentioned that, and then I mentioned like what these people talked about, right? The specific main topics that they talked about. And then I support it with quotes. I'm just going to show you one quote here, but you could support it, since you say 3 students informants, you want to have quotes from these 3 different informants, right, that you interviewed, right? And I actually have it here, right? So 3 different people, right? And notice that they are different people because that's what I said, 3 students informants, right? And then I've got a comment in here, right? It is important to note, however, that the 3 comments above come only from da-da-da, right? So I'm not really discussing the data here. It's just like I'm adding some sort of comment so that the reader understands what these quotes actually mean, right? Because otherwise, if you just present as quotes and then you transition to the next thing, the reader reads these quotes and they go like, okay, but so what? Like, I mean, what is the point of all these quotes? What are you trying to tell me, right? So this comment is supposed to explain, right? Well, what is the main point of these quotes? And then I transition, right? As the last comment above indicated, and then I introduce the next topic, whatever the next topic is, right? So this is how it works in practice, and it's just repeats all the time. This pattern is repeated throughout the results section. So if you get it, writing up qualitative results should be really easy, right? Because you can just do this: introduce, support, comment, transition. Introduce, support, comment, transition, right? So very simple. Now, another important issue is to talk about how to present and format these quotes, right? And of course, these rules will depend a little bit on the journal or the style that you're using, but I just want to show you some common patterns and, and some best practices that I've learned in my career, but I've also seen numerous other researchers across different fields use. Right? So if we have short quotes, we want to incorporate them as part of the sentences, right? But we need to ensure that they fit grammatically within the sentence, right? So a mistake that people make often is that they start writing a sentence, right? For example, they write that one of the participants mentioned that, and then afterwards they put a quote, right? And the quote just doesn't fit grammatically with the rest of the sentence. So what you need to do is you need to read the whole sentence, what you've written, plus the quote that you've put in, to see if it actually makes sense. And if it doesn't make sense, then you want to cut a part of the quote, right, so that it fits grammatically, or change it slightly using square brackets, right, to, for example, change the grammar. And if you've got longer quotes, then you want to format them as block quotes, one in each line, right? And what I mean by that is kind of what I did here. These are like block quotes. So you can see either a one very long sentence or 2 sentences, or you might have even longer quotes, right? Then, they should be formatted as separate paragraphs, right? Now, how many quotes are you supposed to use? Well, sometimes you can use one longer quote and it might be enough to support one point, because then, you've got a lot more stuff from that quote that you can actually present, right? But sometimes you also want to use 2 to 4 shorter ones, right? And especially if you say several participants, then you must show us, at least 2, preferably 3 quotes, because you said several participants. I want to see evidence for that, right? If you say several participants and you just show me 1 quote from 1 participant, well, that's not several participants, that's just 1 person, right? So be careful with that, because that's a very common mistake that I've seen people make. But also, you don't want to go overboard. So you don't want to have a situation that you always show people like 5 or 6 quotes, because then it will just get too much, right? Also, you want to mix longer and shorter quotes, right? Because very long quotes, well, they take up a lot of space in your article, and your space is limited. So if the long quote is really important and you can analyze it and justify the use of this quote, then keep it long. But then you don't want to have only very long quotes in the text, right? Because you won't be able to present enough data and to discuss that data appropriately, because you will run out of words. So you also want to present shorter quotes that support what you're saying, right? Because sometimes, even just like 1 sentence from a participant is enough to support a point that you're making, or to give an example of the point that you're making. So let's see here how we format longer quotes, right? So you can see in here that I formatted it in italics, and it's a separate paragraph, and you can see that it's indented from the left, right? The whole paragraph, and there are no quotation marks around it. And this is very common, right? And I also have symbols and numbers for the participants in here in square brackets at the end. And this really helps the reader to know which participant it came from, right? So if you're showing several quotes or throughout your results section, I can see whether all these quotes come just from 2 participants, or you have a variety of voices, right? And really we want to see, if you had 10 participants, we want to see quotes from all those 10 participants at some point in your results section, right? And I'm not saying that this is the only correct way of formatting qualitative data, right? And longer quotes. This can vary journal to journal, right? Many journals don't have any preference, right? So if they don't have any preference, you can just use this formatting, right? To make it easy for yourself. Shorter quotes. Well, this is what you can do, for example, right? So you can see the shorter quotes were inserted in italics in here, right? This is what is commonly done, right? Had to be included more for marketing than for pedagogy, right? So I've got the shorter quote in here, right? And then while others were also restricted in terms of accent to mostly right? Notice that, for example, in here I add 2, right? And I added it using square brackets. It wasn't in the original quote, but I had to add it because otherwise the sentence wouldn't be grammatical, right? And this can be because the participant didn't use correct grammar, right? But it's more likely that there was something else in here, and because of the way I wrote the sentence, I needed to add this to make the sentence grammatical, right? And in here you can see that I just formatted them in italics. Now, what some people will do as well is to add quotation marks around these, right? So it's not just italics, but also quotation marks. And this can really depend on the style of the journal. Now, the reason why we want to use italics as well is to distinguish these quotes from quotes from literature. Because if you're presenting results and discussing results at the same time, it might happen that you have quotes from participants and then quotes from literature. So we need an easy way of distinguishing which is which. And an easy way is to put, quotes from participants in italics, maybe with quotation marks as well if you want to, and quotes from literature just with quotation marks, right? So that's what I would do. So here are a couple of tips, right? As I mentioned, in terms of format quotes from participants differently to quotes from literature. That's important, especially if discussion and results are together, so the readers can easily see what is what. You want to be consistent. So you want to create a style in Word for all quotes to maintain consistency throughout. What do I mean by that? Well, if we open a new document in Word, right? In here you can see that there are styles, right? Just in here. And Word has a style for a quote, right, in here. But what we want to do is we just want to modify it and modify it, you know, to our purposes. So I definitely don't want it to be in the center. It should be to the left, right? Black, if I'm using italics, let's use italics, right? And then okay. And then, you know, if you want to change something else about it, you can go to format, paragraph, for example, and then change, you know, the indentation, the spacing and stuff like this, right? Now, whatever you choose to do with it, like, it's really good to use the quote, the style in here, because then, you know, as we're writing, now I'm in normal style, right? And then I want to put another quote in here, and I've written something, and then bam, and it's formatted in the same way, right? So again, it's kind of like automating the whole process. And it really saves a lot of time, because imagine if you start formatting every single quote manually, like, you have to remember what's the indentation, you have to remember what's the spacing before and after it, you have to remember a lot of stuff. And why would you want to do that? So use the styles in here, and you want to use these styles for everything, right? For headings, you want to have styles for, like, you know, normal paragraphs, for different levels of headings, and so on, right? So, you know, so you can just use them anytime that you're writing a research paper. And then names. So you don't want to use participants' first names, right? But you want to use symbols, right, with numbers. And symbols with numbers are especially good if you have, you know, more than, I would say, like 5 participants, right? And then, you know, you can just have any sort of symbol that you want. Like, you know, I used S, for example, when I had students, and T when I had teachers. And this is really useful if you have different groups of people, because then if you start using S for students, then we know that this quote comes from a student, and T is for teachers. And then the numbers help us as readers understand, like, that you're using a variety of voices from a variety of participants. So that's really important, right? And you put these in square brackets, right? So if we come back to my examples, right, you can see here, right? So these are the symbols that I mean. Course book writer 5 and 6, course book writer 7, right? So we can see which quotes come from whom, and you've got square brackets around them, right? And if you have very few participants, like let's say between 1 and 5, then you could use pseudonyms, nicknames for these participants, right? Instead of their real names. And that's frequently used if you have very few participants, right? If you have more than 5, and especially like 10 or more, then you don't want to use pseudonyms, you just want to use symbols and numbers. All right, so let's look at how we can report participants' voices, what language we can use, what verbs, and so on. So first of all, you want to avoid simple everyday words, such as say, tell, talk about. You definitely don't want to say things like, you know, one participant told us that, or one participant said that. That's just like really informal. You know, you want to use verbs that have a specific meaning, you know, because using such a verb can also add a lot of nuance to what actually that participant said. Did they highlight something, or did they claim something? Did they observe something, or did they mention something? Did they like pinpoint a specific problem, right? So all these verbs, apart from being more formal, they have a very specific meaning. And I think that can add a lot of richness to your text, because it actually shows how participants said something, right? And then, you know, you want to use the past tense to report participants' views, but present tense to say what the results show, suggest, and so on, right? So we would say, you know, that one of the participants highlighted that, and then we say what they said, right? And, you know, this, and then we say this shows that, and then we use the present tense to say what it suggests or shows. And then, you know, you want to use a mix of passive and active voice, right? So for example, similar views were expressed by 3 other participants. And also active voice, one participant observed that, right? And have a mix of those. Otherwise, your text will become very repetitive. So here are a couple of examples, right? This was also highlighted by some interviewees, right? One recruiter observed that. Interviewees also emphasized, right? Some interviewees cast doubt on, is also confirmed by the interviewees, right? So you've got lots of different examples of verbs in here and lots of different ways of using it, right? For example, passive voice like this was highlighted, or active voice, interviewees also emphasized, right? And notice how each of these verbs has a very specific meaning. So it really adds that extra layer of meaning to your quotes, right? Because saying that they observed something is very different from saying that they cast doubt on something, right? So I prepared a cheat sheet for you, reporting verbs for qualitative data, and it's available in the materials section for you, right? And it's a PDF document that looks like that, right? And it kind of recaps on everything that we said here, right? So you've got a list of, a lot of different verbs, right? And it's very similar to what we discussed when we talked about presenting the literature and reporting on the literature, right? So some verbs can only be followed by a noun phrase. What is a noun phrase? It's like a long noun, the problem of participating in face-to-face courses. That's a noun phrase, right? And some must be followed by a sentence with that, right? Argued that greater attention should be paid. We can't say one of the interviewees argued the problem of face-to-face courses. That doesn't work. We can't have a noun phrase after argue, right? But then there's a lot of verbs that can have both, right? So you can use either a noun phrase or you can use a sentence after them. So you want to pay attention to these, right? And as I said, most verbs are regular, right? So you just add ed. There aren't really any verbs in here that would be not regular. At least I can't see any very quickly. So you just add ed to them, right? And you want to use past simple, right? If you're using present simple, then, don't forget to add the s when it's the third person singular. So like she considers, right? Or the author discusses, something like that, right? Don't forget about that. And then in here, you've got a little bit more about the passive voice and the active voice, right? With examples as well. So I'd really recommend that you print this out and keep it next to you as you're writing your qualitative data, so you can use more accurate language and you don't make mistakes. And you can also use it to proofread your text, before you seek feedback to check if you've done it correctly. Now, let's look at what I call the art of smooth transitions. So how can we maintain flow in presenting the results, right? And how can we transition smoothly so that everything just flows naturally, gently, and the reader is happy and the reader kind of very easily understands what's going on here in this story. So, why we do it is to show connections between data extracts and topics, right? We want to maintain flow and coherence, and we want to present a clear argument. So the reasons really are the same as why we are trying to tell a coherent story in the paper overall. And if you haven't done that video yet, then definitely go back to week 1 and revise how to tell a coherent story, because it's exactly the same when you're presenting the results. You have to tell a coherent story here as well. And you can use a variety of techniques, most of it which will be very familiar to you from week 1, right? You can use linking words, right? Such as like however, even though, moreover, those kind of words, right? First, second. You can also use demonstratives, right? So words such as this, that, such, another, that kind of link back to what was said before, right? And you can also use synonyms and repetitions, right? So you can repeat a keyword, right? Or the synonym of that keyword that was mentioned before to provide a logical link to what you're saying right now. Right? So a couple of examples, linking words, however, right? Demonstratives, another skill, right? So we mentioned one skill before and we showed some data. Now we're mentioning another skill that we're going to discuss. Synonyms and repetition, even though the importance of proficiency was stressed, right? So before I talked about the importance of proficiency and we showed data. Now, I come back to it and I repeat it and then transition to a new topic. And, if you want to look at it further, right, you've got in week 1, you've got a lot of linking words that we discussed, But I've also got a cheat sheet here for you. It's called Linking Your Ideas Together cheat sheet, right? And it's available in the materials section above this video as well. And it kind of looks like this, right? So you can also take a look at it, and it's the same as what we discussed in week 1, but it's really important that you use it, right? So what did we cover today? Well, we talked about, the introduce, support, comment, transition equation to present your data. And I also showed you how to appropriately present and format quotes from data. And then, you learn a variety of verbs to report participants' voices and how to transition smoothly between those voices, right? So now, what you need to do now is write, take action, and even if you can write just one paragraph, do it. Do it today. Don't wait until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. It's not going to be any easier tomorrow or the day after. If anything, it's going to be more difficult. The more you put it off, the more difficult it usually gets and the less you want to do it. So do it now. Write a paragraph, write a page, however much you can. Use all the tips that we talked about here. Check your language using the cheat sheets that I've given you, and then get help from us and feedback in the community. Post it for feedback in the community. Come to the collaboration calls. If you get stuck, we'll help you there as well. And then I'll see you in the following video where we're going to look at how to discuss your results correctly. Hello everybody and welcome back. Very excited to have you here, Barry. And today we're going to show you how to discuss results. So at this stage, you should have not only structured your results, but also written a lot of them up. So now it's time to start discussing them, right? So let's see how this is done and let's see what we're going to cover today. So first of all, I'm going to show you the RCEI matrix for discussing results, and I'll explain what it is. And it will show you kind of step by step what typically is done when we discuss results. So it will really give you a lot of clarity on how to structure things and how to have a proven and repeatable structure that you can use. And then we're going to come back to the 2 structures for the results and discussion that we discussed back in day 1, and and how you should use them to then dive in deeper into each element of the discussion section, right? So we're going to look at how to compare your results with relevant literature to show similarities and differences, how to explain your findings or differences with previous studies, and how to interpret your findings, right? So this is everything that we're going to cover today. So let's get started and let's talk about the RCEI matrix and what it is. So it's basically a universal organizing principle for the discussion section, right? Now, by that I mean that, if we look across all fields, right, what is most commonly done by most researchers, it's this. Now, this doesn't mean that every single paper in every single field will always follow all the elements of the matrix. Of course, that's not true, but the vast majority of discussion sections in the vast majority of fields will indeed follow all of these elements, and if not all of them, they will have at least 3 out of the 4 elements. What are these elements? First, we restate the result, right? And this only applies if discussion is a separate section. If it's together with the results, we don't restate the results, but I will come back to it in a second, right? So that's the R, restate the results. Then we compare with literature, that's the C. Then we explain the results and potential differences with the literature, right? So if our results were interesting, surprising, we want to say why we obtained such results. And then if we had some differences with the literature, we want to explain those differences as well. And then we want to interpret the findings, right? And we're going to dive deeper into each of these elements throughout this video, and I'll give you clear examples of each, right? But that's the matrix that most discussion sections follow. Now again, you might see that some discussion sections, for example, don't have an explanation and they just restate the result, compare with literature, and interpret the findings. Sometimes that happens, right, in some paragraphs, right? But overall, these are the 4 elements that really you want to try and do in every discussion section. And so really always, we start with restating the result that we want to discuss, and then we compare with literature, and only then do we explain and interpret. We don't explain straight away. Like, we usually first compare with the literature. So let's look at it, at a practical example. So first, we're restating the main results. Another finding that emerges from the data is that most participants view nativeness as a fixed trait, right? Then we compare it. This finding is in contrast to some, right? It also contradicts some, right? And then we explain it. One explanation for this is that neither, right? I kind of explain the finding that I got, right? And why people thought this. So there's explanation. And then there's interpretation, right? This is interesting as it might indicate So notice the difference between explain and interpret, right? Explain kind of answers the question why, and interpret tells us like what this all might mean. Well, what should we think from all this data, right? So that's the whole matrix. Restate, compare, explain, interpret, RCEI, right? And I prepared for you a pinup as well. That is, there's a PDF document, and it looks like this. It's available in the materials section, just right above this video. And it's for you to kind of, to have it in front of you when you're writing, when you're discussing your results, to remember what you're supposed to be doing. And again, I don't mean to say that you always have to have all of these 4 elements, right? I mean, if there's nothing to explain, then don't explain, right? But there should be either some explanation or some interpretation. At least one of the two should be there. And almost always there needs to be comparison with the literature, right? So you don't need to do all 4 of them always, but I would say, 99% of the time, at least 3 of them will be present in every single paragraph, right? So I'd recommend that you print it out, have it next to you as you're writing things to make it easier for yourself. So let's come back to our 2 structures, right, that we discussed initially, the 2 structures for results and discussion from day 1 of this week. So first of all, results and discussion can be separate, right? You first present your results, right? So see week 5, day 1, and then we discuss the results, right? So we have results section and then a discussion section. What do you do in the discussion section? Well, basically in each paragraph, you follow the RCEI pattern: restate, compare, explain, and interpret, right? And basically every single paragraph in the discussion section is exactly the same, right? If you're thinking, well, this is going to be very repetitive, well, that's just how it is. That's the repeatable, proven structure that you can follow, right, in every paragraph, and it will be grand if you do that. Now we have the second structure, which is results and discussion together, right? So again, the first element of this section will be presenting the first meaningful theme, or the first part of your result, like a meaningful chunk of your results, which we discussed in day 1 of this week, right? And then once you've presented that first meaningful theme, part, chunk of your results, then we discuss that meaningful theme, part, or chunk, right? Now, we don't restate the result anymore because you've just presented the result, so there's no point in restating it. But we compare it with literature. So the first thing that you're going to do is compare with the literature and say, these results are similar to blah, 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 right? And then you explain and then interpret the findings, right? And then you move on to the next meaningful theme, part, or chunk of your results. And you repeat, basically, right? And then repeat again, and then repeat again. Again, you might be thinking, well, this is very repetitive. Can't I do something more fancy? Well, of course you could, but this is just, a proven, repeatable structure that most researchers follow, and they're successful with it. So, it will really make your life much, much easier. So I'd highly recommend that you just do this, right? Now, if we look at the Organizing Your Results and Discussion worksheet, which we had in day 1 of this week, but it's also available in the materials section of this lesson, but you probably want to open the one that you've been editing, right? Because you will have made notes here, right? So we mapped out the results, right? And now we can move on to mapping out the discussion, right? So to come back to this structure, right? If your results and discussion are combined, well, then basically what you're going to do is you're going to have results section 1, or like the first meaningful chunk of your results, and then we discuss that meaningful chunk comparing with literature first, explaining, interpreting, right? And then we repeat it, and then we repeat it again, and then we repeat it again until we finished all the results. Now, if your discussion and results are separate, well, it's still very similar, right? So then you've organized your results and you've written them up in one section, and you've got like main sections or themes of those results, right? So now we want to use the same themes, right? In the discussion, right? So discussion paragraph 1 corresponds to results section 1. Discussion paragraph 2 corresponds to results section 2. I mean, of course, you can have, paragraph 1 and 2 corresponding to the first section of the results. It doesn't always have to be just one paragraph, right? But the point is that, you start with the first section of the results and you discuss that. And then you discuss the second chunk of results and the third one and so on in exactly the same order as you presented them. That's what telling a coherent story means when you present and discuss results. That's how you tell a coherent story. And then, how do we do that? We restate the main result, compare with the literature, explain, interpret, right? So we're going to dive deeper into each of these elements in just a second. But depending on your structure, follow the appropriate table, either this table or this table, right? All right. So the first thing that you've got to do is to restate the main result. Of course, this only applies if your discussion is a separate section. If your discussion is in a separate section, you don't restate the main results, right? Now, you only want to focus on the main result or the main themes, right? You don't want to discuss every minute result, right? Every quote from the participant, every piece of statistical data. That's not what we do. We want to identify like the main key results and then discuss those, right? So typically you're going to have like maybe 5 like really important results that we want to point out to people, but we're not going to discuss every single little bit, right? And, why do we restate the results? Well, because the discussion is a separate section. So the reader needs some reminder of which result actually you're going to discuss. If you don't do that, then you start with comparing to the literature, and we don't even know what you're talking about, right? So that's why you have to restate the main result. And basically what you want to do is like go through the results that you've written up and highlight the key results. And a good way to think about it is like, if your mom or your sister or your best friend, neither of whom are researchers, if they ask you, like, well, what did you find in your study? Like, which 3-4 things would you tell them? That's the question you should ask yourself, right? Because they wouldn't be interested in every single little piece of statistical data. That's not what they're asking about. They're asking, like, what are the 3 key things that I can understand that you got from your study, right? And this is what you're going to be discussing in the discussion section. Now, here's an example, right? And another one, right? So we have also shown that, right? We restate the main results, right? And total minutes spent journaling decreased, right? And then we start discussing. The next sentence in each of those examples is discussing those results. But first we restate them. And, I've got a cheat sheet for you as well with language for discussing results. And it's available right above this video in the materials section. And it's a PDF document like this. Let's open it up. Right? And in here, you've got a couple of useful phrases, right? That you can use. Now, you can go back to your organizing your results worksheet, or also open the text that you've written, and you want to decide like which results from each section you're going to discuss. What are the key results that we want to discuss, right? Because obviously in each section you've presented a lot of results, right? Probably, right? But you're not going to discuss all of them. So what would be like the main finding that you really want to discuss? And you could put that here right at the top, right? Or you can put that here in the restatement of the main results, right? If it's a separate section. And think about it, right? Which main results do I want to organize? And just write them here in your notes, right? Now, we want to compare your findings with the literature, right? That's the second really important element. Now, we do it after we've restated the finding, right? That we'll discuss, or just after we've presented the findings, right? If the findings are in the same section. And we do it to really place our finding in the context, right? And show how our findings, well, what's the place of our findings within the literature, right? And we can also use it to highlight our contributions, right? Because we can also point out that, previous studies didn't achieve this and we did, and so on, right? And, we really just show similarities and differences between our results and those obtained by previous scholars. And one thing that I've noticed people get hung up on in here is that they try to find studies that were like exactly the same as their study, right? But that's often not possible, right? So you want to look broader at the different studies that were conducted in the field. You can also look at the different theories that are available in your field and see how they match or don't match your results, and talk about that in the discussion section. Right, and an easy place to start is like with all the studies that you refer to in the literature review or the introduction, right? You can add new studies, but you don't necessarily have to. Like typically, and that's again part of telling a coherent story, is that you just come back to the studies that you mentioned and to the results of those studies that you mentioned in the introduction or the literature review, and now you compare those with your own results. That's the whole point as well, right? So it's fine to repeat studies from mentioned in the introduction or the literature review. It's absolutely fine. And they can be both theoretical or empirical studies. It doesn't matter. Now, if there are no studies to compare, then you probably want to state it clearly, right? And then you want to somehow explain those findings further and interpret them, right? But it's a very rare situation, really, that there is nothing that you can compare it to, right? There might be nothing to compare it to, for example, from the same country where you conducted your study, but there might be things in other countries that you can compare it to. Of course, you need to point out that it's a different context and stuff like this, but you should draw a comparison there. So it's really very rare that there is like literally nothing to compare it to. But if that's the case, then state it clearly in the text that there are no other studies. Now, let's look back at our organizing the results and discussion worksheet, right, that we've got here. And in point 7, I talk a little bit more about how to do this, right? So you want to basically go to the literature review or the introduction where, this theme of the results was discussed. And then you want to identify any findings from previous studies or theories that are similar or different to yours, right? And then you want to note down the specific finding or theory or the aspect of that finding or theory and include the reference, right? And you want to note it down here in the comparison with the literature or here, depending on which structure you're using, right? So in here, you will have written the results that you're discussing. And in here, you want to write, the studies that you're comparing it to. And again, you don't have to worry at this stage about, writing it up in like correct language or anything like it. Just like write the studies that you're going to compare it to and take some notes in here. So now let's look at some useful language for comparing your results with the literature. So here's a couple of examples that I've got for you, right? Now, similarities. This observation was in agreement with, right? Differences. On the contrary, in this investigation it was observed, right? And notice that the researchers used in this investigation to point out, like, to talk about their own investigation, right? To make it crystal clear what they're talking about. And then, if there is no research, well, then you can say no data on, right, is available, could be found, right? So it's a rare situation, but it is possible. But then you have to state it clearly that there is no data on something or no research. So just to recap, first restate or present the main result, and then use active or passive voice. Again, use a mixture. Kazuki made similar observations, or similar observations were made by Kazuki. Begin sentences with linkers, right, for contrast or similarity. However, likewise, this can help you show similarities or differences, right, just by using linking words. You can also use phrases like, our results did not confirm those, right? So either linkers or phrases like that. And you can also show contrast with one sentence using while or although, right? And you can use either the present or the past tense when you're discussing findings, but you need to be consistent, right? So don't all over the place like switch between present, past, present, past, because it's going to be weird. Try to be consistent with it. And I've prepared some language for you for discussing the results, right? And it's just here, comparing results with literature, similarities and differences, right? So, you can see the most common phrases here. You can see the tense. Most of the time, I would recommend using the present tense. Some researchers prefer the past tense. Like you can see here, were not confirmed by, right? Were, right? But, you need to be consistent, as I said. Now, let's move on to explaining your findings. Now, we do it when we've compared with the literature, right? Don't do it before. First, we compare with the literature, and then we explain. And we do it when there are differences between our results and the literature. Because if you said that, our results are not in line with those obtained by previous researchers, then we wanted that the first question the reader asks is why? Why not? What happened? Why are your results different? I want to know, right? So you've got to provide us a logical explanation. Maybe there are no differences with the literature, but perhaps your results are in some other way unexpected or interesting, and then you want to explain it, right? If none of these is true, then of course you don't explain your findings, but often there is some sort of an explanation. And really, we want to answer the reader's question why. We want to give reasons, right, for the findings we obtained or for the differences. And, we need some clear backup for the explanation, right? So some clear support. So you can, for example, refer to the study design, to existing theories, to the literature, and so on, right? So, if your studies are different, if your results are different from previous studies, you can say like, one possible explanation for this is the sampling technique used in this study. And then, you talk about it a little bit further. And we typically use the present tense, right? A likely explanation for this is, right? That's what we would do here. Let's look at an example in here, right? So you can see at the very beginning, we've got this can be explained. And this can is important to kind of soften the message and be a little bit more cautious. And I'm going to talk about that in just a minute later on in this video. But I wanted to draw your attention to this can be explained by. Right? Because if you say this is explained by, well, then, you're saying that this is the definite, absolute explanation. But you're just kind of speculating here, most likely, right? The former hypothesis is supported by, right? Again, notice the present tense, right? Can be an indication for, right? And notice the can and like, we're trying to be cautious in here as well, right? So these phrases are further presented in the language cheat sheet that we discussed, right? Explaining the difference between your results and previous ones, right? So we've got lots of phrases and explaining your results, right? And notice again, things like possible, likely explanation, might, may, could, right? These make your language more cautious, likely, possibly, right? And we're going to talk about that in a second, but I wanted to already draw your attention to these phrases. Now, if we come back to our worksheet for organizing our results, right? So our organizing results and discussion worksheet, we will look at point 8 here, right? And, if your findings are different, and there will definitely be some findings that are different, right? You want to give a specific explanation. And in here, I gave you some typical explanations, right? The sample type, so like who or what you studied, the size of the sample, the methodology that you used, the context of the research, the tools that you used, maybe the theoretical framework that you used, or the way you analyzed your data. All these can provide an explanation why your results are different from those obtained by previous researchers. There can be other reasons as well. You can add them here, but these are the most common. So you just want to sit down now and think like, well, why are my results different? Which of these elements apply? And then if your findings are in other ways surprising or unexpected, you also want to ask yourself why and provide a logical explanation. And, pause the video right now and really have a think about it. And add your notes here under explanation, or here, depending which structure you're following, right? So you just want to add them here for explanation, right? And you can do that for each of the results that you're discussing. All right. Now that we've explained our results, we want to interpret our findings as well. Now, we do it after we've compared with the literature and explained, if explanation was necessary. If the explanation was not necessary, then we didn't explain, and we're just going to interpret our findings right now. Why do we do it? Well, we want to offer readers some indication as to what our results might mean. Because again, if you've just compared your results to the literature and you said, well, my results are similar to the literature, and then that's the end. I mean, but what does it mean? Like, well, what should I think? Like, well, what are you trying to tell me here? So what, right? You might remember this so what question from the literature review. Like, well, what is the pyramid apex here? Well, where are you going with this, right? And this is what you need to tell us in here, right? So we basically outline what we think the results suggest, and, when possible or appropriate, link that to other findings from our study, right? Or those of other researchers or existing theories to back them up, right? So we first kind of tell us like how we interpret those results, and then maybe, back up this interpretation by referring to, theories or other studies. And we use the present tense, right? These results suggest, not past tense. Past tense is for presenting the results. In here, we use the present tense. How do we do that? Well, let's look at a practical example in here, right? Which may imply that the differences, right? And then, there is some further support. So first, notice that we've got interpretation, right? This may imply that differences, but then the author doesn't finish there. She adds more explanation, or more, not really explanation, but like, reasons, justification for her interpretation, right? And this is really good because then it adds more credibility to that interpretation, right? And in here, when you justify your interpretation, you can refer to previous studies, you can refer to theories, and so on. And you can see more of that useful language in our language cheat sheet, right? So we've got here, interpreting your results, right? This suggest, imply, indicate, might mean, could be interpreted in several ways, right? These are the phrases that are typically used in here, right? So now, we want to come back here to organizing results and discussion worksheet and think about the interpretation, right? And I've explained it a little bit more here, right? So you basically need to tell us what the findings mean, right? What is the main takeaway message for the reader from the results? What is the main takeaway message? What are these results telling us? And this is what you need to put in the interpretation. So you want to pause the video right now and have a think about it. You've stated the main results, you compared it with literature, you offered explanation if appropriate. Now, what does all this mean? And add your ideas to the appropriate rows under the interpretation here or here, depending which structure you're using. So now, we almost have everything that we need. The last important element, which I have already hinted on throughout this video, is being cautious about your interpretations. So remember that explanations and interpretations, they're not facts, right? So don't confuse your interpretations with facts and objective results, because they are different, right? It's just your hypothesis. It's your interpretation. It might be very logical, and maybe it's even backed up by some additional evidence, but nevertheless, it's not the same as a fact, as your result, because if you got, a p-value of something and you've got a specific number, well, that's a fact, that's a result. Interpretations and explanations are different, right? And that we want to use the present tense here, right? Because we indicate that. No, sorry. What I meant here is that, when you use the present tense, right, we indicate that something is true in general. So if you say that the explanation for this is, then you're just saying that this is the only explanation, right? This is definitely the explanation. That's how it sounds in academic language, right? Because the present tense is typically used for stating facts, right? So that's why, you know, you want to use some more cautious language, right? You can use modal verbs like might. You can use adjectives like possible. You can use adverbs like likely. And also you can use certain verbs in the present tense, verbs like indicate or suggest, which are softer than a verb like is, for example, right? If you say that, you know, this indicates, it's just much more cautious than saying this is, right? And the reason, again, why we're doing it is that this is our subjective interpretation or explanation. It's not a fact, right? Now let's look at an example in here. And we've already seen these examples, and I've pointed this out to you, right? Which may imply. So in here we've got a modal verb, and we also have a verb imply, which is a very cautious verb. You know, it's much more cautious to say imply rather than find or observe, right? If you observe something, then you see it, right? Imply is much more cautious. It's interpreting things, right? Might, again, so we've got another modal verb, right? Seem to, right? Notice how much more cautious this is than saying, you know, samples to follow, samples follow, right? Seem to makes it much more cautious. And then indicating, again, if you say showing or observing, finding, this is, you know, you're stating a result. If you use a verb like indicating, you're offering some sort of an explanation or interpretation. Now, these phrases are further listed in our language cheat sheet, which we've already seen, right, under being cautious when explaining your findings, right? So we've got adverbs and adjectives like some patients, because if you say, you know, patients, this means all patients. So you want to say some, right? One explanation, one possible explanation, right? These words, sometimes, often, frequently, possible, likely, and so on, right? Verbs like suggest, indicate, seem, tend, appear to. And then these modal verbs, right? These are basically your options. And here are some examples. One possible explanation for this result might be, right? These findings might be explained by. It is likely that these findings, right? These findings are likely to be due to. Yeah, these are like very common phrases that you want to be using. All right. So, you know, at this stage, you know, you probably know me and this program very well. You know what you have to do. You have to write it all up. You've got the structure, you know, you've brainstormed your ideas, right? And you've got all the language. So now let's get going. Let's start writing, you know. So you want to write up your results and discussion in one document. As I said before, don't wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow is not going to get better. It's more likely going to get worse and more difficult to do what you're supposed to do. So get started today. Even if you can just write one paragraph, write that paragraph today. And then you want to use the results and discussion checklist to correct your write-up. So this checklist is available in the materials section right above this video. It's called Presenting and Discussing Results Checklist. And, you know, I've already mentioned before why we want to be using those checklists, because really, you know, the main goal of this program is for you to become an independent academic writer and researcher who can, you know, write research papers without having to ask for proofreading or pay for proofreading services, who can just like write the papers, revise the papers, and publish them, right? That's the main goal. And if, you know, at the end of these 12 months, like you don't need my feedback anymore or feedback from anyone else, I'll be very happy, you know? And the way to achieve this independency is by, you know, proofreading your own, revising your own text again. And to make that easier, make that more focused, we use checklists, right? So as of the previous checklists, I divided this one into content, flow, and language, right? In terms of the content, did you report the key results only rather than, you know, every single little detail? Are the tables and figures correctly numbered and referred to in the text, right? If your text contains tables and figures. Are all my claims supported with data, right? Is the data presented and formatted appropriately, facilitating readers' comprehension? This applies both to figures, tables, but also to qualitative data. Did you show similarities and differences between your findings and previous researchers? Did you explain your findings when appropriate? Did you interpret them, right? This is the content, and you want to tick all of these boxes. And the flow as well. The flow is kind of the same as with the other sections. We need a coherent story, we need paragraphs, we need links between ideas, and so on, you know. And language, right? Refer to all those cheat sheets that I've given you. They're there for you, you know, for you to revise your language, but also to use as you're writing, so you don't make the most typical mistakes, right? So revise your text using this checklist, and then, you know, if you want further feedback from myself or other participants, post your text in the community, come to the collaboration calls, and we'll be very, very happy to help you out and solve any, you know, any issues, questions, doubts that you might have. And I'm very much looking forward to reading your text as well and giving you some feedback. So get going, write it up, and correct it. And then I'll see you in the following video, where we're going to talk about how you can present and discuss results if you're doing a systematic review or a meta-analysis. So I'll see you there.
Now, if you're wondering how to get all these materials that I'm showing you on the screen, you just need to go to our free research paper mastery community. The link is in the description. You will see this page here. You click on join the group, you fill in your details, and you create your account there completely for free. Once you're inside, you head to the classroom in here, and you're going to see all the materials divided into weeks. And you will see all the videos here, and below in the resources, you can download all the materials that I've been showing you here on the screen.
And welcome back. And in this week, we're going to write the conclusion to your paper, and then we're going to submit your paper to the journal of your choice. So this is very, very exciting, you know, and we're going to start today with mapping out your conclusion and planning and structuring things. So what are we going to cover today? Well, first of all, we're going to look at the overall conclusion flow and how you can tell a coherent story in your conclusion. And then we're going to look at the three main types of conclusions and when you should use each of them. And then I'll show you the structure of each conclusion type, so you know how each one is organized. And then you'll be able to choose the one that is the most appropriate for your field. And in the following video, we're going to write it out. So let's first of all look at the overall conclusion workflow and how, you know, how to maintain coherent flow in the conclusion and tell a coherent story. So, as most things in scientific writing, it's the inverted pyramid principle, and usually everything goes from general to specific. How does that work? Well, first of all, you typically restate the main aim, and then you highlight the main results and contributions of your study. And then you suggest practical or theoretical implications of the findings, and then you acknowledge the limitation of your study, and you make suggestions for future research, right? So you can notice that this goes from general, your main aim, to more specific, your results, you know, even more specific implications of those results, and then, you know, more specific, the limitations of your findings, and then suggestions for future research, right? That's the typical flow in a conclusion, and it's the inverted pyramid. Right, so let's look at the typical elements in more details. So the restatement of the aim really is optional. So from what I've seen, not everybody in every field does it. Some researchers do it in the conclusion, others don't, right? I think the advantage of doing that is, you know, is that to remind the reader what the purpose of your paper was in the first place. Maybe they've forgotten by their conclusion. But of course, others would argue that you just want to get straight to the point, and everybody knows what the aim of your paper was because you already told us, right? So there's no need to restate it, right? So this is an optional element. Now, highlighting the main results and contributions of your study is something that everybody does in the conclusion, right? So that's not an optional element, and sometimes, you know, the conclusions start straight away with this. Now, suggesting practical and theoretical implications of your findings, what happens is that sometimes this is a separate section or is part of the discussion. So it's either part of the discussion section or is a separate subsection before the conclusion, actually, not within the conclusion itself, right? But it's always there. You won't really find many papers that don't have it. And then the same thing happens with the limitations of the study, that sometimes it's a separate section or it's part of the discussion and it's not part of the conclusion per se. But acknowledging limitations of your study must be present in every research paper, really. It's just where we place it, right? And then suggestions for future research, right? And that's also not an optional element, and, you know, it's typically included in the conclusion section. So how do we write things and what's the typical length? Well, there are no specific rules really, and it can vary widely from field to field and journal to journal really, but typically it's shorter than the introduction, right? So if the introduction is about, 10% of your total paper or less, then this is even shorter, right? And it can really range from 1 paragraph to like 5 paragraphs. So it can range from like 100 words to 500 words, or maybe sometimes even more, right? So it really varies greatly. And I'll show you kind of the types of conclusions, so you'll have a clearer picture. And then I'll show you how to also check with your own field to see how long your conclusion should be. Now, let's look at the different types of conclusion, because with the conclusion, there is no one size fits all, and there are different preferences, different styles of doing things, and I've really boiled them down to 3. Each might have some slight variations and things like that, but really when we look at the broad picture and in the grand scheme of things, there are 3 types of conclusions that researchers in different fields write. What are these types? Well, first of all, we've got short conclusions. And by a short conclusion, I mean, something like 1 paragraph, right? And this is very typical of many exact sciences, especially medicine, for example, right? Or also psychology and things like that, right? So that's a short conclusion, maybe 150 words, 1 paragraph. Now, there are also conclusions that have bullet points, right? So basically, the key points from the paper are listed as bullet points, right? And I've seen this, for example, in geosciences. It's not as common as the short conclusion. It's the least common of all the 3 conclusions that we're going to look at here. But nevertheless, it is possible to have a conclusion with bullet points. Some people would argue that this helps readability of your paper, because you've got the main points listed as bullets at the end, and it's just very easy to read them, scan them, and understand what's the main conclusion of your paper. So it has some advantages. And then the third type is extended conclusion. So this is more than 3 paragraphs usually, and it includes practical implications, it includes limitations of your research, it kind of includes everything in the conclusion section itself, right? So these are the 3 conclusion types. Which one do you choose, you might be wondering? Well, what you need to do is really to analyze the conclusions of 3 to 5 papers in your field that are similar to yours, and 3 to 5 papers recently published in the journal that you're targeting. And this will, give you a good idea of what people do and what you should do. So I've prepared for you a worksheet, right? And it's called Writing the Conclusion Worksheet, and it's available in the materials section right above this video, and it's a Word document. Right? And what you need to do now is to read 3 to 5 papers, as I said, in your discipline and from the journal that you're targeting, if you already know the journal, right? And then you want to decide which type of conclusion is the most appropriate, right? Is it the short conclusion? Is it bulleted conclusion or extended conclusion, right? Notice that in the short conclusion, the practical and theoretical implications or limitations of your research, they come before the conclusion section. That's why the conclusion section is so short, right? So all the elements are present, it's just that these, are extended before the conclusion, right? So choose the one that is typical of your field or of the journal and delete the other tables to keep this document clean. So let's talk about each conclusion type in a little bit more detail, starting with the short conclusion. When do we do it? Well, we do it when the implications and limitations were presented previously as separate subsections after the discussion, right? So we've discussed our results, and then we've got practical implications, and then we've got limitations of our research as separate subsections before we ever get to the conclusion, right? And then the typical length is about 1 paragraph, so like 100, 150 words. And it usually consists of some of the following elements. Not necessarily all of them, but most of them will be present. So there's a restatement of the aim, optionally. Always the main results and the main contribution are present. You might see again like the main implication of the results. So we already had an extensive presentation of practical implications, but you might have like the main implication in 1 sentence once again, if the writer feels that this is like the key thing from the paper. And then you might have like 1 limitation again, and then suggestions for future research, right? So some of these elements will definitely be present in the short conclusion. Let's look at an example in here, right? And this comes from a Journal of Medical Education, right? And what we've got here, is first of all, we've got the results of the study, right? And what they indicate. So we don't have a restatement of the aim, but we've got the results straight away, right? And then we've got, like kind of the practical implications of these results. And please note that the paper has already listed those implications before in a separate section. But in here, we've got like the key main takeaway from our discussion, right? And, we also have a further like kind of elaboration on this, on the main implication and how to achieve that and what will be the real contribution of this if this is put into practice, right? So that's one example conclusion. And here's another one, right? This one comes from that systematic review that we read in previous videos, right? And in here, we've got a restatement of the aim or the main topic of this review, right? And then we've got the main results and the major themes that we got from the review, right? And then we've got the practical implications in here, right? And then we've got suggestions for future research as well, what should be done, right? So we've got the main aim, the main results, implications, and then future research. Now let's look at the bulleted conclusion, and by that I mean, a conclusion that has bullet points in it. When do we do it? Well, we do it really when it's typical of your field, right? And we do it because we want to clearly highlight the key takeaway messages. So, I've seen some people argue that this can really help clarity, it can make the paper easier to read and stuff like this. But if it's not typical in your field, then perhaps I wouldn't risk it because it might not be seen as appropriate, right? Now, what's the typical length? Well, first, you typically have a paragraph that kind of delineates the main conclusion, and then you have several bullet points that, that give us the key takeaway points. And then the typical structure, it usually consists of the same elements. So we've got the restatement of the aim optionally, then the main result and contribution, practical theoretical implications, limitations, and suggestions for future research. So usually, most of these elements will be present either, in the first paragraph and or in the bullet points. So let me give you an example in here, right? So this comes from geosciences, from one of our students on PhD Accelerator program, and the paper that he published that is currently in the process of being published, right? And sorry, I clicked the button by mistake. So you can see that the first paragraph really delineates the main topic, right? And then it introduces the main conclusions, and then we've got bullet points, right? So I wrote a bulleted list, but it's just bullet points, right? And we start with the first main result, the second main results, there'll be practical implications, limitations, and so on. So this is how it works. So it's really no different from an extended conclusion, apart from the fact that rather than kind of like normal sentences or paragraphs, you just have bullet points. That's really the main difference. And those bullet points can be very short, like just like one sentence, or they can be longer, like 2-3 sentences. It really depends. Now let's look at the third type of a conclusion, which is an extended conclusion. Now, we do this when implications and limitations were not discussed previously, and we want to place them in the conclusion and discuss these extensively, right? And I found that this is very common in fields like in a lot of social sciences, in fields like education, for example. So you want to check with your field if it's common as well. But for me, that's really the type of conclusion that I've written most commonly myself. Now, what's the typical length? It's really, around 3 to 4 paragraphs, so about 300 to 400 words, really. That's the typical length. And usually it consists of the same elements: restatement of the aim, optionally, main result and contribution, implications, limitations, and suggestions for future research. So in here, the first element is optional, but everything else will almost definitely need to be included. And typically each of these elements, apart from the restatement of the aim, will be a separate paragraph. So let's look at an example, right? Of course, in here, I'm not sharing with you the full conclusion because it would be too long, and I'm not sharing with you full paragraphs, but just to give you an idea, right? So the first paragraph, par 1, is the main aim and the main results and contributions. Then we've got practical implications, right? And then we've got limitations and suggestions for future research, right? And I think in this paper that I co-wrote, there were actually 2 paragraphs for practical implications. So in total, there were 4 paragraphs in the conclusion, right? But this, as you can see how it was structured, it just follows the inverted pyramid principle, and it has all the elements that we've discussed. So now, take a look again at the worksheet, writing your conclusion worksheet, right? And you should have chosen which conclusion type you're going to write. And what you also want to do is to decide which of the elements listed are present and in which order, right? Because perhaps in your discipline, not always all the elements will be present. So you might notice that maybe, the restatement of the aim is not very common. So then you can just delete that row from here so it doesn't confuse you, right? And so you know that you don't have to do this, right? And maybe you will find that if, these 2 are presented before the conclusion, then people typically don't present them anymore in the conclusion section itself, right? So you want to delete them if that's the case. And then once you've done it, you can start brainstorming some ideas in here for each of those elements, right? We're going to dive deeper into each specific element later on in the following video, really, and show you how to do that. But you could already start brainstorming some ideas if you want to. And then I'll see you in the following video in which we're going to write out your conclusion. So I'll see you there. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. And in this video, we're going to write your conclusion, right? So at the end of this video, you'll almost have the whole paper ready. In the following video, we'll write the abstract and the title, but really, the main body of your research paper will be written by the end of this video. So that's really exciting because you will finish your research paper, and that's super cool. So what are we going to cover today? Well, we're going to look, first of all, remind ourselves of how to maintain the overall flow, right, in the conclusion. And then we're going to look at how to start the conclusion, how to restate and discuss the main results, how to present practical theoretical implications, and how to acknowledge the limitations and make suggestions for future research. So, as a quick reminder, what's the overall conclusion flow? How do we maintain a coherent story? We discussed that in the previous video, but let's just very quickly look at that as a reminder, because it's really important that we follow our inverted pyramid principle, and we start with restating the main aim, highlighting the main results and contributions, suggest practical or theoretical implications, acknowledge the limitations, and make suggestions for future research. So general to specific, inverted pyramid, right? And the typical elements, as I mentioned, the restatement of the aim is optional, right? You don't have to do this, and maybe this is not common in your field. But highlighting the main results and contributions, you must include it. Now, suggesting practical theoretical implications, remember that if you're writing a short conclusion, this will have been included before the conclusion section. Same for the limitations of your study. If you're writing a short conclusion, this will have been included before the conclusion section. But nevertheless, in this video, I'll show you how to write these sections, right? So you can finish your entire paper and write these sections as well. And then suggestions for future research, right? So these are our elements that we're going to be looking at in this video, one by one. So let's first of all, let's begin at the beginning and see how we can start the conclusion. And there are basically 3 ways that I've noticed that people, researchers use to start conclusions, right? So first of all, we've got this, the restatement of the aim. This study aimed to. Number 2, we've got a presentation of the main results. We have demonstrated that. And finally, we've got like the main conclusion, right? So these are the 3 ways of starting things, like aimed to, this study aimed to. In this study, we have demonstrated, right? And then taking all this together, we can conclude that. And of course, each of these ways is a good way to start a conclusion. There's no rule. It kind of, as I said, it depends on the journal, depends on your preferences in your field, right? But you can start by restating the main topic or the aim. You can start by presenting the key result, or you can highlight the main conclusion right in the first sentence of the conclusion. And if we look back at our writing the conclusion worksheet, right? And it's available in the materials section, but really you should already have it open because we looked at this in the previous video, so you should have done this, right? And now we are on point 3, right? So what you want to decide by looking at papers in your field, you want to decide which way of starting the conclusion is the most appropriate, and then write it out in the table above, right? So you want to write it out in here. So, you know, I said it's a restatement of the aim, but then you can change it to whatever other way is appropriate, and then write it out now in the table in here. And I've also prepared a language cheat sheet for you, right? And it's called Language for Writing a Conclusion Cheat Sheet. And it's also in the materials section right above this video. And it's a PDF document, right? And it looks like this. And we'll be using it throughout today. But now you want to look at this restating the main topic or aim, right? How to do this, or restating the main results, right? And how to do this in here, right? So you've got all the phrases, use it. You know, you don't have to invent your own language. It's all given to you to make your life easier. So use it so you don't make mistakes. All right. The second element is to restate and discuss the main results, right? And this is not an optional element. Every conclusion will include that. So how do we do that? Well, here are a couple of examples, right? So we've got, it was experimentally proven that, it has been proven that, we have also shown that. So you can notice that we either use past tense, was proven, or we use present perfect, has been proven, have also shown, right? And we can use active voice like we, or passive voice with it. So it really depends, right? But this is how we restate the main results typically in the conclusion. So the present perfect, just as a reminder, is have plus the third form or the past participle. And, you know, something like it has been proven that, right? Or we have also shown that. You can also use past simple. So it was experimentally proven that. And there is no difference between the two. Both of them are correct, right? It's just kind of a convention. Some people will tell you must use present perfect. This is not true, you know? You can use both. Either is fine. Just be consistent, right? So if you started presenting your results in the past simple, just continue doing that. Don't switch between the two tenses because it will break the flow. Now, how do we discuss the main results? Well, here I've got a couple of examples for you, right? So, you know, we can say things like, it does seems that, right? So this is an, you know, we're saying what these findings mean, right? What do they suggest, right? This might suggest that, right? And again, we're talking about what these findings mean. We are explaining them, right? And we can compare with the literature in the conclusion as well, like are in agreement with, right? And then we say what these findings indicate, might be indicative of, right? So it's very similar to what we already did in the discussion section. It's just that it's very condensed and really you just want to look at the very key results and the key discussion of those results. And I've prepared for you a cheat sheet as well with tenses, right? And it's available in the materials section, right? And it's called Conclusion Necessary Grammar Cheat Sheet. And it's also a PDF document that looks like this, right? And it walks you through, you know, the tenses that you're going to be using, right? So we talked about present perfect and we talked about past simple, right? But you can also use present simple to discuss the findings, to present implications, acknowledge limitations, and make suggestions. And I'll talk about that when we get to it. And then you can also use modal verbs like can, could, might, and should to discuss the findings, to present practical implications, and to make suggestions for future research, right? So I would suggest that you have it open as you're writing your conclusion to avoid making mistakes and, you know, to make your life easier as well. So a couple of tips for restating and discussing the main results. First of all, you know, you want to focus on between 1 to 3 like absolutely key results. You can't, you know, again present all the results, and that's a mistake that a lot of people make. They just kind of present again all of the results that we've already seen, or they spend too much time discussing them, or they basically say exactly the same thing as they already said in the discussion using even the same phrases. That's not the point. The point is to give us like the absolute key takeaway from your paper. And you want to avoid repeating the same sentences, right? So sometimes I see people copy and paste sentences, and that's not good. Reviewers will spot it, right? And this just kind of then means that your conclusion just isn't concluding even. It's just a copy and paste of your results and discussion. And that's not what it's supposed to be. And you want to keep this thing brief as well, right? So 2-3 sentences for the results and 2-3 for the discussion, and that's it, right? And that would even be long. You want to keep it as brief as possible. That's why you just want to focus on the key result and the key meaning of that result, and that's it. And you want to draw overall conclusions from your findings. So as I said, don't just repeat all the results. Don't just discuss all the results. We want to see, like, what's the overall takeaway message from everything that you've presented so far. And you want to highlight key contributions as well. How do we do that? Well, I've got a couple of examples here for you, right? We often use phrases like, our results are the first two. Of course, only use it if your results really are the first, right? But it's a good phrase to use. Most importantly, it helps us to focus on the result and highlight it, right? We have proposed for the first time, right? Again, so these are some phrases that help us to highlight the key contribution, right? And using them helps the reader identify kind of what's the most important point. If you don't use them, then it's more difficult for the reader. The reader has to do more work to identify that. So it's definitely good practice to use phrases like that. And they are also on the language cheat sheet. If you go here to highlighting the main contribution, you will see a lot of very useful phrases in here. So if we go back to writing the conclusion worksheet, right? We want to look at point 4. So restating the main results, briefly discussing them, and highlighting the contribution, right? So in here, I prepared for you a table. And first, I only left 3 rows because really you shouldn't list more than 3 important results, right? Ideally, you probably just want to have 1 or 2, right? And then you want to think, well, what does this result mean? And think about a brief discussion of this result. Well, what is the meaning? What is the key takeaway from this result? And why is this result novel or unique? What is the novel or unique contribution of your study? And you want to put it here, right? So you can use this table to kind of structure things for yourself and make notes, right? But you can also, if you want to start writing them, then don't forget to use the language from here, right? So now you want to complete point 4 in here. Now that you've presented and discussed the main results and contributions, we want to look at the practical or theoretical implications of your research. So here's a couple of examples. Let's start with examples this time. Right, so the results of this study have some important implications for, right? This new information allows for, right? This phrase just shows us like, well, what is possible to do with the results that you got, right? It might also prove to be useful too. And again, we've got like, well, what can be actually done with these results? And a study paves the way for, again, this presents a contribution to research, an implication, practical implication for research. So first of all, you want to be using the present tense in here. And you also want to be cautious, right? So you want to be using phrases like might, is likely to, somewhat, that we've already seen when we were talking about discussing your results. And then you also want to think about the different stakeholders, like policymakers, students, doctors, whoever is like relevant to your research, right? And think about those. And, this will help you to brainstorm different implications of your research, right? Because sometimes it's easy just to get stuck on like one type of implication, and we forget that there are other groups of people, for example, who could benefit from our results. And often we want to explain the implication and maybe justify it if necessary. So we want to tell people how it's actually going to work and how specifically it might benefit theory or practice. So now, in terms of the action that you need to take, if you go to point 5 on our worksheet in here, writing the conclusions worksheet, I've prepared another table here for you, right? And what you've got to do is copy and paste the main result, and it should be the same that you listed in here, right? And think about, the different stakeholders and practical implications for them, practical or theoretical, right? Either are fine, but you want to think about different groups that your results might impact, because this will give you a better variety of things to write, and it will make your paper much stronger as well, right? So you want to pause the video and write some ideas in here. Of course, I don't mean that for every result you want to have 3 practical implications. That's not possible at all. That's not what I mean to say. But, if overall you can have like 2 or 3 practical implications, that's great. And maybe, one result can affect 3 different groups of people in a different way, right? So that would be the practical implication. And you want to put some ideas here. And then we've also got the useful language in here, suggesting implications of the findings, right? And I also mentioned being cautious when presenting implications, right? So, because again, these are not facts, these are kind of possibilities based on facts. So you've got your results, which are facts, but now we are, just speculating how they might affect practice or theory, right? So you might want to use verbs like might, for example, right? One, sometimes, possible, likely, and so on. Right, so you want to, probably pause the video, complete the table, and maybe write out straight away the practical or theoretical implications. And remember that, they, depending on which structure you chose, they might come before your conclusion, right? That's possible. If they're coming before your conclusion, well, then put them before and write them into a full paragraph, right? And you could actually write them in the table in here if you want to, right? This will help you to keep the structure in mind. All right, let's then look at acknowledging the limitations of our research and let's look at some practical implications of how people do it. And also remember that this can be either part of the conclusion section, or if you're writing a short conclusion, it can come, as a full paragraph before the conclusion as a subsection on its own, right? So here's an example, and it's a rather long paragraph. So feel free to pause the video if you want to read it in detail. And then, it starts with a really clear, short topic sentence. This study had several limitations. So we know that this paragraph will be about the limitations. That's very good, right? And then we list those limitations. Like, these results cannot be generalized, right? The current study was limited to, right? And should therefore be extrapolated to, right? So that's our limitation. And the study rather than to something else, right? And the results may not be the same for people with da-da-da, right? Finally, we were not able, right? So you can see that, the writer clearly kind of in every sentence just lists all the different limitations of the study in here. Now, an important thing that you might have noticed as you were reading this long paragraph is that the writer defends their approach. What do I mean by that? Well, let's look at this. So they say, this study had several limitations, right? And the results cannot be generalized. But then they say, however, electronic forms are far more common in these sort of programs, right? So we say, okay, the self-monitoring was done online, and that's a problem. However, we use these online forms because they are more common, right? So we are defending our approach. And this is very good practice because it also shows that you're thinking critically, but it also helps to downplay the limitation of your study, right? Because if you just make a long list of limitations at the end of your paper, well, this kind of discredits a lot of your work, right? So if possible and appropriate, we want to defend our approach. We can also highlight contributions kind of despite the limitations. For example, finally we were not able to, so we've got a limitation. But then the writer says, despite this, the present analysis provides important new information about. So we've got a limitation, okay, that's fine, but despite this limitation, we were still able to make important contributions. So again, we want to end on a positive note, right? So this is another important point. And then, you can also acknowledge limitations and then make suggestions for future research. So here's an example from a different paper, right? And we've got another potential limitation. We list the limitation, and then we connect it to a suggestion. So future research could thus attempt to, and we say what they should do. So again, we end on a more positive note, right? Rather than just a long list of limitations. So some tips, list more than one limitation where applicable, and consider these kind of things like the sample and the sampling process, the research tools and procedures, the data analysis techniques, and the results that you obtained, right? So usually the limitations are to do with our methodology or the results that we got, right? These are the two areas where, you've got limitation, and you want to consider all those different areas to see where your limitations lie. And then, if possible, try to justify your approach. So if you're talking about the limitation to do with the methodology, try to defend what you did. And try to highlight the contribution of your study despite its limitations, right? And then you can suggest what future studies could do to improve your study as well, right? So these 3 ways are really good to kind of a little bit play down your limitations, I suppose, and end on a more positive note. So if we go to our writing the conclusion worksheet, right, that we've been working on, we can now move on to point 6, right? So in here, I've got another table for you, and I've listed the different, elements that, that can be the source of limitation, right? And one more that I forgot to list here is, of course, results, right? So we also want to look at results. So I'll just write that down here. Because the limitations are not just to do with the methodology, they can also be to do with the results that you obtained, right? And, you want to list the limitation in here, and then, if appropriate, find a defense, or find a positive result, or make a suggestion for future research. So you shouldn't do all 3 of them for each limitation, because that's not going to work. You should do one of them, whichever seems the most appropriate. And of course, you won't have limitations for all of these, right? But you should try to find, I would say, at least 3 limitations of your study, right? And then for each of the limitations, either defend your approach, state a positive contribution, or make suggestions for future research, right? So you want to complete this table with ideas and notes, right? And then if you want to write it out, I've got the language in here for you for highlighting limitations, justifying your approach, right? And making suggestions for future studies. So that brings me to the last point, suggestions for future research. So here's an example, right, of how we can do this, right? Consequently, helps us to link with the limitations that we presented, right? And it is recommended that, very typical phrase to give recommendations, suggestions for future research, right? It is also suggested that, another very common phrase, right? And then in future research, very commonly used. Another example from a different paper, from a completely different field, but again, it's written in the same way, right? So something should be explored, right? To study it, we suggest, right? And then they make a suggestion, right? And then, it would be useful to study. And then again, this is, this introduces a suggestion for future research, right? And then they explain that this work will be the topic of their subsequent manuscript. So a couple of tips for you here. Try to link clearly with the limitation of your study, especially if the suggestions are placed close to the limitations, right? And you want to use the present tense, so we suggest, not we suggested. And use its structures as well, like it is suggested, it is recommended that. Or you can use we, right? We recommend that. But I would mix the two. So you don't want to write, a whole paragraph just saying we suggest, we recommend, we suggest, because it would just become very repetitive, right? So you want to use a variety of phrases here. And you can also use should, right? So future studies should focus on, research should investigate something. So if we go to our writing the conclusions worksheet, right, that we've been working on, you've got the last table that I've prepared for you in here. And the easiest way to think about suggestions for future research is to connect them to the limitations or findings that merit further exploration, right? So limitations, it should be easy because you've already listed your limitations and maybe you've already made some suggestions in here, right? So this part should be very easy. So there's usually a clear limitation which can connect to a suggestion for future research. But sometimes you might have obtained results which would just merit further research. Maybe because your results are incomplete or they hint at something interesting that needs to be further explored, but you didn't have the time to explore it. Therefore, future researchers should explore it, right? So these are the two ways in which you can find suggestions for future research. And you want to take some notes in here, and then you can write everything up in the table that we've had in here and put it in your conclusion, right? And to write it, I've got the phrases for you in here, right? Making suggestions for future research, a lot of useful phrases. And you've also got the necessary grammar cheat sheet, right? So when we make suggestions for future research, we use the present tense, right? But we can also use should as indicated in here. So really, at this stage, the only thing you need to do is to write up your conclusion and correct it, right? So I would suggest that you pause this video right now, and while this information is fresh in your mind, just do it and write it. Tomorrow is not going to be easier. It's going to be more difficult because you will have forgotten what we talked about today. So do it now, start taking notes, write it up, and finish it. And then what you want to do is use the conclusion checklist that I've prepared for you, and it's also in the materials section right above this video. Use it to check if you've done everything in terms of content, coherent flow, and language, and tick all the boxes. If you can't tick the box, well, that means that you have to come back to that conclusion and then make it better and improve it. And then if you want feedback, let us know in the community, come to the collaboration calls, and we'll help you to correct your conclusion and help you to get unstuck if you have any challenges. So really exciting, because at this stage you have finished writing your paper, so congratulations. And in the next video we're going to write the abstract and the title, show you how to proofread your article so that you can submit it later on this week. So I'll see you there. Hello everybody and welcome back. And in this video we're going to choose the right journal for your publication so that you can submit your paper and get it done. So let's see how this works and what we're going to cover today. So first of all, we're going to look at, in general, how to choose journals and just outline some important principles to keep in mind. And then I'll show you my 6-step process to choosing the right journals, right? And you'll learn exactly, step by step what you should do in order to find the right journals for your next paper. And this will work whether, you've never published before or you've published a lot, and it will really show you what the best fit journal for your current paper is. And then we're also going to look at what predatory journals are and how to avoid them. So let's start with, the general overview and, some important things to bear in mind before we start choosing academic journals. So overall, I think, about 90% or maybe more of peer-reviewed journals do not charge for submission, right? So usually being asked to pay is a warning sign. And it's a sign of a predatory journal, especially if you get an email saying that, you can publish an article with us and it costs this and this much. This usually isn't a good sign. Now, of course, there are exceptions to this, like, for example, the famous medical journal Lancet charges for publication. Some journals might charge you if you want to have figures in color, and that they will charge for those figures, right? But these are really exceptions rather than the rule. The vast majority of journals will not charge for publishing your paper. They will charge people to, to be able to read those papers and view them and so on. Now, open access journals, I think, are a great choice as well. And there are more and more of them. They're slowly on the rise, fortunately. And, if they are peer-reviewed, you should always aim for peer-reviewed open access journals that have, good impact factor, that are well-known in your space, right? But if they're open access, this is great because this will give you such a great reach, right? That is just, it's amazing, right? Because if you think about it, it's only really rich universities in the Western world primarily, and in developed countries, right? Rich universities in developed countries that can afford to have access to all those top paid journals, right? Um, and a lot of countries in the world, a lot of universities in the world cannot afford to have access to so many journals, right? So if you publish something in an open access journal, it means that, so many more people can read it, both in the academia and outside of the academia, right? And this is especially valuable if you're publishing something that is very practical and that might be of interest to, to practitioners in your field. So, for example, in my space, teaching English, and applied linguistics, there are things that I publish that are of interest to English teachers who are not researchers. So I often aim to publish my things in open access journals, even if I have to sacrifice, the impact factor a little bit. I'd rather do it in an open access journal, as long as it's peer reviewed, and it's respected, and it's on Scopus or Web of Science list. I prefer open access because, it gives my paper an enormous outreach, really. And the paper that so far has gotten the most citations ever and the most views ever that I published was an open access paper. And there's a huge difference if I compare my papers who are behind a paywall and papers that are open access. There's a huge difference in terms of like citations and in terms of like the outreach of that paper, the downloads, the reads and stuff like this. So I'd highly recommend this. The impact factor, of course, the higher the impact factor, the bigger, supposedly, the impact of your paper and the prestige. But of course, the more difficult it is to publish in that journal. And I definitely wouldn't recommend making all the publishing decisions by impact factor, because there are other things to take into account, like whether a journal offers open access, because I think open access can create even more impact. Even though maybe in theory that journal doesn't have that much of an impact factor, your paper will have more of an impact because it will reach more people. And that's ultimately, I think, the goal for a lot of us. And then also, I just wanted to stress here that submitting and publishing papers is a predictable process, right? And is governed by clear rules. It's like, any game that you play. It has clear rules, and if you follow those rules, then you increase your chances of winning in the game, right? So it is definitely a predictable process. So how do we choose the right journal? Well, I want to outline the 6 steps that I think you should follow in order to choose the right journal, especially if, especially initially, this will work really well. But also if you're, publishing something new and you're not sure which journal might be a good fit for it, because maybe it's a different topic or a different kind of study that you haven't done before, I think this process will really help you to choose the right journal for your new paper. All right. So the first step is really to make a list of the journals that you have referred to in your paper, right? And to do that, I've prepared a worksheet for you, right? And it's called Choosing the Right Journal Worksheet. And it's available in the materials section right above this video. It's a Word document, so you can download it. I'll pull it up on the screen, right? So maybe rather than going through the steps here on the slide, you can always come back to these steps, right? I will go into more details and go over this worksheet to really explain what you should do. So the first step is to make a list of journals that appear in your reference list, right? And you want to write down the number of times each journal appears there. What do I mean by that in practice, and how do we go about it? So if I just open, a paper that that I've written recently, right? Let's just open a paper. So what we want to do is just go through it step by step and see which journals we've got here. So we've got, for example, applied linguistics, right? So I would just copy and paste this and put it in the table in here, right? And for now, I would just put number 1 in here because so far I've seen this journal once, right? We've got a journal called TESOL Quarterly, right? So again, I'll just put it here, right? And so far, just number 1. right? And then as I go through the list, I'll probably notice that, the same journal gets repeated, right? So if we just scroll here quickly, let's see if we find the same journal, right? We've got TESOL Quarterly here again, right? So then I could just put number 2 in here because it appears twice, right? But you get my point. So this is kind of the first step that you need to do, because we just want to have a longer list of journals that are relevant to your current paper. And these journals are relevant because you're referring to papers that were published in those journals, and you're referring to them in your paper, which means the journal publishes similar things to what you're writing about, right? If that makes sense. So that's kind of the first step. So you want to pause the video and do that right now. Now, what you want to do is to put those journals that you've listed here in the order that they, that they appear most frequently, right? So for me, I've only got 2 journals here so far. TESOL Quarterly would be ranked as number 1, right? Because it has 2 appearances in my reference list, right? And then you want to put them in order from the journal that appears most frequently on your reference list to the journal that appears least frequently on your reference list. Because if a journal, appears a lot in your reference list, well, then it probably means that it publishes a lot of papers on the topic that you are writing about currently, which might mean that it's a good choice for your next paper, right? So I would do that and only consider journals that appear at least twice in this list, right? Because you'll have a lot of journals here that only appeared once. So, we want to minimize this list and only look at journals that appear at least twice in your reference list. So you can pause the video and then do this right now. Now, what you want to do is pick 3 or 5 key papers, right, that you have referred to on several occasions in your study that are similar to yours in terms of the topic or the methods or things like that, right? So, this will be different for different people, but you probably know which of the papers that you've listed here are really key for this topic and are really important. And you want to be looking at papers, that did a similar type of study, right? And you wanna go to those papers and look at their reference list, right? And when you're looking at the reference list of those papers, you want to identify, if they are journals that appear on those lists frequently, and you want to add them to the list above, right? So maybe, you will notice that certain journals that you've listed here also appear very often in the reference list of those other authors. Or you might notice that there's 1 or 2 additional journals that you didn't refer to, but those other authors are frequently using, right? And then you want to add it to your list, right? Because we don't want to base everything on what we've done in our paper. We also want to look at, what other people have done to have a kind of wider choice and a more objective view of the journal space in your discipline, right? Now that you've done it, right, we want to look at the first 5 to 10 journals from your list above. So it depends how many journals you will have here on this list, right, in point number 2. But you should really have at least 5, I think, right? You don't want to have more than 10 because that would be too many and it would be too much work. But I think minimum 5, right? And what we want to do is go to their websites and consider the scope of the journal, right? So by scope, I mean preferred topics, readership, type of studies accepted, the preferred methodology, and so on. So I'll show you what I mean by that. So I'll just look at TESOL Quarterly here, right? And I'll just put it in Google, right? And then I'll go to the journal's website. And the first thing that we're going to look at the impact factor and all that stuff in a second, but what we want to do is to look at, what the journal is about, essentially, right? So if we go to the about section of the journal, right, they tell us kind of, which topics they're interested in, right? And you've got these topics here. This is a type of journal, that is interested in a lot of things, right? But there will be journals that have a very narrow and a very specific focus, right? So you want to look at the topics they're interested in, you know, perhaps the different subfields within your discipline that the journal is interested in. Again, you know, as you can see, this journal is interested in a lot of things, but other journals will be much more specific, and they might be interested in a very, very specific thing, right? And there is some information here on the scope as well, right? But if you go to the contribute section or submit an article, it's called in different things, you'll see author guidelines as well, right? So we've got the about section, right? But then we also have the format, right? And the general submission guidelines in here, right? You know, and you want to look at, you know, what they consider when they evaluate a publication, right? And what sort of studies they publish, right? So in this case, they do publish quantitative studies, and they also publish qualitative studies, and they really tell you like what you should include in those studies, right? They also publish mixed method studies, right? And they give you the length and everything, right? And they talk about, like, you know, apart from research papers, they also publish brief reports, research and teaching issues, as you can see. And they also give you even examples of those kind of papers. So you can look them up and see if your paper is a good fit, right? Forum, book reviews, right? So you can see apart from research papers, they also publish other stuff. So you want to be looking at all of that. So like, you know, the topics, who are the readers of this paper, what sort of subfields they're interested in, what sort of paper format they're interested in. Is it just research papers? Do they publish literature reviews as well, theoretical papers, right? And then once you've done that for all the, you know, journals that you've listed in here, so between 5 to 10 journals, you wanna put the information in here, so like the scope, and then you wanna write here yes or no, whether it matches your paper or it doesn't match your paper. So in the scope, of course, you don't have to put all the information there, but just the key things, right? And whether the scope, this is really important, whether the scope matches or does not match your paper, right? So basically what you would do is you would copy this, right? The rank and the journal name, and you would put it here, and then you would write the scope and whether it matches or not your paper, yes or no. Right? Because of course, if it doesn't match, then, you know, we're not going to submit it to them. And, you know, what this is going to give us is from like a list of 5 to 10, what we want to have is a list of like 3 to 5 journals whose scope matches really well your study. So you might find that maybe, you know, all the journals in a way match the scope of your study, but which ones are the best fit, which ones are the most relevant to your study, right? And you want to look at that in here, right? And then once you've got those 3 to 5 journals whose scope really matches well with your study, then you want to consider the impact factor, you know, the rank of the journal in the discipline, and whether they have open access, right? So, you know, in here, again, we would copy and paste the name. So for me, it would be TESOL Quarterly, and copy and paste the scope and that it matches, right? And then we want to look at impact factor. And typically we have two things. We've got like the last year's impact factor and the 5-year impact factor. So let me show you where that is. Usually it's on the homepage of the journal, right? You can see it straight away in here, right? So we've got last year's impact factor, that it's 3.4, right? But then we also have the 5-year impact factor, and you want to write down both. See, I left space for you to write down both, but really probably is the 5-year impact factor is more important, right? Because, you know, over the course of 1 year, things can go slightly worse or slightly better for a journal. But over 5 years, you can truly see the average strength of a particular journal, right? And now another thing that you want to be looking at is that, you know, impact factor within a specific discipline really varies. So if you are, for example, in medicine, let's say, an impact factor of 4.6 is really poor, I mean, some journals in medicine have like 15 and stuff like this. And in other sciences, like, Nature, I think probably has like impact factor of 20 or something crazy like that. But in my discipline, in teaching English, I mean, this is one of the highest impact factors that you can get, right? That's why what we want to look at is the rank within a specific discipline, right? So we've got a more general discipline, which is education and educational research, and there it's only number 72 out of 267, right? So it's still not bad, but this is like the broad discipline. I'm not really in education, I'm more in like teaching English, linguistics and stuff like this. And if we look at linguistics, this is number 20 out of almost 200, right? So it's almost the top 10% of all journals in linguistics, which I think is pretty high, right? So that's why looking at the rank can be very important here. And you can also put that here, rank in your discipline. And then you want to look at whether this journal offers open access, right? And this typically will be mentioned as well on the journal's website. For example, if you go to contribute, you have open access, right? So in this case, for example, this journal offers open access if you pay for it, right? Which isn't great, to be honest. But it does offer open access, right? And they've got some waivers and discount lists, so maybe you can apply. But maybe your university or your department, your employer can pay this fee to make it open access. And as I mentioned before, this is really valuable to have your paper as open access. But there will be other journals, which are completely open access. They don't charge anything for your paper being open access because all the papers that they publish are open access, right? So that's something to look at as well. And then, you can put that here, open access. Do they have it? Yes or no? Is it paid or free, right? And then, based on everything that you've done in here, you want to choose one journal and submit your paper. So maybe in here you have like between 3 and 5. Well, choose one based on, the scope, the relevance, the impact factor, the rank in your discipline, and whether it's open access. Evaluate all those criteria and then just choose one journal and submit it there, right? So that's how we choose journals, right? And before you maybe finish the process and you definitely decide on which journal you're going to use, let's just very quickly talk about predatory journals, because this is a question I often get, especially from people who are starting out and maybe are slightly new to this space. They're worried about predatory journals. So there are a couple of telltale signs of predatory journals. The first one is invitation emails, right? So I frequently, like at least, between 1 and 3 times a month, I receive an email inviting me to contribute to a journal, right? And initially, I think like a couple of years ago, for the first time I received it, I was like really excited, But then when I started reading this email and I went to the journal's website and everything, I immediately knew that this is some sort of a predatory journal, right? And really, unless you're like a super authority in your figure, you're like a, like a super tenured professor with, 1 million papers published, journals don't really invite you to publish for them, right? Good journals. Like, I don't think Nature or Science or Lancet sends emails out to, just to your average researcher like myself to invite them to contribute. They don't do that because they have so many contributions that they reject 90% of the contributions anyway, right? So they don't need to invite people unless you're a super, super authority. So if you receive an invitation email to publish, to contribute to a journal, most of the time it's a predatory journal, so avoid it. Now, poor website is, another sign. So like if the website looks like it's stuck in the 90s, for me, it's never a good sign. It's just a sign that, it can be a good journal, because a journal that is, that values its work is not going to have a website that is stuck in the 90s, right? So that's kind of another telltale sign, I think. No indexing, right? So the journal has no ISBN number and is not indexed anywhere in Scopus or Web of Science. Like, it's not clear as well what the impact factor is, which is the next point, right? So if we look at this journal and we go back to the homepage, right? You can see that it's listed in here, right? It's got a number assigned to it as well, right? So you can straight away see that it's not a predatory journal, this one. But a predatory journal won't have any of this, right? It won't be listed anywhere. It will just be a crap website as well. And then publication fees, right? So as I said, many reputable journals have no fees. So, often the fees, like especially, if you get an invitation email saying, hey, do you want to publish a paper with us? It's only $500 to do that. That's usually a sign of a predatory journal, right? There might be fees like this one has fees for open access, right? So that's possible. Some journals might have fees for figures in color or something like this, right? But overall, most reputable journals don't really charge for publication, right? So these are some of the signs of predatory journals that you should be aware of and avoid, right? Now, some final tips for choosing the right journal. First of all, don't overthink it, please. Just follow the steps, choose one journal, and start preparing for submission, right? So if you followed the steps that I've outlined and you paused this video and you did everything, then you should have between 1 and 3 journals that are a good fit. Now, don't spend the next 2 weeks thinking which journal is better, should I submit here, what's going to happen if they don't accept my paper, and, just don't overthink it. Just submit it and see what happens, really, and nothing bad can happen. I mean, the worst that can happen is that they'll reject your paper, and then you'll learn from it because you'll receive very useful comments from the reviewers. You can make your paper better and then resubmit it somewhere else. It's not the end of the world. Rejection is not bad, you just learn from it, right? So just do it, follow the steps, choose one journal and go for it, right? And submit. And, remember that the impact factor, as I said, varies widely from discipline to discipline. So also consider the rank of the journal in your specific discipline, right? So I already showed you that, but it's listed here. Now, if your journal doesn't have this listed on the website, what you can also do is, there are websites that list journals according to rank in a particular discipline. So if we type in best journals in linguistics, right? And there you've got, right? So this is according to, for example, Google Scholar, right? You've got the best journals in here. Then you've got according to SciMag, right? So you can look that up and you'll have a lot of useful information on that website, right? So you can check, and it's got more, like it's got the H index, and all sorts of stuff in here, the country where it's published and things like that, right? So you can also do that. Also consider what is your goal and readership, right? So what is your purpose with that paper? And by that I mean, is that paper directed more at practitioners in your field, or is that paper directed, more at, let's say local researchers in your region who might, for example, not speak English that well or might read a specific type of journal? Is your paper more directed at, like people interested in theoretical advances in your field, right? There's different purposes that people have with the paper, and you want to identify that because different journals do different things. So if I look at, for example, this journal, it's called ELT Journal, right? This is a very practical journal. It has a much lower impact factor than the previous journal that I showed you, but it's a journal that's incredibly widely read by teachers, by English teachers, right? And so if I want to publish something that is very practical and I want it to have a wider impact beyond the academia, I want English teachers to read it, right? I want practitioners to read it outside of the academia. This would be my choice over, for example, TESOL Quarterly journal, because this is just much more practical, right? And more teachers will read it. So you want to consider like your readership and the goal of your paper. And open access, right? You really want to consider that because it will give you a much wider reach, right? Which leads to more citations and more impact as well. And the impact of that can be really stunning. Like, I mean, the first time I discovered it, I was really shocked, right? But if we look at, I'll just try to look up my published papers and show you, right, what I mean, right? Yeah, so if we look at that, right, native speakerism and the complexity of personal experience and do ethnographic study, you can see that it was cited by 80 people, right? And it's an open access paper, right? The second one that we can see, it's a book, right? So it's a slightly different story. It's a very practical book, and yeah, so we will ignore this one, which has a lot of citations. But if you look at all the others, right, you know, like even something that I published in 2016 has 17 citations, right? This one has 80. Everything else has like 15. Some of them have 4, 3, right? So there's a huge difference in here, right? And this is an open access paper that I published, right? So it's just crazy, like what a difference it makes. And I remember, like, I think it was like, let's say 6 months or 1 year after we published it, we look at the statistics on the journal website, right? On about how many times, you know, it was downloaded and viewed, right, by people on the website. And you can compare it to, you know, to other papers who are published on that website, right? So we've got in here like at the moment 9,900 views, right? And when we looked at it and compared it to papers that were published in the same journal at the same time, which were not open access, like our paper had like 10 times more views. 10 times. That's just crazy if you think about it, right? And this is what open access can do. You know, it can really help, you know, spread your paper, and more people will read it, and it will have a wider impact, which is really, you know, the goal for a lot of us, right? So I would highly recommend it if you can get open access. So what's our action? Well, the action is to now choose the journal, right? And go to the community and tell us which journal you've chosen for publication. So this will help you kind of identify your choice and pin it down, so that you don't change it every 5 minutes. You know, if you tell other people about your choice, you're going to stick to it and you're going to do it. So go to the community and tell us which journal you have chosen. And in the following video, I'll show you how to prepare your paper for publication, and then we're going to submit it as well. So I'll see you there. Hello everybody, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to talk about getting your paper ready for submission. So, you know, at this stage, you've written your entire paper. You've chosen the journal where you want to submit your paper as well. So what we need to do now is to get everything ready for submission. And there are, you know, a few remaining pieces that we still need to finish. We also need to polish your paper before you submit it and check that everything is, you know, real good. And this is what we're going to do today. And then in the following video, we're going to submit your paper. So let's get down to it. What are we going to do today? Well, first of all, I'll show you how to write the abstract, because we haven't written the abstract yet. So we're going to write it right now. And the reason for leaving it until the end is that, you know, you need to have the whole paper ready in like the final draft version until you can write the abstract. Otherwise, it's kind of impossible to write it because you don't know what's in your paper. And it's going to be very easy to write it right now once you've finished your paper. And then we're also going, sorry, there's something strange going on here. We're going to write the title, right? So how to write the title. That's what it should say here in this bullet point. So I'll show you different types of titles. We'll show which of them, you know, are most common in different disciplines. And then we're going to write your title for your paper. And then we're also going to look at how to proofread your paper. So let's get down to it and let's see how this is done. So first of all, let's look at the abstract, and, you know, I called it the art of the abstract. So let's see what we're going to do here. First of all, you know, what is an abstract? An abstract is, you know, really a version of your paper that is just 150 to 200 words. That's how you want to think about it, that it's like your entire paper just compressed to 150 to 200 words, right? That's how it works. What do you need to include? Well, you need to include everything that you've included in your paper, right? So you need to have an introduction to and importance of the topic at the very beginning. You need the research gap, you need the research aim, the methodology, results, discussion, and conclusion. And if you're thinking like this is a lot of stuff to include, well, there is, and you don't have much space. But I will show you exactly how to do it within the word limit. Now, how do we structure it? There are basically two structures, and I'm going to show you models for them. But the first structure is to have one paragraph where you include all of it, one paragraph of about 150 to 200 words, or 4 separate sections, which will also altogether be around 200 words. So the length is the same, but each of these sections will have a separate title, and I'll show you the models in just a second. Now, in the first sentence, you basically want to introduce the topic and its importance, right? And then in the second sentence, you want to present the research gap. Now, what you can also do, and people do that often, is to combine the first 2 sentences into one sentence, right? And have the research gap and the importance of the topic in the same place, just in one sentence, to save yourself some words. So that's really good. So if you were to skip anything in the abstract, then I would probably skip the introduction to the topic, right? But the research gap is crucial. And then we need your research aim in the abstract, which you would write, of course, in the same way as, you write things in your paper. And then, we kind of want at least one, but usually 2 sentences for methodology, because usually, there's quite some stuff to present in terms of the methodology. So usually 1 sentence might not be enough. So we want 2 sentences for methodology probably, and then probably 2 sentences for the results, because the results are very important. They're kind of like the meat of your paper, right? So we do need probably like 2 sentences here for the results. Or if you're writing very short sentences, then maybe 3. And then, the last sentence, if you still have some words, it's really good to end with like the key takeaway message, like the key conclusion, right? This could be a practical implication of your research. This could be like the key contribution of your paper, but it's nice to kind of wrap it up with some sort of key takeaway message, right? That's usually the last sentence. So let's look at the models, right? And I prepared, they're available in the materials section for you right above this video, and they're called abstract models. And it's a PDF document that looks like this, right? And you've got the 2 models here. So the first model is basically just 1 paragraph, right? And it comes from that systematic literature review that we've already read before, right? And you can see that, it starts by introducing the aim of this research, and then straight away it gets into the main results, right? And then, it also further says what the contribution is, right? And in here, the last sentence is this main takeaway message of this paper, right? In this case, it's a contribution to the theory and practice. They developed a new framework for something, right? But we've got some sort of conclusion in here to this abstract, which is really good. And then the second model is a little bit different, and it's probably slightly longer than 200 words, but that's okay if that's, possible in your journal. But the structure is the same. We start with the importance of the topic, and then we've got the aim, the purpose of this study is, right? Then we've got the methods, and you can see we've got 2 sentences for the methods, right? And then we've got the results. In here, we've got 3 sentences for the results, right? And then we've got some conclusions, right? So the first sentence talks about the main contribution of this paper, right? And then, we explain the value of these findings and the practical implications of these findings, right? So this is another structure, and you'll notice that each section has a clear title: introduction, methods, results, conclusion, right? So these are the 2 models, and they're available for you in the materials section, and you want to take a look at them before you start writing. Now, how are we going to write the abstract? I've prepared a worksheet for you called Writing the Abstract and Title worksheet, and it's available in the materials section as well. It's a Word document that looks like this, right? And the first thing that you want to do is look at 3 to 5 abstracts of research papers in your field and decide, if they are 1 paragraph or are they divided into 4 sections with headings. And you want to choose the structure that's appropriate for your paper, right? Because this structure is very different from this one. Well, to be honest, you could, they have the same elements. The only difference really is that this has titles, right? And each kind of two sentences, or each sentence is in a separate paragraph and it has a title. That's the only difference really. But other than that, I mean, it just follows the same structure, both of them that we've discussed, right? But you want to look at papers published in your field, papers published in the journal that you selected, and see which abstract they prefer, so that you start writing the correct abstract, right? And you then also want to look at the typical length of an abstract and check it with the guidelines of the journal. The journal will give you guidelines for it, right? So in here, I put the total length that typically it's kind of 150 to 200. There's some journals that accept longer abstracts, like 250 words, right? And you want to check that length here and put it in this column. So maybe that it will be 250 words, right? Let's say for you. And then you want to check the structure as well. So do all abstracts that you've reviewed have all these elements, right? And how long do they spend on each element? Is it just one sentence, or is it maybe two sentences on the introduction and the importance? And you want to write that down in here so that you have a good idea of what you're supposed to be doing. So like 99% of abstracts will have all of these elements in this order, and very likely following a similar breakdown of sentences. If your abstract is slightly longer, then you might have like two sentences for the introduction and the importance of the topic, for example, right? And then, once you've got it, right, you need to think about your research and then jot down ideas for each element in here, right? So you want to read your paper again and think, how can you write each of these elements? Now, an important point here is, please do not copy and paste sentences from your article. Don't do that, right? You need to write it again in your own words, in different words than you did in the article itself. That's the whole point. So don't copy and paste things, because it's not going to work. It's not a good idea to do that. All right, and you can write your ideas here. And once you have those ideas in this order, well, then you just need to put it into sentences, and that should be simple if you just look at the models that we've got here. And you've got all the language for the different elements, because we discussed it, right? We discussed how to present the aim of your study, how to present the research gap, the methods and the results, and so on. We discussed it in previous videos, and I gave you all the language cheat sheets. So then you can just put your ideas into the abstract and write it in a separate document, right? So you really want to pause the video right now and finish writing your abstract. And then once you've done it, you can come back to the video, and we're going to look at writing the title. All right, so really the last thing that is left is to write the title of the article. How are we going to do that? Well, first of all, the length. The average length of a title is between 8 and 13 words, depending on the discipline. And you want to check the journal requirements too. And those requirements are usually given in, on the submission page. But this is the average length, right? And this length and all the other tips that I'll be giving you, they come from, research that people have done on titles and how to write titles for papers, right? So they're really based on research, and that's what researchers have found, 8 to 13 words. That's the usual length. Now, interestingly, research shows that papers with longer titles tend to get more citations, right? I mean, of course, I'm not going to say that there is cause and effect relationship here. It might be just a simple correlation, right? But nevertheless, there is a correlation, a statistically significant correlation between longer titles and more citations. So you might as well try to have a longer title, of course, within the word limit, because research shows those titles are cited more. Now, what are the common formats? So the first common format is a subtitle that is introduced with a hyphen or a comma. So it has like the main title and then a hyphen or a comma. Sorry, not a comma, a colon, right? And then like a subtitle, right? And we'll discuss those formats, and I'll show you examples in just a second, right? The second format is a question, right? So usually, a question is kind of thought of to interest the reader, right? To ask thought-provoking question, I suppose, right? And then what we basically have is a declarative title, right? which is a sentence, right? So it's a full sentence, not like a title, but it's a full sentence where the verb, you know, is also conjugated for the tense and everything. And I'll show you an example in just a second, right? And then, you know, depending on the journal and the referencing style, sometimes, you know, all content words will be capitalized and sometimes not. Sometimes just the first word will be capitalized. So that really depends on, you know, on the journal and the referencing style. So let's look at these different types of titles and see, you know, which ones are more common, which ones lead to more citations, and let's also see some examples, right? So let's start first with titles with subtitles. So first of all, you know, these are probably the most common. Out of the three types that we're going to discuss, these are the most common regardless of the discipline. And they range from like about 5 to 30% of all the titles in different fields. And the number of those titles has risen on average by 20%, right? That's what the research shows. So they're very common types of titles. And then there is a statistically significant correlation between this type of a title and citations. So apparently titles with subtitles get more citations, interestingly enough, right? Again, I'm not saying that there's a cause and effect relationship that, you know, if you have a title with a subtitle, you will get more citations. It probably doesn't work like that. But this is an interesting correlation, I think. And they also follow the following format, right? So you've got main topic, colon or hyphen, and then subtopic. So let's look at some examples of papers that we've actually read here, right? So the first title is Perceived Team Roles of Medical Students, colon, a 5-year cross-sectional study. So you can see that, you know, the first part of the title is like the main topic, right? And then the second part of the title, that subtitle, gives us the subtopic, the more specific topic, or what the researcher did in her study, right? And the second one is structured in the same way, right? Towards system neuroscience and mild-cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's disease, colon, a meta-analysis of 75 fMRI studies, right? So again, the subtitle adds more specific information, in this case, you know, explaining kind of what was done in the paper, right? And the kind of the method or what was studied, right? And you can see that in the first title, the words aren't capitalized, but in the second title, all the content words, right? So prepositions are not capitalized, but all the other words are capitalized. And this really depends on the style. There is no good or bad choice, right? So the next one is titles as questions. First of all, in terms of frequency, surprisingly, they're relatively uncommon depending on the field. And I'm saying surprisingly because initially I thought that, you know, titles as questions would be common because, you know, they kind of sound engaging, right? So you'd think that maybe a lot of articles would have them, but it turns out that they are relatively uncommon. Now, there is no significant correlation with the number of citations. Again, perhaps this is slightly surprising because you'd think that a question in the title might grab the reader's attention and therefore they'll read the paper and therefore they're more likely to cite it, but research has not found any sort of significant correlation. Now, the format is basically a question to spark the reader's curiosity, and sometimes this is followed by a clarifying subtitle. So let's look at an example, right? What makes a good title and how does it matter for citations? Question mark. So that we've got the question, and then we've got like a clarifying subtitle, a review and general model of article, ta-da-da, right? Another example, how are academic age, productivity, and collaboration related to citing behavior of researchers? Question mark. And here there is no subtitle, it's just the question, right? So this is the second type of titles that is very, very common. Titles as questions. Now the third one is what is called declarative or informative titles. So these are relatively frequent, still not as frequent as the titles with subtitles, but they still, you know, make up between 1 and 14% depending on the field, right? What is the benefit of them? Well, there is no significant correlation with the number of citations. And what is the format? Well, they're written as a sentence with the main result given in the title. So the previous titles, if you go back to them, they don't really tell us what the result is. They just kind of tell us what the main topic is. And the questions try to interest us by kind of like asking about something that people don't know and maybe are interested in. This is completely different. In here, the title gives us the result of the study, basically, and what the researchers found. Let's look at some examples. For example, the presence of female conveners correlates with a higher proportion of female speakers at scientific symposia, right? We know exactly what the main result is of this paper. We probably don't even need to read the rest of the paper, right? It tells you exactly what the researchers found in here, right? And notice that the verb correlates is conjugated, right? The presence correlates, right? So it's not like a normal title, it's like an actual sentence. So what we want to do now is, following everything that we've discussed here, is to go back to our writing the abstract and title worksheet, right? And then I would recommend initially writing one title for each title type. So we've discussed the 3 titles, and I've got the examples here for you. Well, now try to write one title for each type in here for your paper. And I think this will help you to have more than one option, right? And it will be good practice to think, then which title is actually the best for your paper and which you prefer, right? So you can pause the video right now and write 3 titles in here for your research paper. Now, once you've got those titles, what I'd like you to do really is to post your title in the community, right? Because we want to get feedback on it. So go to the community and post your 3 titles that you've written in here and get feedback from people on them, right? This will be a really good exercise because you probably think, oh, this title, I really like this title, this is the best, right? But then you'll see what happens when you post it for other people to review, and you can make a poll and see, which title really wins, and that will help you to choose your title, right? So go now to the community, post your title there for your paper, and get feedback from people on it. Now, we've got the abstract, we've got the title, we've got the paper written. What we need to do now is to revise the full paper again. You've already been revising it, as you've been writing it. You've probably got feedback from me on it. You might have gotten feedback from other people in the community, right? But it's really time to polish your paper right now before submission and just make sure that is as good as it can possibly be, right? And in this part of the video, I want to show you how you can actually do this yourself and how you can proofread your texts. So, the myth really is that you need to pay someone to proofread your paper. And this is a model that journals have been promoting as well. On many journals' websites, they'll tell you, hire our proofreading services. We've got native speakers who can proofread your paper and stuff like this. And they typically charge you, hundreds, if not $1,000 for proofreading one paper, right? And there is this myth, I think, that people have, that they need to pay someone to edit and proofread the paper always, whenever they submit, right? And I get a lot of people asking me whether I will proofread their paper, right? For them as well. Not as part of this program, but from outside of the program, people approaching me and, do you proofread papers? I need someone to proofread my paper, right? But the reality is that you can proofread your own papers if you gain the necessary skills, right? I've never paid anybody to proofread my papers. I've always done it on my own, and I've also, exchanged papers with colleagues, for example, and we've proofread each other papers, right? So it's of course beneficial to get somebody else to read your paper, but you don't have to proofread your papers, right? It's actually better to do it yourself and to learn to gain the necessary skills to proofread your own text, right? Because there are a lot of benefits of it. First of all, you save a lot of money, right? Because if every time you're going to hire a professional proofreader, especially recommended by the journal, you're going to pay a lot of money for that. And, there is no guarantee that that proofreading will be done to the desired quality, right? There is a lot of dodgy proofreading services out there. So if you do it yourself, you can really ensure the job is done as well as it can be to the desired quality. And you also gain an important academic skill for life, right? Because really, our goal here is that you become an independent academic writer who, really can write the whole paper and revise it and submit it yourself in the future. And you don't need proofreading or editing help from other people in the future. That's, I think, the ideal situation, right? And if you want to be able to do that, there are certain skills, proofreading skills, that you need to learn, and certain techniques that people use to proofread their own articles, right? So don't get me wrong, please do get feedback from me on your paper right now before submitting it. Get feedback from other people in the community, come to the collaboration calls and we can help you. But also aim to proofread the text yourself, right? To start gaining that skill and start improving and being able to spot your own mistakes, so that very soon you're fully independent and you can always do that on your own. So a couple of tips. First of all, try to take a break. So if you've been writing your paper, right, for several weeks, right, then what's going to happen is that you're not going to see the mistakes anymore, right? You'll be oblivious to the mistakes. And the reason is that, your eyes just get tired, your brain gets tired, and your brain will be skipping over the mistakes, that you won't see them. So you really want to take a break. And I would recommend a few days, really, if you have that time, right? Or maybe even a week. Just put it aside, stop thinking about it, and then come back to it. Now, the second tip is to print it. So for some reason, it is much easier to see the mistakes, right, when you have it printed on your screen than on your screen. I don't know why that is. Maybe some of you know the scientific reason for it, but I just know it from experience and from other people's experiences. Like sometimes, I read things on the screen and I've reread it numerous times and I think it's perfect, and then I print it and all of a sudden I start finding mistakes in it, right? And I don't know why that is, again, but it really, really helps. So definitely print it and try to correct the printed version. List your mistakes as well, right? So having a list of your typical mistake types, right, can help you spot them when proofreading. So when you've been receiving feedback, for example, from me on this program, on your texts, you will have noticed that maybe, there are some recurring mistakes that you make. Maybe you have a problem with using the correctly, right? And you want to write down a couple of those recurring mistakes and problems with an example. And then as you're proofreading, try to focus on those mistakes, because these are it's the 80-20 principle, right? These are kind of the mistakes that happen the most often and have the biggest impact on your writing. So you want to get rid of those mistakes first before you focus on some smaller mistakes. Now you want to focus on one issue as well, right? So you want to choose just one type of recurrent mistake that you're planning to focus on, because this will help you to find it and proofread it, right? And especially initially, if your paper is still not 100% polished and there are quite a few different mistakes in it, you want to focus just on one area, right? So for example, you can spend the next half an hour focusing on, let's say, the structure of your paragraphs, because you know that the structure of your paragraphs has been a recurring problem. And you want to read the entire paper just focusing on that problem, right? And ignore everything else. This will really help you to spot that mistake and to be able to do it faster as well. Now, another tip is to prioritize the mistakes, right? So as I said, there are some mistakes that are very recurring for you or have a very negative impact on your text, right? And you'll probably know that by now from getting feedback from me or from other people on this program, right? So you want to focus on these mistakes first. This is the 80-20 principle, right? That 80% of our results come from 20% of our work, more or less, right? Or in other words, the 20% of our mistakes, right, have 80% negative impact on your text. There will be lots of other mistakes, but they are less relevant, right? So you want to prioritize them and focus on the most important mistakes first. Now, you can also use Word's find function, right? And this can help you to find some mistakes more quickly. And then you can combine it with the replace function, right? Because some simple mistakes can be easily corrected if you just use the replace function in Word. What is the find and replace function? Well, if we go to Microsoft Word, right, you've got here find, or you can go straight away to replace function, right? So let's say, you've made a recurring mistake with, for example, you forgot there with most, right, as you've been writing. And so you want to change most for the most, right? Because, whenever we have the superlative, we need to use that, right? And that's a simple recurring mistake that you've made. So you want to find next, right? And then Word will find it for it, and then you can replace, right? You could also immediately click on replace all, but this can be dangerous sometimes because perhaps not all instances of that word should be replaced with another word, right? So you probably just want to go to find next, and then replace each of them manually. But that's a very simple trick that can help you a lot to correct some of the recurring mistakes. And then, of course, you want to go beyond the language, right? So some people just focus on like grammar or language mistakes, but of course, you need to check the flow, right? You need to check the formatting, and you need to check the referencing as well. So you want to check everything about your text, not just the language, right? Now, a couple more tips. Try to read it backwards, right? You can't do it for the entire text, but for smaller chunks of the text, it works really well. I don't know what's the scientific reason behind it. I think it's probably because your brain has to pay much more careful attention to the sentence and what you're reading because you're reading it backwards, so it's less natural. But it really works. It really helps you to spot some of the mistakes. So I would recommend it as well. Another thing that I've seen works really well is read it aloud, right? Again, you probably don't want to read the whole paper aloud, but you can read parts of it aloud, right? And sometimes what happens is that we can't see the mistakes anymore because our brain fills in the gaps in the text and just ignores the mistakes. But when we start reading the paper, we start hearing the mistakes. So you will hear that the verb doesn't have an ed ending, or you will hear that the verb doesn't have the s at the end, or you might hear that you forgot to use the when you were supposed to use it, right? So do read it aloud to find additional mistakes. It really, really works. Of course, you use Word inbuilt spell checker, right? But make sure that spell checker is on, first of all, and the language is set to English as default, right? So it will underline potential mistakes in blue, like punctuation and grammar, and red for spelling, right? So definitely have it on. It's a simple tool. And, and sometimes for some reason people don't have it on. Or if you speak other languages than English, maybe the spell checker has changed to, let's say, Spanish or Mandarin or whatever else you speak, right? So you want to make sure that it's set to English. And then, of course, you want to ask for help as well. If you've done all of it in here and you've really tried to find your mistakes and you think the text is as good as it can possibly get with your own eyes, then get a fresh pair of eyes, because this can sometimes do wonders, right? And a really good way to do this, what I've done is to, for example, just give a colleague like 2 or 3 pages of your article. You don't even have to give the whole article, and ask them to, to find any mistakes in it. Because what will happen is that the mistakes that your colleague finds in those first 2 pages will likely reoccur throughout your entire paper. So they might be able to spot a mistake with the, for example, that you're not using the correctly, right? And then you can just read the rest of the paper and try to identify other mistakes, right? So post in the community, right? You can exchange parts of your paper with other people in the community. There's lots of other researchers here, right? And you can just exchange, for example, 2 pages with each other. You can, of course, come to the collaboration calls, right? And ask me for help on the collaboration calls. Or you can send me a message as well, or post it in the community and say that you would like feedback on your text from me personally as well, and I'll be more than happy to give you that feedback, right? So now, action time is to get feedback on your research paper from someone in the community, be it myself or other people. So go into the community and ask for feedback, post your text there, or just send, an overall message that you're looking for feedback, and ask people to comment on your post if they're willing to give you feedback on it, right? And once that's done, and once we've got your text proofread, in the next video, we're going to submit your article. So this will be very, very exciting, because your article will be submitted to your journal of choice. So I'll see you there. Hello everybody and welcome back. And I'm super excited about this video because today you're going to submit your paper to your chosen journal. So this is, a culmination of your hard work over the last couple of weeks. And you should, once you've done this video and you've submitted your paper to the journal, you should give yourself an awesome pat on the back, share your success with us in the community and celebrate. So let's get this done. What are we going to cover today? Well, first of all, we're going to look at how to prepare your paper for submission and what you need, and then how to write a good cover letter if you decide to write one. And then finally, we're going to look at how to submit your paper successfully, and I'll walk you through all the steps and show you how the submission looks in an example journal. And then we're also going to talk about what to do after the submission. So let's dive right in and let's look at the preparation and let's see how we can put all these lovely ingredients that we've got and we've prepared to, to make this final dish and submit it to the journal. So first of all, there are a couple of necessary documents, right? So you definitely want to check the submission requirements once again and what is required of you. But typically you need the following things, usually as separate documents. So you need an abstract in a separate document. You need a title page. Sometimes this title page will include your names. It will include also the abstract, right? Sometimes it will not, depending on the journal. You need an anonymized manuscript. So by that, I'll explain that in a little bit, but basically that your name doesn't appear on the manuscript. You need tables and figures, if you have them, in separate documents, usually either in one document where all the tables or figures are, or each table or each figure in a separate file, right? And you might want to consider uploading supplementary materials if relevant. So a supplementary material could be the questionnaire that you use. It could be the raw data as well. This is optional. You don't have to include these. Then the cover letter. This is also optional, right? And I'll show you how to write a cover letter. But a cover letter is basically like, a motivation letter explaining why your paper is a good fit for the journal. And then the last thing that you need are keywords as well. So first of all, tables and figures formats, right? So some journals want them in a separate document, some within the manuscript, and you also want to check what format they should be in. Should they be in a PDF format, in a JPG format, as pictures, as Word documents? How do they want those tables and figures, right? You want to check that before you submit, because the worst thing that can happen is that you just get what is called a desk rejection from the editor of the journal, not even from the reviewer, saying that, well, you didn't submit this in the correct format, right? You don't want that to happen. Now, proofreading, right? So you want to revise your text carefully one last time. And, in one of the previous videos, we talked about how to do proofreading properly yourself and how to seek feedback in the community from myself and so on. So you want to revise it yourself one last time to ensure that everything is correct. Check the word length, right? So check the minimum maximum word length and whether it includes or excludes the reference list. And, this is a mistake that it's easy to make. And I made it, I think, like a year ago or something like this, actually, when, typically we think about the maximum word length, that you cannot have more than, let's say, 6,000 words. But some journals have a minimum word length. I had never heard of it before. And so I didn't see it. I didn't read the journal requirements properly. And I got a desk rejection from the editor just saying, well, we accept only articles which are at least, let's say, 7,000 words. Your article is 6,800 words, therefore we cannot accept it. Please revise it. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so stupid, right? So do check that definitely. And make sure that it's in correct formatting, right? So each journal has a slightly different style. Typically, they have templates that you can download, and I'll show you that on an example of a journal in here. So if we go to author guidelines, a journal will have a template, right? That template is, okay, so they explain how to prepare the article, right? The length, they explain the style in terms of the writing style as well. They explain what sort of spelling they want, right? And they even have specific words, how you want to use them, and numbers as well, right? And lists and so on. It's very detailed in here. And they have a specific template that you can download as a Word document, right? And you must use this template in order to be accepted in the journal, right? So if you don't use this template, then you're going to get a desk rejection because it's not written as they want you to write it. So make sure that you get this right. Make sure that you've got correct referencing. So again, different journals will have different referencing styles. Fortunately, some of them use, the big, widely known referencing styles like Harvard, APA, that sort of stuff. Other journals, unfortunately, use their own referencing style, which can be really annoying. But what you can do is just use Zotero or Mendeley to format references automatically. And for most styles, the styles are already included in Zotero or Mendeley. But if you're using a style that is unique to a specific journal, well, you can download those additional styles from Zotero or Mendeley library. It's likely that the users have already created that referencing style in the library, and you should be able to download it. If not, you can edit an existing style and create your own for that specific journal, right? But you definitely want to use a program for it. You don't want to be doing it manually. And, also consider how your paper should be anonymized, right? So definitely your name shouldn't appear in the document properties. What I mean by that is that, if we open Microsoft Word, right? I don't know what it will be like in other programs, right? But if we just open an empty document, right? What you're going to see here, if we go to File, and Options, right? You can see the username and initials, and you can change that, right? Because what happens is that if I open any sort of document, right? And if I just hover above it, I can see the authors. See, it says authors, Marek Kiczkowiak, right? And so if you send a document like this to the reviewers, well, it's kind of pointless because they know who you are. So it's not an anonymous peer-reviewed process, and it should be anonymous. So you want to get rid of that authors in here. In order to do that, you might need to even log out of your account in Microsoft Word in here so that it doesn't appear there, right? So that's the anonymity. And for the sake of anonymity, you might need to take away your name from the references as well, right? Some journals require that, not all of them. So these are some basic preparation steps you should take. And one of the elements that you need to consider is a cover letter, right? Now, this is an optional element. I personally have never written a cover letter because I'm a minimalist and an essentialist, and if something is not required, then I typically don't do this. Unless there is a big benefit to it, but I don't really see a tremendous benefit to a cover letter. Some people might disagree with me, and they might say that there is a big benefit of a cover letter. And I know people who write it regularly. For example, my wife always writes a cover letter to accompany her submission for her papers, right? So I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying that it's an optional thing to do. Now, why we do it? Well, we do it to help to highlight why your paper is a good fit for the journal. So think about it as applying for a job. When you apply for a job, you send a cover letter as well, in which you explain why you are a good candidate and why they should hire you. It's kind of the same here. You send a cover letter to explain why your paper is a good fit and why they should consider your paper for the journal, right? Now, how do we structure it? We kind of write it very similarly to, let's say, a cover letter for a job, right? So we want to keep it to one page, about 400 words. And we want to start with Dear and then the title and last name, right? So Dear Professor, and so you want to find the name of the editor, and the name of the editor of the journal is always on the journal's page, so you'll be able to find it. And then, immediately at the very start, you want to say what you are submitting. So I am writing to submit a manuscript entitled X, Y, and Z for consideration in your journal X, Y, and Z, right? And then right after that, you want to say why your topic is important, like you would in a paper, right? And then you want to state the aim of your paper, present the key results and key contributions, right? But the mistake that people here make is that they just kind of copy and paste sentences from the abstract or from the paper. Don't do that. Write it in your own words and think how you can use this cover letter to convince the editor to consider your manuscript, right? And in the following paragraph, you can explain why the paper is a good fit for the specific journal. So what makes it fit within the journal scope, right? How does it connect to previously published papers, right? That's really important because it shows that you've read the journal, you've thought about it, and you've chosen this journal on purpose, right? And then you want to end by, highlighting that you only submitted this paper to just this journal and not other journals, and then you can recommend reviewers, right? So I've prepared for you an example of the cover letter, right? And it's a PDF document that's available in the resources in the materials section, right above this video, right? And it's a PDF document like this, right? So again, you can see the structure. We start with what we are submitting and who the authors are. Then we talk about the importance of the topic and the main aim. And then we say what we showed in this manuscript, right? And how we achieved this, right? And then basically, we highlight the key contributions of this paper. And then the next paragraph says why this paper is a good fit for the journal, right? And also how, what is the big impact of this paper, right? For the field or practitioners and so on. And then, we say that we only submitted it to this journal, right? And, and then we suggest reviewers, right? Names, emails, and places of work, right? And then you can say who the corresponding authors are if there's more than one author, right? So that's an example of a cover letter. Keep it to one page, and really you want to pause this video and write your cover letter right now. And again, please don't overthink it. Don't spend like 5 days writing it. Like it shouldn't take you more than an hour to write the first draft of the cover letter. You've got everything that you need to know, so don't kind of overthink every sentence. Just write it and tell people why this paper should be considered in the journal, right? Now, once you've got it, we also need keywords for your paper. Keywords are basically words that best reflect what your paper is about. They reflect the topic of your paper, the content of your paper. And we use them because it's a journal requirement, first of all, but potentially they can also increase the searchability of your article. I don't have any evidence for it, how much or how little they increase the searchability of your article. I don't know if they work in the same vein as, let's say, hashtags that you might use in social media posts that increase, the searchability of your posts and stuff like this, but it can potentially do that, right? I can see how search engines might pick up on those keywords, right? And, you want to use between 4 and 6, but really it depends on the journal. But I've never seen anything that's beyond 6. You definitely cannot have like 10 keywords, right? And typically you cannot have fewer than 4 keywords, right? 4 is usually the minimum. And, when brainstorming those keywords, we want to consider a couple of things. So first of all, what are the main topics of your paper, right? Or what is the main topic of your paper? And you want to use that as keyword. So if the topic of your paper was amyloid fibrils, then probably that should be a keyword that you're going to use. And there might be relevant subtopics within that main topic, right? So you could also use those as keywords. There might be specific sub-disciplines. So for example, it could be like linguistics overall, but then it might be like neurolinguistics or something like this, right? If you see what I mean. And that could be a keyword. You might consider like who your paper is relevant to. Like maybe there's a specific group of people who this paper is about, for example, or who you're targeting or something like this, right? Let's say your paper might be about, writing research papers. So one of your keywords could be researchers or postdocs or something like this. And think about the terms that people might use to search for your paper, right? So don't just think in terms of like, what is the title of my paper and what is my aim, and just copy and paste some words from there. Because the search engine will already pick up on the main words that are in the title, right? But people might use other words to search for your paper, or to search for the information that they're looking for, right? So you want to try to get into those people's shoes or brains and think like, well, what are they going to type into Google when they're looking for this type of information? Because, ultimately we want those keywords to help your paper be searchable on the search engine. So now, you want to look at those tips and then write down 4 to 6 keywords for your paper. If you want to, you can in fact write more, and you can write 10 keywords and then ask us in the community or on the collaboration calls to narrow it down to 4 or 6 best keywords that you should be using for this specific paper. So, pause the video again and go ahead and do that right now. Okay, so at this stage, we've got everything. We've written your cover letter, we've got the keywords, so we're ready to submit your research paper. First of all, you want to gather all the documents, right? You want to have them ready to upload, right? Before you go to the submissions website or something like this, have everything ready. And then you want to head to the submission style, create your account, and follow the instructions, right? So this is basically how it works, right? You go to the journal's website, right? And they'll usually have a tab called Submit, right? And then you want to go to the submission site. So I've got it already opened here, but if I click on it, it will ask me probably to log in. Yeah, it will ask me to log in. If you haven't got an account with that journal because you've never submitted it, you can just create an account, right? And then I've already logged in. So in here, you kind of click on author, right? So we were on home, we click on author, and then we start a new submission, right? And then you begin your submission. And, in here, it starts with, it's a new system in this journal where you can actually drop your files in here, right? And it will pre-fill some fields already. So let's say if you've got something that is like manuscript and you've got another file, title page, tables, if you drop and cover letter, if you drop all those documents here, like it will assign them to specific fields. But if we're just going to continue like this, right? You'll have to choose the type of article, whatever it is, right? Let's say it's just a normal article, right? You need to put the title, you need to put the abstract, right? Then you've got different file uploads in here, right? And you always have to select what it is that you're uploading in here. So you can see they've got different documents titles, right? So when you upload it, select what it is, right? And then in the attributes, right, you want to be adding keywords in here, right? Many journals have keywords, right, as well. They have a list of keywords, right? Usually it's related to the discipline, subdiscipline, and stuff like this, right? Or you can add them in here just as separated by semicolons. So you can see that you can add 5 keywords, right? And then, we add stuff about yourself. So, your author, any, if there are more than, if there's more than one author, we add it here, right? And any details and comments, the cover letter can go here. So you copy and paste it, right? If you got findings, and then the numbers of tables and figures, right? So all of this, and this is fairly similar in all journals, right? So you can go ahead and head to your journal and submit your paper right now. Now that you've submitted your research paper, what is the time frame? Well, that really depends on the journal, as many things, unfortunately. But I think you can expect the initial response in 1 to 4 weeks, right? By initial response, I mean that your paper has gone out for review. So it's the initial time in which the editor reviews your submission to see if everything is okay, and then they send it off to the review. And then really is between 1 or 3 months for first round of peer review. But this varies widely. I've even had situations where like I waited for 3 months and then the editor told me that they're not accepting the paper because of X, Y, and Z reason, and they didn't even send it for review, and I waited 3 months. And I sent the editor multiple emails as well, to which she did not respond, of course, right? And of course, I will never submit to that journal again, but it can happen. And sometimes it takes longer than 3 months for the first round of peer review. The reason for this might be that they can't, for example, find an appropriate reviewer. So that's why it's good to recommend reviewers, because it's easier then for the journal to find an appropriate reviewer for your paper, and it will speed things up. Now, what are the review steps? Well, first of all, the editor decides if the paper should be sent for peer review. And if the answer is yes, then there are typically 2 rounds of peer review. And these can be done by the same or different reviewers. So this again depends on the journal, right? But typically, after the first round, you get some comments, you respond to those comments, you submit it again, and then the reviewers review it again. And After the second round, typically there are very few comments left, some bits and bobs that you have to correct. You do that, and then your paper is accepted. And then what are the decisions? Well, there are usually three decisions, right? Well, two types of decision. One is rejected, and the other one is accepted. And something can be accepted with major revision or minor revisions, right? Nothing is ever accepted without revisions. This just does not happen, okay? So if you get major revisions, don't panic. It's normal to get major revisions. If you get minor revisions, then you should give yourself an amazing pat on the back, celebrate by, you know, doing a barbecue or going out for a drink or whatever you enjoy doing, because you're amazing, right? Minor revisions are actually quite rare, I think, you know? So if you got minor revisions, you're a superstar and it's amazing, and then you can do them and resubmit. And then, you know, remember to respond to the reviewers thoroughly, right? Remember to be polite, keep your cool, adopt the winner's mindset, and explain how you addressed each comment. This is crucial to speed up the process and make it easier for yourself, right? So this is what happens after you submitted your research paper. So now, you know, submit your research paper, and importantly, share your success with us in the community. We love to see you succeeding and celebrating our wins. So definitely do that, you know, and I'll show you an example post from the other program that I run, PhD Accelerator. The reason why I'm not showing from Research Paper Mastery is that I'm recording this video before the program even started, so we can't really have any success stories yet, right? But in here, one of the students made a celebration post, Pratik, because he submitted his review paper, right? And you can see that here. And we love those celebration posts because, you know, you've put in so much hard work into your paper and you've just submitted it right now. So celebrate it with us. It's an amazing achievement, what you've done, right? And it will keep you motivated. It will keep all of us motivated as well to see how different people are succeeding and submitting the papers. So best of luck with your submission, and I'll see you in the following video. Hello everybody, and welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at how you can respond to reviewers' comments. So this is also very exciting because, you know, your paper has been submitted and you've gotten a response from the journal, and now, you know, you need to do the corrections that are required of you. And for a lot of people, this is a very stressful moment because, you know, they've been working on the paper for a very long time, and now they get this long list of comments, and the reviewers, as always, they're unhappy with different things, right? And it's easy to kind of get mad and stressed about it and not respond to the reviewers in the right way and be just in the wrong negative frame of mind. So this will be a really important video where I'm going to show you how to properly respond to reviewers' comments to ensure that your paper gets published afterwards. So what are we going to cover today? Well, first of all, we're going to look at the losers and the winners mindset, and, you know, and how the losers mindset can really cripple your ability to not only to respond to reviewers' comments, but also cripple your ability to succeed in many areas of your life, not just in research. And then we're going to look at the mindset that winners have that can really boost, you know, your success. And then, you know, I'm going to show you how to assess the damage, really, and, you know, how to look at reviewers' comments and see what the damage to your paper really is and how big it is. Now, then we're going to look at planning your response and keeping track of any changes and how to respond exactly to reviewers' comments. So let's dive right in and talk about adopting the right mindset. And you might be wondering why we're talking about this here rather than diving straight into responding to reviewers' comments. Well, I think mindset is the key because it's just very easy, as I said, to get incredibly pissed off about the reviewers' comments. And don't get me wrong, it's happened to me, and sometimes it still happens because, you know, I understand it. Your paper is your baby, and now all of a sudden somebody just left you, you know, a couple of pages of negative comments on your paper, and you're angry about it. But you shouldn't be, because this kind of being angry or frustrated at the reviewer is not the right mindset to have. It's not going to help you. If anything, it's really going to hinder your progress. So let's look at adopting the right mindset. And we're going to make the difference between the loser's mindset and the winner's mindset. And we're going to try to adopt the winner's mindset to help you, you know, think about those comments more positively and help you to review the comments, respond to them, and resubmit your paper with, you know, as soon as possible and with, you know, as little pain as possible. So what's the loser's mindset? And mind you, this applies not just to responding to reviewers' comments. This applies to anything, doing anything difficult in life. You can apply it to anything once you understand it. So I think it will be really valuable for other areas of your life if you can properly understand it and apply it. So the loser's mindset has, consists of a very emotional reaction. So basically, we just get angry, upset, and frustrated, right? And immediately the first thing that we think is that the reviewer must be wrong and we must be right, The reviewer must be wrong because they're criticizing us and we are right. We must be right, right? And, sometimes people also think that the reviewer is just mean and unfair. We read those comments and like our kind of initial immediate reaction is like, that's just not fair. Come on, I've done a good job here. Why are you being so mean to me, right? Now, this leads to seeing the reviewer as the enemy, right? It's somebody that, is fighting against us, really. And as a result, we kind of blaming our mistakes on someone else. Like it's their fault. It's the reviewer's fault or it's the fault of whatever happened. It's not our fault at all, right? We just shift the blame to somebody or something else, right? But this, of course, leads to several negative consequences. For example, you're more reluctant to address the comments because if the reviewer is wrong and you are right, and if the reviewer is unfair and mean, then you just don't want to address those comments. And you're going to waste a lot of time arguing with the reviewer, right? And coming up with counter arguments. So you're going to start thinking, yeah, but this is just not fair. Like you're wrong here and you're wrong because of this and that. And like, if you think about it, I try to do this and this in my paper. So this comment isn't really valid, And you're going to spend days like thinking like this and coming up with all sorts of different arguments why you are right and the reviewer is wrong. And as a result, you're not actually going to be doing the work that you're supposed to be doing, which means you're going to be delaying the publication of your paper, right? Rather than make the process smooth, you're just going to make it really difficult. And you're going to put a lot of mental hurdles in front of yourself. And it will take forever to resubmit that paper because you'll be reluctant to address the comments. You'll be coming up with counter arguments rather than actually doing the work, reviewing the paper and addressing the comments, right? So this kind of leads us back to what I've said before, that, your worst enemy is yourself. Like on our road to success, not just with publishing research papers, but with anything in life, really, we are our own worst enemies. And that's why everything really starts with the mindset. You need to work on your mindset and change who you are in order to stop being your own worst enemy, right? So we want to adopt a winner's mindset instead of a loser's mindset. How does a winner's mindset work and how does it differ from the loser's mindset? Well, first of all, we want to have a rational reaction rather than an emotional reaction, right? So of course, initially, right, you might for the first couple of minutes, you might have an emotional reaction. But what we're working towards is that we start looking at the reviewer's comments more rationally, right? So basically, the comments are an opportunity to improve. They're not kind of picking on you. The reviewer is giving you an opportunity to make your paper fantastic. It's good now, but we can make it better. And you want to approach the comments logically and rationally rather than emotionally. And you want to consider the reviewer not as an enemy, but as somebody who is helping you. Because that's really the truth. I don't believe that reviewers are mean people who just want to trash your paper. They're not. They've read your paper. They might have different opinions to what you do. They might have a different research background, and they've pointed out genuine problems with your paper. So that's how you want to see it. They're helping you go from good to great, or maybe go from great to incredible, right? And really, the reviewer is not the enemy. It's your ally in making your paper great or incredible. And, as I said before as well, we need to own up to our mistakes. So we need to take responsibility. So we can't just shift the blame to something or someone else that is external. Well, we need to own up to our mistakes. We did make those mistakes and, it's our actions that cause those problems in the paper. So now somebody has found those problems and we just need to say, yeah, that's totally right. I made these mistakes. I'm just going to correct them now. And this more kind of positive, rational winner's mindset leads to several things. It leads to a cool-headed rather than emotional response. And it helps you to logically assess the damage and the amount of work that you need to do. Because if you have an emotional reaction, you're going to look at it and then you're going to start going like, oh my God, there is so much work. I don't even know where to start. What's going on? What am I supposed to do? Right? But if you have a more rational reaction and kind of a winner's mindset, you can start logically assessing like which comments need a longer response and more changes, which need less, and so on, right? And you can address reviewers' comments swiftly and relatively painlessly, right? Because if you see the comments as an opportunity to improve and you see the reviewer as your ally, then you can just start addressing the comments one by one rather than arguing back and forth with the reviewer. Just address their comments and their questions, and this will make your life so simple and so painless that it's not even funny. I promise you, this shift in mindset, it makes a huge difference. Right? And it helps you to get your paper published faster as well, which is our goal, right? Because you're just, really to address reviewers' comments, unless you're required to make changes in the methodology or redo some experiments, then it might be different. But if it's just changes to your text, this can just take days. It's usually fairly simple, right? If you adopt the right mindset, and if you just go through the comments one by one and you just respond to them and correct your text. So I've made for you a pin-up here that I'd recommend kind of reading whenever you get a negative review from a reviewer, right? Because it's really important. And it says losers tend to blame others for their failures. They adopt a victim's mindset whereby it's always someone else's fault and the whole world is against them, right? Winners, on the other hand, see criticism as a positive opportunity to improve. They blame themselves for the mistakes and act on feedback to correct them. Right? It's that simple, and you can apply it to anything in life, anything that you're struggling against and it's difficult to achieve and it takes a long time. Apply the winner's mindset, right? See criticism as something positive, something that helps you to improve, and don't blame others for your mistakes. Blame yourself and act on the feedback to correct them. So don't dwell on your mistakes, right? And complain and moan and feel bad about them. Just acknowledge that you made a mistake and now you're going to correct it and learn from it, right? So now that we understand kind of this winner's mindset and how we need to approach the reviewer's comments, let's try to assess the damage to our paper. How are we going to do that? Well, first of all, numbers are misleading, right? So I often hear people say like, oh, I didn't receive many comments from the reviewer, so it will be easy. Or somebody says, Jesus, I got like 2 pages of comments, right? This is just going to take forever to review. That's not true at all. The number of comments doesn't equal the amount of work, because some comments might require an incredible amount of work because you'll have to go back to the lab and redo experiments. Whereas there might be like 10 comments that are super simple, like correct the mistake with this, or change the title, or you forgot to include this in the abstract, right? Very simple ones. So don't get misled by the numbers of comments, right? And you want to evaluate the severity of the comments. So you want to go over all the comments and decide how severe or serious each one is and how much work it will entail, right? And you can do that with red being very severe, orange medium, and green easy to fix, right? And so to give you an example of a very severe comment is, for example, if you need to redo some of your experiments or do additional experiments, that's a really big one, right? That's going to take a lot of time to do. An orange one might be that you need to rewrite an entire section of your paper. That, for example, you need to include a review of the literature of a particular topic that you didn't include. That's probably orange because it's going to take quite a while and you might have to read up on certain things, right? Green are easy to fix. And what I mean by that is, for example, change your title to X, Y, and Z. Or, you've made some grammar mistakes, like you forgot the "the" in here. Please revise your text to get rid of those grammar mistakes. That's an easy one to fix, right? And using those color coding can really help you to assess the damage and understand kind of what you need to do. You want to look at the amount of additional work, as I mentioned, right? So some comments can be addressed immediately, right? Because you already have the knowledge. Usually these are things like, change this paragraph slightly, or correct the grammar mistakes, add this piece of information, stuff like this, right? But sometimes, you might need to read up on the literature, you might need to do additional experiments. So if there is additional work, then it's going to take much more time to address these comments. And, so far I've been talking about, responding to reviewers' comments, but maybe sometimes you want to stand your ground and defend yourself. I would do it probably, less than 5% of the time. And this should be done only if the required change is completely misguided or goes against the fundamental principle adopted in your work, right? You might consider it if they're asking you to perhaps consider, adding a particular experiment or diving deeper into some sort of data. You might consider standing your ground there and saying that, like, yeah, this is a valid comment, but it will be more relevant for future work. It can't possibly be included in this article because we don't have any more space, and we've also included it in suggestions for future research, so it's better suited for future papers, right? But 95% of the time, you just want to respond to all reviewers' comments. Treat them as learning lessons and just respond to all of them, one by one, right? Don't argue with the reviewers. Arguing with the reviewers is pointless because these are the people who accept or not accept your paper. So you just want to, just do whatever they're asking you to do, unless, and that's less than 5% of the time, they're asking you something that you think is completely misguided and goes against something really important, right? Now, you want to then prioritize. So decide which comments to focus on first based on the severity, amount of additional work, right? And your preferences. So if you've got the color codes, you know which ones are the most severe. And you also might have a particular preference. Like maybe like today you don't feel like reading up on the literature. You wanna do something else. So you might leave that comment for later. And then, to get momentum, you might want to start with the easiest comments, right? And this is sometimes a good tactic if we're feeling a little bit down, and we just want to get started. Because if you get started with the most difficult thing, then you're not going to be able to finish it, and therefore you're not going to get any positive feedback and dopamine into your system, and you're going to feel bad about it. But if you start with like some of the easy comments, like you can get like 3, maybe 5 comments done in the next like few hours, and you've ticked several boxes, you've done a lot of work, and you feel much better about it because you've moved forward, and then you can tackle some of the bigger comments as well, right? Try to chunk the heavy load as well, right? So we talked about it in week 1 and week 2 of the program about chunking your time and chunking our goals, right? So if you have very complicated comments that require complicated revision, try to chunk them into smaller intermediate steps, right? So then you can identify the daily actions that you need to take and start carrying out those daily actions. Because again, those like big projects or big revisions that we need to make, they are daunting, right? Because if we think, oh my God, like I need to do this new experiment and analyze that new data, this is going to take forever, I don't want to do it. But if you start thinking about it, okay, I need to do this new experiment. Well, what do I need to do in order to finish that new experiment? Well, first I need to prepare the sample, and then I need to go to the lab. Maybe I need to go to the lab 5 times. I need to do the experiment. While the experiment is running and I'm waiting for it, then I can be addressing other comments, right, of the reviewer. So just kind of chunk your time, because this will give you like more manageable steps and goals that you can follow. And then plan, right? So work backwards from your deadline. Typically, they give you about 3 months to respond to the comments, and establish a clear plan. And we did a lot of planning in week 2. I shared with you all the worksheets in week 2 of the program, so you can go back there as well. But it's crucial that you start planning it, because if you don't plan it, you will never do it. Or you will do it on the last minute, right? That's what always happens, because you'll be busy doing other stuff. You'll start writing a new paper, you'll have to teach classes, you'll have other job responsibilities, there is this thing called life that you sometimes might want to attend to, right? And just, you won't do it, right? So plan it, put it in your schedule. I shared with you some of those materials, right? So we've got the research paper planner, and I've included it in the materials section right above this video as well, but it was in week 2. You can plan those bigger goals, so like that you've got 3 months to finish the review, and then chunk it into intermediate steps. And then you can start identifying daily actions, right? And you can use the research paper daily planner to plan your days, right? And this was also explained in week 2, but I've included it in the materials section above this video so you can use it. And then, you want to use your Google or Outlook calendar to purposefully block your time to respond to reviewers' comments. Like I really mean it, because if you don't put it in your calendar, well, people will book meetings with you. Your students will come to see you. All sorts of stuff will happen. So put it in your agenda and just block, let's say 2 hours this afternoon or tomorrow morning, and block 2 hours and just give it a title, responding to reviewers' comments on my article, right? And block it. You're not available to anybody. If somebody, tries to book a meeting with you, then you can just tell them, well, sorry, I'm not available at this time because I'm responding to reviewers' comments, but I can meet you at this and this time on this and this date, right? So pause the video and do it right now, please. And then, once we've planned our work, we want to keep track of the changes that we're making in the article, right? And respond to reviewers' comments. First of all, you can keep track changes. It's a Word function that shows, not the examiners, sorry, but the reviewers, what changes you've made, right? And if we open Word, right? In case you don't know where track changes is, right? You've got to go to review, and then you click on track changes in here. And you can also select which changes you want to track, but I'll just track all the changes that you're making, right? And just put it on track changes, and then all those changes will be seen in different colors so that a reviewer can see exactly what changes you've made. Right, and this kind of provides the evidence, right, that we've actually made those changes. And it's just much easier for the reviewer to see, because if you don't use any colors in the text or any track changes, then the reviewer has to kind of read the text again and think what was actually changed. They probably won't remember what comments they gave you, right? And then if the reviewer in here provided you with a list of requested changes in a separate document, that you want to respond to each, right? Explaining what you did. And when you do that, you want to be polite and always thank them for their insights and comments. So you want to say stuff like, thank you for pointing this out. This is indeed an important point, right? And this is just good practice because it just makes the reviewer happy, and it's just polite as well. It's an easy thing to do, but it can shift the reviewer's mood to something more positive. And it keeps our kind of more rational and winner's mindset in place. We're not responding emotionally to it, right? We're just responding politely. And I've prepared for you response to reviewers' comments and an example. And it's a PDF document that is available in the materials section, and this is an actual response of me and my co-author to one of the papers that we recently published, right? So you'll see the comment from comments to the author, so that's the comment from the reviewer, right? And then below we just put our response, right? And you will always see that, we say, thank you for this suggestion, we acknowledge, right? And then we tell the reader exactly what we did, right? If we decided not to do something that the reviewer requested, we explain why, right? So don't just say like, I'm not going to do this, or I didn't do this. Explain to them logically why you didn't do this, right? And again, we've got an explanation of what we did, another reviewer's comments. There were a lot of comments here, right? And we show them what we did, right? And notice that, maybe not with every comment, because that might be considered too much, but, we are trying to have those phrases like, this is a very good suggestion, thank you for that, right? And in here, for example, you'll notice that, it was impossible for us to implement this comment because we did not collect that data, and there was no way of kind of collecting that data again. But again, notice the way we phrase it, that, we explain why this is not possible, right? And that, we recognize that this is a limitation, because it is a limitation. And we included this as a limitation in the conclusion section because maybe it wasn't included. And we suggested this for future research, right? So this is an example of how you should respond to reviewers' comments. So now, your task is to first to plan your response, right? And then to start responding to reviewers' comments. And if you have questions about it, if you get stuck, come to the collaboration calls, post in the community, and we'll help you out. Remember that you're not here on your own. We are here to help you as well.
Now, if you're wondering how to get all these materials that I'm showing you on the screen, you just need to go to our free research paper mastery community. The link is in the description. You will see this page here. You click on join the group, you fill in your details, and you create your account there completely for free. Once you're inside, you head to the classroom in here, and you're going to see all the materials divided into weeks. And you will see all the videos here, and below in the resources, you can download all the materials that I've been showing you here on the screen.